Chapter 4191. The situation began to change. This was an unprecedented turning point, the greatest turning point in the entire land of exiles. There had never been so many experts in the entire land of exiles, and they were all demonic beasts with powerful bodies. More importantly, these demonic beasts could not be compared to ordinary demonic beasts. Jiang Qin, who knew the inside story, had high hopes for these demonic beasts. After all, these demonic beasts were all once peerless geniuses. They had once stopped at even greater realms of cultivation. Many of them were even star lords. Jiang Qin, don't go overboard. We won't provoke you, so let us retreat, said one of the evildoers at this moment. Even though he was one of the 10 evildoers, he was truly afraid when faced with such a lineup. With their insight, they could obviously tell that these demonic beasts were just too powerful. There was no lack of demonic beasts among the 10 evildoers. The more demonic beasts there were, the more they could sense just how powerful the Black King and the others were. If they knew that there were not 100, but 10,000 demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace, they would probably all be scared out of their wits. They would not even have the courage to stand there and speak to Jiang Qin. They would definitely kneel and beg for mercy. It's too late for you to retreat now, Black King. Who knew how many massacres Jiang Qin had experienced? This was all child's play to him. He had already said before that he would never give people a second chance. He had already given these people a chance, but they did not know how to cherish it. Roar, the Black King would definitely listen to Jiang Qin's orders. When he heard Jiang Qin's order, the Black King bellowed, producing an earth-shaking dragon's roar. He led 109th heavenly layer Earth Source demons and charged towards the group of people in a frenzy. For a moment, blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Silhouettes could be seen everywhere. Many of them were filled with regret. They regretted that they didn't grasp the opportunity that Jiang Qin had given them. It was their greed that returned the favor. Who else could they blame for this? Wakaka, exciting, Lord Dog is coming. De Huang Dog cackled as he sped towards Jiang Qin. He had seen everything with his own eyes, so he naturally understood what kind of benefits Jiang Qin had obtained in the Dragon Palace. Roar, when a great demon saw De Huang Dog heading towards Jiang Qin, it immediately charged towards De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was so frightened that he couldn't help but curse. Stop, we're on the same side. Jiang Qin hurriedly scolded. These demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace didn't know who De Huang Dog was. They were just following Jiang Qin's instructions. If they accidentally hurt De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin would regret it. Yes, Master. That great demon was shocked. He quickly dodged and charged towards the other side. These great demons were extremely brutal when it came to killing. In fact, this was very normal. One should know that they had once followed the Buddha clan's patriarch to battle all over the place and experienced countless massacres. Moreover, their killing intent was relatively dense. After being imprisoned for 3,000 years, they finally had the chance to walk out of the Dragon Palace and have such a carefree battle. To these demonic beasts, this battle was simply a feast. Naturally, they had to use this method of killing to vent the resentment that had accumulated for 3,000 years. Little Chinzi, this is awesome. What is this Dragon Palace? How did you subdue those demonic beasts? De Huang Dog came to Jiang Qin's side and said excitedly. Now, he no longer had to be afraid of anything in the land of exiles. With these demonic beasts as his subordinates, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Obviously, after today, the entire land of exiles would face a huge reshuffle. I'll tell you later. Let me kill this old poison monster first. Jiang Qin patted De Huang Dog's head and turned into a dragon. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he pointed it at old poison monster. At this moment, Old Poison Monster was the most relaxed. Because of Jiang Chen's order, the Black King and the others did not attack Old Poison Monster. Old Poison Monster, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you defeat me, you can leave safely. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Old Poison Monster's eyes lit up. His originally ashen face could not help but ripple with a trace of splendor. Are you serious? Old Poison Monster obviously did not dare to believe it. After all, Jiang Chen had a great advantage. There was no need for him to negotiate. However, since Jiang Chen had given him such a chance, Old Poison Monster naturally had to grasp it. Moreover, Old Poison Monster was very confident. With his ability, he did not believe that Jiang Chen could be his opponent. Today, he was under the eaves, so he did not ask for anything else. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen and keep his life, everything would be fine. As for the treasures in the Dragon Palace, Old Poison Monster did not dare to think too much about it. With Jiang Chen's current overall strength, not to mention in the land of exiles, even in the Red East region, ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. I mean what I say. As long as you can defeat me, you can leave. Jiang Chen said. He seemed to be even more confident than Old Poison Monster. Old Poison Monster was naturally powerful. In the eyes of others, he was an old poison that could not be provoked, but to Jiang Chen, who was immune to all poisons, Old Poison Monster's only advantage over Jiang Chen was cultivation. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Chen was currently at the peak of the earthly source realm. It did not seem difficult for him to kill ordinary 9th heavenly layer earthly source realm experts in his dragon transformation. Alright, I hope you mean what you say. Old Poison Monster's aura fluctuated. His entire body was filled with poison chi. He took the initiative to attack. He opened his mouth and a green poison arrow flew out, flying towards Jiang Chen. The speed of the poisonous arrow was extremely fast, but Jiang Chen's movement was even faster. He stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed the poisonous arrow in his hand. Ha, Jiang Chen, aren't you a little too arrogant? You dare to grab my poison arrow with your bare hands. Explode. Old Poison Monster laughed aloud. His face was filled with excitement. This was an unexpected surprise for him. After all, let alone a mere 5th heavenly layer earthly source expert, even a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source expert would not dare to grab his poison arrow with his bare hands. Old Poison Monster knew just too well how terrifying the poison on the arrow was. Touching it would be life-threatening, not to mention the fact that the poison arrow could explode. Once it did, all the poison would spread and seep into Jiang Chen's body. It would be difficult for him to survive. Bang! With a roar from Old Poison Monster, the poison arrow exploded in Jiang Chen's hand. The green poison spread and drilled into Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen, you're finished. As long as you admit defeat, kneel on the ground and beg me, as well as hand over the treasures you obtained from the Dragon Palace, I'll give you the antidote. Old Man Miadu was completely excited. This was a pleasant surprise for him, causing the greed in his heart to immediately erupt. Chapter 4192. To Old Man Destruction, this was too unexpected. His original intention was to save his own life, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so stupid as to receive his poison arrow with his bare hands. Old Man Destruction couldn't help but be happy about Jiang Chen's suicidal behavior. As long as he could control Jiang Chen, he wouldn't need to be afraid no matter how many demon beasts Jiang Chen had. Perhaps Jiang Chen had some unique methods to tame these demon beasts, and if he could get his hands on this unique method, these demon beasts would have to bow down to him. Adding on the other treasures in the Dragon Palace, Old Man Destruction felt that spring had come for him. He started to fantasize about his beautiful life in the future. If he could leave the land of exiles through the mysterious Dragon Palace, with his current strength, who would he be afraid of? Wherever he went, he would be a powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Old Man Destruction's eyebrows danced as he laughed. He felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Old Man Destruction, it's too early for you to be happy. However, reality was always cruel. Jiang Chen's words shattered all of Old Man Destruction's fantasies. Old Man Miadu's body trembled. The smile on his face froze before it could fade away. He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen, who was unscathed. Then, he rubbed his swollen eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. There are a total of 81 kinds of rare poisons on my poison arrow. Apart from my unique antidote, no one can survive under the poison. How did you do it? Old Man Destruction's emotions changed several times. He had personally experienced the feeling of great sorrow and great joy, and then great joy and great sorrow. How could it be described as exciting? Most importantly, Jiang Chen's method overturned all of Old Man Destruction's previous knowledge. It completely shattered the confidence he should have had. You want to hurt me with this bit of poison? Old Man Destruction, you are really naive. Jiang Chen sneered. If he used the poison in his body, he would immediately let Old Man Destruction experience what it meant to give him a taste of his own medicine. However, Jiang Chen disdained using this method. He wanted to rely on his powerful combat power to kill Old Man Destruction. 25th Blade. The combat sword in Jiang Chen's hand surged. He didn't give old Du Mia any chance to react. The 25th sword rippled. Jiang Chen unleashed the union of man and sword. The destructive combat sword appeared in front of old Du Mia in a blink. 100 Poison Scepter. Old Man Miadu really could not figure out how Jiang Chen was immune to all poisons, but now was not the time to think. Jiang Chen's powerful attack had already arrived. Although he was only at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was just too powerful. Especially in his draconic transformation, he was basically invincible. Even an expert like Old Man Miadu felt pressured and threatened. In fact, Old Man Extermination's mentality had undergone a massive change. This change caused his battle power to be severely damaged. At the very least, it would be very difficult for him to unleash his peak battle power. Moreover, Old Man Destruction's most powerful technique was using poison. Now that this technique had lost its effect, Old Man Destruction had lost all of his advantages in front of Jiang Chen. He had become an ordinary 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm cultivator. The 100 Poison Scepter looked extremely ferocious. It was as black as ink and was covered with all kinds of poisonous creatures, snakes, scorpions, venomous insects, etc. A casual movement of the scepter would emit a pungent smell of blood and poisonous gas. It was very frightening. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't even dare to approach Old Man Destruction. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. His heavenly dragon sword rampaged around, allowing the poisonous gas to fill his body. Not only did it not cause any harm to Jiang Chen, it became Jiang Chen's nourishment instead. Rumble, the 25th blade collided with the 100 Poison Scepter with an unstoppable force. The scepter in Old Man Destruction's hand was shattered, causing Old Man Destruction to retreat dozens of meters. Wah. Old Man Destruction spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even his eyes were bleeding. This result made him feel despair. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he be so strong? Old Man Destruction's heart was in despair. This was too scary. Although his 100 Poison Scepter was not a top-grade combat weapon, it shouldn't be that weak. But now, it couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent and was destroyed. Of course, he didn't know that the Heavenly Dragon Sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. As Jiang Chen's cultivation increased, the Heavenly Dragon Sword's grade and power also increased. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the heavenly dragon sword's grade had already reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. It could even fight against ordinary 4th heavenly layer experts, let alone a scepter condensed from poison. 26th Blade. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. He used the 26th blade of the limitless sword. Its power was many times stronger than the 25th blade. The sword firmly locked onto Old Man Destruction. Old Man Destruction's eyes widened. This was the first time in his life that he had sensed the aura of death. The feeling of being infinitely close to death was something he had never experienced before. Old Man Destruction knew that his doomsday had come. Even if he was unwilling, it was useless. He was the leader of the 10 evildoers who had dominated the land of exiled for many years, but he was going to die in the land of exiled in the end. Puchi. Old Man Destruction had no way to dodge. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through his chest. Old Man Destruction's eyes began to lose focus. He looked at Jiang Chen in fear. Even until his death, he couldn't understand how a kid at the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm could be so powerful. What he couldn't understand was why his poison, which made countless people tremble in fear, was completely ineffective against Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Old Man Destruction was destined to die with questions in his mind. As the leader of the 10 evildoers who had dominated the land of exiled for so long, he would never have imagined that he would die in the hands of a 5th heavenly layer Earth Source expert one day. It was a joke. Arg! Old Man Destruction died. The miserable cries continued on the other side. Chapter 4193. Xiao Ba was dead. The 10 villains were all dead. Many people had died in this battle. There was not a single 9th heavenly layer Earth Source expert left in the land of exiles. All of them had died without exception. There were still many people trembling in the extreme north. They knelt on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. In the end, Jiang Chen did not kill them all. Killing them would be meaningless to the land of exiles. This was a world that existed independently and was destined to have its own order. To this place, Jiang Chen was just a passerby. Black King, how much longer do you need before you can advance? Jiang Chen asked. 2 days. The Black King answered. How many can advance to the heavenly source realm in half a month? Jiang Chen continued to ask. 50 shouldn't be a problem. The Black King made a conservative estimate. He never boasted. 50 was just a conservative number. Obviously, there would be more than 50 people who could advance to the heavenly source realm in half a month. Very good. Then we'll leave the land of exiles in half a month. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He would give the feather race half a month to live. Half a month later, it would be the end of the feather race. Awesome, brother. If you bring 50 heavenly source experts back, the feather race will be scared to death. The Huang dog's face was filled with excitement. However, he was still dumbfounded. He had no idea what had happened in the Dragon Palace. Why were these demonic beasts so powerful? Even their advancement could be calculated in time. One must know that there was a huge gap between the Earth Source realm and the Heavenly Source realm. For many cultivators, it was difficult to cross. Some people could not even reach this realm in their entire lives. This was also why the number of Heavenly Source experts in the Crimson East region was so limited. However, the demonic beasts around Jiang Chen could now mass-produce Heavenly Source experts. This was a little too ridiculous. Brother, what you see is only the surface. Let's go. I'll show you something more exciting. Jiang Chen grabbed a Huang dog's ear and entered the Dragon Palace in a flash. The Black King and the others also disappeared. When the people who were kneeling on the ground and crying for mercy saw Jiang Chen disappear, they all felt as if they had been granted amnesty. The feeling of taking a trip to the gates of hell was too exciting. Thank you for not killing me, thank you for not killing me. Let's hurry up and leave this place. If Jiang Qin changes his mind and comes back, we'll still be dead. That's right. Let's leave quickly. The land of exile is in chaos, and all the experts are dead. This place will be reshuffled in the future. Everyone hurriedly fled for their lives. They didn't have the time to think about anything else. They were already lucky to be able to stay alive. Jiang Qin was just too frightening. After today's battle, Jiang Qin's name would be spread far and wide, and he would become a true legend in the land of exile. For countless years to come, Jiang Qin's legend would be passed down in the land of exile. Even if Jiang Qin was just a passerby, the process of his arrival had directly overturned this place. In the Dragon Palace, the Huang dog was also stunned when he saw the scene of thousands of demonic beasts. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. The Huang dog said, oh my god, 3 times in a row to express his respect for the scene in front of him. This was too amazing. Awesome, little brother. If we bring such a lineup out, the feather race will cry and wet their pants. The Huang dog's eyes shone brightly. He had already begun to imagine the scene of Jiang Qin leading thousands of demonic beasts to attack the Sky Feather Mountain. With such a huge camp, the humans of the Red East region would not even need to take action. If the two races went to war, the high-end battle prowess would be the key to victory. Compared to the appearance of the Netherworld platform and Zhao Lingxiao's rise to the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, the greatest news for the human race was probably Xia Yunping. After Xia Yunping's illness had been cured by Jiang Qin, his cultivation had also skyrocketed. He had reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm at almost the same time as Zhao Lingxiao. The appearance of a 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source expert in the human race was undoubtedly an exciting matter. If Xia Yunping had not been there to fight Zhao Lingxiao, the human race would have lost for sure. At this moment, the upper echelon of the feather race had gathered in the central hall of the Sky Feather Mountain. They had already begun to discuss the decisive battle with the human race. The feather race would not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, as long as Jiang Qin did not appear, the feather race would always be a threat. They needed to find a way to lure Jiang Qin out. If they did not kill Jiang Qin, the feather race would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Chapter 4194. The upper echelon of the winged race had gathered in the central hall. There were over 20 heavenly source experts. Aside from Zhao Lingxiao, who had reached the 3rd heavenly layer, the Grand Elder was also at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer. The rest were all at the 1st heavenly layer, and quite a few of them had remained at the 1st heavenly layer for a long time. They were only a step away from reaching the 2nd heavenly layer. Of course, this small difference was sometimes the difference between heaven and earth. To these people, their talent had already reached the limit, and their potential was basically about to be exhausted. It would be extremely difficult for them to take another step forward at the heavenly source stage. To put it bluntly, most of the 1st heavenly layer heavenly source experts present would never be able to reach the 2nd heavenly layer in their entire lives. Patriarch, now that the Netherworld platform has been modified, all members of the winged race can use it to increase their strength. In my opinion, it's time for a battle to the death with the humans. As long as we use the Netherworld platform, the humans will definitely be defeated. That's right. The Patriarch has already reached the 3rd heavenly layer. He's so powerful that he can make the humans piss their pants in terror. We can't be careless. The humans still have some strength. I heard that Xia Yunping's cultivation has increased as well. It's a pity that our fox demon wasn't able to harm his foundation. It's all that brat Jiang Qin's fault for ruining our plans. Otherwise, Xia Yunping would already be a cripple. That's fine. Even if Xia Yunping reaches the 3rd heavenly layer, the Patriarch will deal with him. Our battle prowess is no less than the humans, and we have the Netherworld platform to rely on. We'll definitely win this battle. More importantly, we need to use this battle to force Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen is the greatest threat to our winged race. He's just too heaven-defying. If we don't kill him in the cradle, the consequences will be unimaginable once he matures. So in my opinion, we need to start a war with the humans as soon as possible and draw out Jiang Chen so that we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. The higher-ups of the Harpies quickly reached an agreement. They decided to take advantage of this opportunity to fight the humans. The Harpies had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Even though the timing was not particularly good, they had no choice but to fight. All of this was because of the name Jiang Chen. The appearance of a single person had changed the entire structure of the Crimson East domain. The decisive battle had been brought forward by at least 50 years, if not more. To the feather race, the threat of Jiang Chen alone was greater than that of the entire human race. The feather race had to get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible. After this period of fighting, all the feather race understood one thing: once Jiang Chen was allowed to grow, he would become uncontrollable. For the feather race, it would be the end of the world. Alright. Summon all the clansmen to prepare for the final battle with the humans in 3 days. Also, send a letter of challenge to the Shenwu city so that they can prepare. I want to see just how capable the human race is, Zhao Lingshao said. The feather race was going to attack the humans, but Zhao Lingshao had informed the human race in advance instead of launching a sneak attack. This did not mean that Zhao Lingshao was a gentleman. Zhao Lingshao naturally had his own reasons for doing so. He was actually sending a message to Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen would appear in 3 days. Yes. The feather race was extremely excited. They began to pass down their orders. The entire Sky Feather Mountain was ready to go. All the elders and disciples were restless. Let me take Jiang Chen's life. I want Jiang Chen to die without a burial, a handsome young man said in high spirits. He was the second young master of the feather race. His cultivation was powerful, having already reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He was only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. Second brother, don't underestimate the enemy. We must take revenge for our brothers. As the eldest brother, I will take revenge for them. The first young master said. As the leader of the 9 young masters of the feather race, the first young master had an absolute reputation. His cultivation was also very powerful, having already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm at such a young age. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Moreover, the feather race had the assistance of the Netherworld platform in this battle. Almost all the members of the feather race could benefit from the Netherworld platform, especially during the battle. For example, although the first young master was only at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he could temporarily display the battle prowess of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm with the help of the Netherworld platform. The Netherworld platform was extremely terrifying. Not only did it increase the strength of a single feather race member, it also increased the strength of thousands of feather race members. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be in a battle. In the Divine Martial City, a written challenge letter was floating above the entire Divine Martial City. The news quickly spread to every corner of the Divine Martial City. In an instant, the Divine Martial City was in chaos. The City Lord's mansion and the Yun clan's experts all gathered at the Martial Pavilion. The experts of the human race gathered together almost immediately to discuss a countermeasure. Everyone, the feather race must have made ample preparations for a decisive battle. We can't avoid this battle, so we can only accept it. The sect master of the Martial Pavilion, Wu Changtian, said with an extremely grim expression. Humph. Zhao Lingshao has already become arrogant after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Now that the morale of the feather race is so low because of Jiang Chen, Zhao Lingshao still dares to fight. Xia Yunping snorted coldly. He was also in high spirits after reaching the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. He did not fear Zhao Lingxiao at all. Xia Yunping and Zhao Lingxiao were old enemies. Xia Yunping hated Zhao Lingxiao to the bone after the incident with the white fox. If it were not for Jiang Chen's timely appearance, he would have fallen into the feather race's trap. Let alone reaching the third heavenly layer, he probably would have fallen out of the heavenly source realm. Although Zhao Lingxiao has reached the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, he hasn't reached the level where he can directly fight us. He has only done so because he is wary of brother Jiang Chen. Now that we all know that even the land of exile is unable to trap brother Jiang Chen, how can the feather race let such a great threat go? If we were the feather race, we would definitely do everything we can to get rid of Jiang Chen and get rid of this threat. Now that brother Jiang Chen has gone missing, the feather race will feel even more uneasy if he does not appear, because brother Jiang Chen is constantly improving. That's the most frightening part, so it's understandable that Zhao Lingxiao is in a hurry to fight us after reaching the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, Yun Xinan said. Yun Xinan said. This was a simple truth that everyone understood. Chapter 4195. Where do you think Jiang Chen is now? The last time he appeared, he caused a ruckus in the Sky Feather Mountain. He even killed the fourth young master of the feather race and brought back a child. After that, there was no news of him. Dan Qingzi said. Don't worry. Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of a powerful expert, so he's a senior to us. There's nothing he can't do. Even the land of exile can't trap him, so we don't have to worry about his safety at all. However, the child that Jiang Chen brought back is really powerful. I don't know what kind of powerful physique he has. In just a dozen or so days, he's been enlightened under the guidance of the sect master, and he's about to advance to the Earth Source realm. What a freak! Wuji Pavilion's pavilion master Zhenyang said. When the child that Jiang Chen brought back was mentioned, Wu Changtian couldn't help but be moved. That child was definitely the most heaven-defying existence he had ever seen. That child's physique is very extraordinary. It's like a treasure that has suddenly been unearthed. His progress is too fast, beyond my understanding. From this, it can be seen how sharp Jiang Chen's insight is. I dare say that in less than 5 years, that child's cultivation will surpass ours. Wu Changtian sighed. When he thought of Xiaolong, his eyebrows almost rose up. What? Surpass us in 5 years? That's too terrifying. Countless people couldn't help but exclaim. Such a monstrous talent was simply unimaginable. Let alone in the Crimson East region, even in the entire eternal world, such talent would be one of the best. While people were sighing, they didn't forget to think of Jiang Chen. After all, that child was brought back by Jiang Chen, so it could be seen that Jiang Chen had already seen how extraordinary that child was. Jiang Chen's insight was truly terrifying. The feather race has already sent the letter of challenge. We must fight this battle. We can't retreat. Right now, there's an important problem, which is the battlefield of this battle. I've decided to take the initiative and move the battlefield to the Sky Feather Mountain. If we wait for Zhao Lingxiao and the others to attack and the divine martial city becomes a battlefield, the entire city will fall. At that time, who knows how many people will die? Wu Changtian said, raising an important question. War was never a matter of a single person, and the choice of battlefield was even more important. Everyone knew that once a great war between the two races broke out, the area within a 5,000-mile radius would directly fall into enemy hands. After the war, not even a blade of grass would grow. As the foundation of the human race in the Qidong region, the divine martial city naturally could not become a battlefield. Once the war broke out in the divine martial city, the losses of the human race would be too great. Brother Wu is right. In my opinion, We should use these 2 days to gather all the experts and disciples of the human race and attack the Sky Feather Mountain first. This way, we can see the great losses of the human race. Xia Yunping said. Yun Sinan and the other heavenly source experts nodded in agreement. Alright, everyone, let's make the arrangements. This matter concerns the survival of the human race. Everyone in the martial pavilion will definitely be involved in the war. To the disciples, this is also a life and death experience. This is a training for the human race and individuals. Once we win, the entire human race will improve. Wu Chengtian's aura fluctuated. This battle was definitely a baptism for the human race. It was unknown how much blood would be spilled and how many people would die in this battle. But no one could retreat. There was no way to avoid it. If you retreat, you can retreat. You can only fight. At that time, a storm would be brewing in the Qidong region. The human race and the feather race would begin to prepare for the final battle. Everyone knew that after this battle, the overall situation of the Qidong region would undergo an earth-shaking change, a true change. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still in secluded cultivation in the Dragon Palace of the Land of Exile. The Black King had already reached the first heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, and he was at the peak of it. With the Black King's strength, Jiang Chen did not doubt that ordinary second heavenly source experts of the feather race would be no match for him. Aside from the Black King, there were more than 30 greater demons who had reached the heavenly source realm. In the Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen's forces were gradually growing. There were also nearly 30 demons who were ready to make a breakthrough at any time. Little Chen, from the looks of it, there will be at least 60 heavenly source demons appearing in 3 days at most. If I bring them out, they'll tear your bunch of birdmen to shreds, said Jian Qin. De Huang Dog said excitedly. This scene was just too spectacular. After the Dragon Palace's curse was lifted, the cultivation of these demons would gradually recover. More importantly, there were not just a few dozen heavenly source experts here. Tens of thousands of ninth heavenly layer earthly source experts would appear together. Such a huge lineup would scare the feather race to death. Very good. Let's wait for 3 more days. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen in the Qidong region after being away for so long, Jiang Chen said. He had comprehended the laws of the ways and was the ancestor of the ways. His sixth sense was extremely strong, especially today. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen in the Qidong region. Could it be that the feather race is desperate and want to start a war with the human race? De Huang Dog said. It's hard to say. We'll leave in 3 days. It's time to settle the score with the feather race. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He now had the Buddha army in his hands and was already looking forward to Zhao Lingxiao's exciting expression. In the next 3 days, powerful auras constantly rippled out from the Dragon Palace. Demons advanced to the heavenly source stage one after another. Even those that did not advance to the heavenly source stage were constantly improving, getting closer and closer to the heavenly source stage. It wouldn't be long before Jiang Chen had a heavenly source army of 10,000 demons. Just the thought of it was extremely exciting. Of course, this was only within the Dragon Palace. These heavenly source demons could not leave the Dragon Palace because it was still within the boundaries of the Land of Exile. There were rules here that forbade the existence of heavenly source experts. Once they appeared, they might be teleported to other places. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Jiang Chen's hands, including the Black King, there was a total of 65 heavenly source experts. Not to mention the martial pavilion and the divine martial city. The number of heavenly source experts in Jiang Chen's hands was double that of the feather race. It's time to leave. Jiang Chen stood up and prepared to leave the Land of Exile. Today was also the day of the final battle between the human race and the feather race in the Scarlet East region. The human race dispatched 8 huge spaceships and took to the sky, heading towards the rising feather mountain. On the feather race's side, their magnificent wings fluttered as they set off. They had also left the rising feather mountain. Finally, the two camps met at the chillying mountain. This was the border between the human race and the feather race. Since the beginning, the chillying mountain had always been a place where battles between the two races could not be avoided. Setting the final battle at the chillying mountain was the best choice for both races. After all, even if the chillying mountain was destroyed, the two races would not suffer too great a loss. Chapter 4196. Wind and thunder rumbled on chillying mountain as the sound of war drums echoed for thousands of kilometers. Countless figures blotted out the entire sky. Endless presences churned. The entire space had already fallen into chaos before the battle had even begun. The murderous aura pervaded the air, and the entire void was filled with a surging murderous aura. The intense desire to fight and the murderous aura mixed together. Today, the chillying mountain was destined to become a hellish place. This battle would be a bloody one, and blood would flow like rivers. It was unknown how many people would die. There were tens of thousands of people on both sides. This was the peak battle of the Crimson East region. Both sides had come with the mentality of facing death, especially the upper echelons of the earthly source stage. Their eyes were bloodshot. This was a battle where there was no way out. Many people were already prepared to die on the battlefield. Whether it was the humans or the feather race, they could only win this battle. If they lost, they would become the other side's slaves, enslaved for 10,000 years. No one was willing to be a slave, so no one would retreat from this battle. Perhaps they would die in battle, but if they lost without a fight, they would not have a good ending either. As a result, there was no retreat. There was only a battle of life and death. Before the battle had even begun, everyone could already foresee how cruel it would be. On the feather race's side, a huge black altar floated in the sky. The altar looked extremely sinister, giving off an extremely cold aura. It was the strong scent of death. When Wu Changtian and the others saw the netherworld platform, their expressions could not help but change, becoming even more solemn. From the very beginning, Wu Changtian and the others had not considered the netherworld platform as a factor. In their opinion, the feather race's greatest reason for daring to issue a challenge was because Zhao Lingxiao had reached the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. That was it. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. The netherworld platform was the feather race's greatest reliance. Brother Wu, this netherworld platform is not simple. Xia Yunping frowned. Brother Xia, you can also see that the altar is extremely dark and filled with an endless evil aura. It seems that the nether platform has been perfectly modified by the Yu race. Now, the nether platform is connected to the auras of the tens of thousands of Yu race clansmen. Once the battle begins, anyone with the Yu race's bloodline can rely on the nether platform to fight and greatly increase their cultivation. This is especially true for those in the Earth and Unity realms. With the nether platform, their battle prowess will increase by at least a level, which is extremely disadvantageous to us. Wu Changtian frowned. Damn, so the netherworld platform is Zhao Lingxiao's greatest trump card. With the netherworld platform, the feather race will have an endless supply of energy. How will they fight this battle? I'm afraid that once the battle begins, the human race will lose their morale and will to fight. Xinyang gritted his teeth and said. Naturally, the human race was well prepared. Countless disciples and elders were in high spirits. Due to the strong morale that Jiangchen had brought to them, all of them were filled with confidence in this battle. However, it seemed like their confidence would be shattered in an instant. There's no way out. We can only fight, Dan Qingzi said through gritted teeth. The Purple Pill Pavilion had prepared a large number of pills to be used in the battle. In a battle, the Purple Pill Pavilion would be extremely useful. The Purple Pill Pavilion's healing pills could be said to be the best in the Crimson East region. At this moment of life and death for the human race, the Purple Pill Pavilion naturally could not hold back. They had taken out almost all of their resources. Wu Changtian, Xia Yunping, today's battle will determine who the feather race and the human race will belong to in the Crimson East region. After this battle, I, Xiao Lingxiao, will become the absolute ruler of the entire Crimson East region, Xiao Lingxiao said loudly. Xiao Lingxiao said loudly. At this moment, he was in high spirits and extremely arrogant. His words were filled with boundless confidence. Humph. Xiao Lingxiao, don't get too happy yet. The outcome of this battle is still unknown. Wu Changtian coldly harumphed. Ha ha ha, the feather race has the assistance of the nether platform, which can increase the power of the entire feather race. What right do you humans have to fight against me? Xiao Lingxiao loudly laughed, his arrogance boundless. Where's Jiang Qin? Come out and accept your death. At that moment, a loud roar sounded out as the feather race's eldest prince walked out from the crowd, holding a beautiful spear in his hand. He immediately called out to Jiang Qin. Killing Jiang Qin was his main goal, and he wanted to kill Jiang Qin to avenge his little brother and the rest of the feather race. Moreover, Jiang Qin's reputation was simply too great. To the eldest prince, if he could kill Jiang Qin, he would definitely become famous, and his prestige among the feather race would be unparalleled. After all, Jiang Qin had been able to escape from the hands of the person he had paid for. If he could kill Jiang Qin, his fame would be too great. Jiang Qin is not here. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Xia Yunping said. Is Jiang Qin going to be a coward? At the critical moment of the survival of the human clan, he hides himself, the eldest prince said disdainfully. The eldest young master said disdainfully. He wasn't the only one who was disappointed. The higher-ups of the Yu family were also disappointed. After all, killing Jiang Qin was more important than killing the entire human race. Even if they killed all the humans and occupied the entire Red East region, as long as Jiang Qin was still alive, the Yu family wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully even if they had the entire territory. Are you afraid? As long as Jiang Qin doesn't come out, you won't be able to eat or sleep well. Yun Sinan laughed loudly. How could he not see through the feather race's thoughts? Humph. You're just a small general. Our feather race doesn't care about you. After I kill you all, I don't believe that Jiang Qin won't come out. Today's battle is destined to be the end of the human clan. Xiao Lingxiao snorted coldly. Chief, there's no need to say so much. Let's start the battle. Some heavenly source experts could not wait any longer. Start the battle. Xiao Lingxiao waved the sword in his hand. The decisive battle had officially begun. Whether Jiang Qin appeared or not, it was inevitable. All of the human clan, listen up. We will fight for our dignity and survival. We will not retreat. Kill! Wu Changtian shouted. Experts flew out from the warships one after another. The two armies collided violently, and very soon, the two armies clashed. On the human clan side, those who had not reached the earthly source realm had many flight talismans, enough to support them in the battle against the feather race. This kind of battle was very clear. Usually, they would fight against opponents of similar cultivation, from the unity realm to the earthly source realm, and then to the heavenly source realm. Ah, 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 miserable screams rang out in the sky above the chilling mountain. Blood sprayed wildly, dyeing the sky red. This was a true battle of life and death. Almost immediately, there were casualties. However, this was a war between races, so no one retreated. Blade lights, sword shadows, a bloody rain, and a foul wind. The entire Qiling mountain was instantly shrouded in fighting spirit. Chapter 4197. Arg! Screams filled the air as boulders tumbled down. The towering trees at the foot of the mountain were all destroyed. High in the sky, the netherworld platform revolved at high speed, providing a powerful source of energy for all the feather race members. The heavenly source experts had already begun their final battle. Wu Changtian faced off against the feather race's grand elder. Jinyang, Dan Qingzi, Yun Xinan, and quite a few heavenly source elders all had their own opponents. Both sides had similar strength, and the number of heavenly source experts they had was also about the same. Even with the assistance of the netherworld platform, it would not be easy for the feather race to obtain victory in a short period of time. Xia Yunping and Zhao Lingshao faced each other in the sky, killing intent radiating from them. Xia Yunping, your human race is doomed. Why must you be so stubborn? If you join me, I can guarantee your life and give you supreme glory. Zhao Lingshao said. Paw. Xia Yunping spat. He had an unyielding personality, so when he saw Zhao Lingshao, he could not help but think of the demoness. He could not help but feel resentful. What he hated was not the demoness, but the culprit behind all of this. Zhao Lingshao, cut the crap. Let's see who's stronger. Either you die today, or I live. Xia Yunping's aura rippled as a wave of qi condensed in his hand. He attacked first, charging towards Zhao Lingshao. To Xia Yunping, this was a second life, one that Jiang Qin had given him. The greatest use of his life was to contribute to the human race, and a battle to the death with Zhao Lingshao was what he had been looking forward to in the first place. Good. I'd like to see just how much you've improved after reaching the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. Zhao Lingshao's aura surged, showing no fear at all. He threw a punch that seemed to be able to shatter the world, heading straight for Xia Yunping. The two peak experts collided in an extremely ferocious manner. Rumble, the two of them only managed to stabilize themselves after being pushed back several dozen meters. They were evenly matched. It seemed that it would not be easy for these two old rivals to determine a victor. Unless there was a huge fluctuation in one's state of mind, causing a drop in their battle strength, the two of them would not be able to determine a victor even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Lingshao attacked again and again, not anxious at all. His expression was calm, because he was very confident in today's battle, and he was not in a hurry to kill Xia Yunping. He believed that once the human race was defeated on a large scale, it would definitely affect Xia Yunping's mood, and at that time, it would be his chance. On the other side of the battlefield, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion and the disciples of the Feather Clan were locked in a fierce battle. Thank you, senior brother. The winged race has the support of the netherworld platform. It seems like they have an inexhaustible supply of energy. A disciple said. Gather together and combine our combat strength. Try to cut off their connection with the netherworld platform. Xie Ting shouted loudly, and he became the representative of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. On the other side, a little child was rushing back and forth on the battlefield. He looked extremely ferocious. This child was none other than the little dragon that Jiang Qin had brought out from the land of exile. Wah, I'm about to break through. The little dragon rode on the back of a 9th heavenly layer feather warrior and tore off his wings with his bare hands. Afterwards, he roared at the sky, and his cultivation immediately reached the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The little dragon was extremely ferocious. Ever since he had started cultivating, it was as if his bloodline had been activated. Under the influence of his bloodline, the little dragon's temperament had changed greatly. Previously, when he had been training, he had been abnormally ferocious during his first battle. He did not feel uncomfortable at all, as if he was born for battle. Yao Ho, after reaching the Earth Source realm, the little dragon could soar through the sky without the help of a flight talisman. He immediately roared excitedly, and his playful nature was revealed. A feather warrior wanted to catch the little dragon, but the little dragon's movement technique and speed were 2 times that of the feather warrior. Birdman, eat my fist. The little dragon suddenly turned around and appeared behind the feather warrior in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch, and the mountainous energy actually killed the feather warrior with a single punch. Holy shit! This scene was witnessed by quite a few disciples of the martial pavilion. This child was a little too ferocious. One must know that the feather warrior that he had just killed was an expert at the second heavenly layer of the earth source realm. He was a whole level higher than the little dragon, and the little dragon had only just reached the earth source realm. Watch out! A shadow of a spear rushed towards the little dragon. Xia Ting's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly warned the little dragon. The little dragon's reaction was extremely fast, but he was still lacking in battle experience. The spear swept past his shoulder, leaving behind a bone-deep wound. Ouch! The little dragon grimaced, but in the next moment, the wound he had left behind actually began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sneak attack me! The little dragon flew into a rage. His eyes immediately turned blood red as he charged towards the feather warrior with the spear. What the hell is this little guy? His wound can actually heal itself. I really don't know where the teacher found this freak. Xia Ting was speechless. He could not help but sigh in his heart, thinking that this battle had come a little too early. If it had come a few years later, the human race would definitely be at its peak. There was no need to say much about Jiang Qin. Just the little monster in front of him alone, once he grew up, would be frightening enough. Xia Ting, do you think the teacher will appear? Cheniren came to Xia Ting's side and could not help but ask. Xia Ting raised his head and looked into the distance. He should. If the teacher appears, he will definitely bring a miracle to the human race. You're that confident? Cheniren asked. It's not confidence. It's trust. Xia Ting smiled, then locked on to one person and charged towards him. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just used the sky-ascending stairway to walk out of the land of exile. However, the place he came out from was not the right place. From the land of exile, he directly went to the Shenhui city. Originally, he thought that something big was going to happen in the Qidong region, so he went to the Shenhui city to take a look. He did not expect the Shenhui city to become almost an empty city at this moment. After asking around, he found out that today's battle was going to take place. Little Chenzi, it seems that we came back just in time. If we were 2 days later, I'm afraid it would really be too late. The Huang dog said. The battle has already started. Even in the Shenhui city, we can feel it. It seems that the battlefield is going to be in the Qiliang mountain area. Let's go. I want to see what the feather race has to start a war with the human race. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated as he flew towards the Qiliang mountain with the Huang dog. He came back from the land of exile just in time. After all, the feather race had started to gain the upper hand in the battle on the Qiliang mountain. After all, they had the help of the Netherworld platform. Jiang Chen's return at this time could help the human race recover a lot of their losses. If he were a little later, the real losses and defeat of the human race would have started. Chapter 4198. Bloody mist filled the air above Qiliang mountain. Corpses constantly fell from the mountain, dying without a proper burial. As the fierce battle continued, the human race's defeat gradually became apparent. The feather race relied on the Netherworld platform, which not only provided them with an endless supply of energy, but also increased their battle prowess. Coupled with the fact that the Netherworld platform revolved in the sky, the human race was under tremendous mental pressure. Gradually, the morale of the human race began to plummet, while that of the feather race began to rise. Very soon, the battle became one-sided. Damn it, we can't go on like this. Our energy is constantly being consumed, while the feather race has the support of the Netherworld platform. Once we run out of energy, we can only wait to be slaughtered. The disciples of the martial pavilion began to panic. They were no fools. They could all see the situation. If only teacher was here. He would definitely boost our morale. Yeah, I really miss the days when we fought together. I wonder where teacher is now. Do you think teacher will appear and bring a miracle to the human race? Sigh, who knows? I don't even know where teacher is. Let's not worry about it for now. We have nowhere to hide now. We can only fight to the death against these birdmen. The human race's morale plummeted, and their casualties began to increase. From the elders to the disciples, a figure could not help but appear in their hearts. That figure was not imposing, but it was like a stabilizing force that could stabilize everyone's hearts and give them an indomitable confidence. In the sky, the battle between the heavenly source experts had also changed. Because the human race's successive defeats had seriously affected the heavenly source experts' morale, many of them showing signs of defeat. Even Wu Changtian and Yun Xinan were beginning to fall into a disadvantageous position. Xia Yunping, your human race is finished. It's meaningless for you to persist. Just give up. Zhao Lingshao laughed out loud. His aura was like a rainbow, and each of his moves was extremely ferocious. Xia Yunping did not say anything, but his expression was solemn. It was clear that his emotions were beginning to waver. He could naturally see that the situation had already begun to change, a tremendous change. This change was extremely fatal. Once a defeat occurred in such a battle, the collapse would rapidly spread, and the entire human race would struggle on the brink of destruction. The feather race's morale had already soared. This was the worst possible scenario. It was not that they had never thought of this, but it had happened too quickly. Bang! With a dull groan, the everlasting pavilion's pavilion master Jin Yang was ruthlessly struck in the chest by his opponent, sending him flying back. Blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a beautiful arc in the air. This was an extremely bad sign. The defeat of a heavenly origin expert was a severe blow to the already low morale of the human race. Moreover, this defeat was only the beginning. More importantly, once it began, it would rapidly spread. If heavenly origin experts were defeated one after another, the human race would truly have no hope at all. Xia Yunping alone would not be able to turn the situation around. In reality, once Xia Yunping's emotions were affected, he would not even be able to protect himself while fighting Zhao Lingshao, let alone the entire human race. Could it be that the heavens want us humans to die? Jin Yang let out a long sigh, unable to hold back his tears. He was unwilling to accept this. The human race should not be defeated like this. Just as the human race's defeat began to spread, to the point where even a few heavenly source experts were defeated, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Scarlet Ridge Mountain. One of them was a ferocious half-human half-dragon, while the other was a golden mountain-like big yellow, who was even more muscular than a tiger. He was extremely domineering. Little Chenzi, the human race has begun to collapse. Looks like we've come at the right time. The Huang dog was extremely excited. The Huang dog could not help but feel his blood boil at the sight of this, as if he had returned to the past. His heart surged with emotions. This was just too amazing. You're right, it's just right. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. It was time for the feather race to witness the true meaning of the apocalypse. Zhao Lingshao, I, Jiang Chen, have returned. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. His voice spread out in waves, rippling across the entire Chilean mountain. Everyone who was engaged in battle heard his voice. Countless gazes turned towards him. Jiang Chen immediately became the focus of the entire battlefield. It's teacher has appeared. Ha ha ha, teacher has appeared. Great, teacher has returned. There's hope for the human race. I told you that teacher would never abandon the human race. The morale of the human race instantly soared. Some people's eyes were brimming with tears. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation did not seem to be very powerful, Jiang Chen's image had already been imprinted in everyone's hearts like a pyramid. As long as he appeared, he would be their hope. Jiang Chen was a belief, a belief. He had long since become a legend among the human race. The most important thing about his existence was not his cultivation. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Xia Yunping laughed out loud. His mood, which had been a little unstable, instantly turned for the better. His aura doubled. His trust in Jiang Chen was too strong. Big brother. Xiaolong leaped into the air and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and danced excitedly. Holy shit. Jiang Chen's eyes widened when he saw Xiaolong. Only the word, holy shit, could describe the shock he felt at this moment. There were not many things in this world that could shock Jiang Chen, and Xiaolong was definitely one of them. Holy shit. What the hell is this little bastard doing? How can his cultivation improve so quickly? The Huang dog almost fainted. He was the one who had sent Xiaolong to the martial pavilion. At that time, Xiaolong did not have any cultivation. How long had it been? This was too abnormal. Jiang Chen. You are Jiang Chen. A person stood up and came in front of Jiang Chen. Who are you? Jiang Chen glanced at him. Eldest young master of the Yu clan, I'll take your life today to avenge my brothers. The eldest young master's aura was unparalleled. The spear in his hand trembled as he charged towards Jiang Chen in an extremely ferocious manner. He had waited for this day for far too long. His most important target this time was Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had finally appeared, how could the eldest young master miss this opportunity? Come back. Chapter 4199. My son. Zhao Lingshao yelled. His 6 wings unfurled as he prepared to charge at Jiang Chen. Zhao Lingshao, your opponent is me. How could Xia Yunping give him such a chance? He was far too clear on what Jiang Chen's existence meant to the human race. He was the true backbone of the human race, and Jiang Chen's usefulness was much greater than a heavenly source expert like him. This was especially so after Jiang Chen had killed the feather race's eldest prince with a single strike, which had given the human race's already low morale a shot of adrenaline. Voila, the human race was instantly sent into an uproar, and countless disciples began to cheer. Xie Ting and the others' eyes were filled with passion and excitement that only Jiang Chen could give them. Invincible, teacher is simply invincible. Even someone as powerful as the eldest prince was insta-killed with a single strike. This is just too overbearing. Too domineering. No wonder he's my idol. Teacher definitely has an even more powerful trump card. Just watch, so what if the feather race has the netherworld platform? I'm sure that teacher has a way to defeat them. The human race disciples' morale was instantly boosted, and many of them began to yell like little tigers. Jiang Chen, I'm so happy to see you again. However, today's battle is very disadvantageous to us. The feather race's netherworld platform can provide them with an endless supply of energy and increase their battle power. If we want to win, we must destroy the netherworld platform. Do you have any ideas? Dan Qingzi came before Jiang Chen and asked. Currently, Dan Qingzi's condition was not very good. There were many wounds on his body, and his aura was quite unstable. This was understandable. After all, Dan Qingzi was an alchemist, and he had spent his entire life refining pills. Fighting had always been his weakness, and being able to last until now while his emotions had been affected was already quite good. The netherworld platform was the biggest problem for the human race. Dan Qingzi knew this very well, but none of them could do anything about it. However, Dan Qingzi believed in Jiang Chen. Moreover, if there was someone in the human race who could destroy the netherworld platform, it would be Jiang Chen. There was no one else who could do so. Naturally, there is a way. However, it seems that there is no need for it now. The corners of Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a smile. His body flickered and he returned to his original appearance. He even retracted his dragon form. You don't need it. Dan Qingzi felt quite startled, as did everyone else, not knowing what Jiang Chen meant. If they could not get rid of the Netherworld platform, the human race would be doomed. Moreover, why had Jiang Chen deactivated his powerful dragon transformation? Was he not going to fight anymore? Because the Netherworld platform isn't enough. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Wakaka, brat, you're going to use your ultimate move right away. The Huang dog understood the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. With a flash, its body returned to its original size. Even the killing intent on its body was withdrawn. It seemed that it didn't intend to fight anymore. There's no need to waste time. Just use your ultimate move. Jiang Chen said lightly. Ultimate skill? What ultimate skill? Dan Qingzi's face was filled with questions, but he could not stop the excitement in his heart. If Jiang Chen said it was an ultimate skill, it would definitely be extraordinarily powerful. Black King, come out, 10,000 beasts. Jiang Chen roared, and a huge black gate appeared in the air. In the next instant, with a flash of light, the 10,000 beasts moved out. With the Black King at the lead, there were over 60 heavenly source beasts and over 10,000 ninth heavenly layer earthly source beasts. The unparalleled formation, the powerful pagoda army, the waves of qi that surpassed everything, and the endless demonic qi filled the air, suppressing the aura of the entire battlefield. Heavens, what's that? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, so many heavenly source experts. Heavens, the rest are all at the ninth heavenly layer of the earthly source realm. This is way too amazing. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. This isn't realistic. The humans instantly went crazy. Countless people rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. However, the surging aura was real. The noisy battlefield instantly fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the army of beasts descending from the sky. What's going on? Why have so many beasts suddenly appeared? When did so many heavenly source experts appear in the Scarlet East region? Don't tell me Jiang Chen brought them here. If that's the case, how can our feather race resist? I already said that Jiang Chen would become a huge problem. It's over. Our feather race is finished. There's no way to fight. The faces of the feather race members were ashen, and even Zhao Lingxiao was dumbfounded. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was momentarily speechless. Master. The 10,000 beasts bowed towards Jiang Chen, and the word master reverberated in the air. I did it. Dan Qingzi stumbled and almost fell from the sky. He thought that Jiang Chen might have a truly powerful move that could bring about a miracle for the human race. However, this miracle was simply too great. Even if Dan Qingzi had 100 more brains, he would not have dared to imagine such a scene. This was simply too shocking. He would not even dare to dream of such a scene, but it was happening right in front of him. How did he do it? Wu Changtian was completely dumbfounded, and his mouth felt dry. In that instant, Jiang Chen had become incredibly great in his eyes, and all that was left was admiration. This is too miraculous. To be able to subdue so many beasts, just saying that I admire him is not enough to express my current feelings, Yun Xinan said. He had already retracted his battle intent, as it seemed that he would not need to fight anymore. Once these 10,000 beasts moved out, they would be able to instantly wipe out the entire feather race. What netherworld platform? It was simply trash. Even if the feather race had 100 netherworld platforms, it would not be enough. They would just be decorations. I told you that teacher would definitely bring about miracles. Xie Ting was incredibly excited. It's just that this miracle is a bit too miraculous. Cheniran's expression changed, and everyone's admiration towards Jiang Chen rose to a new height. Whoosh, the humans did not hesitate at all, and they all retreated behind Jiang Chen. In the following battle, they would not need him at all. The tens of thousands of feather people's faces were ashen, and despair appeared on their faces. Zhao Lingshao seemed to have aged many years in an instant, and he did not have any of his previous arrogance. There was simply no way they could fight this battle. Jiang Chen, can you spare our feather race? Zhao Lingshao begged. As the leader of a race and a powerful six-winged feather person, he had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 4200. His voice was calm, but it was filled with supreme majesty. As soon as the word "kill" was uttered, thousands of beasts moved out. Rumble, the beasts unleashed their powerful auras, layer after layer. With the Black King at their head, they covered the sky. More than 60 heavenly source beasts led thousands of earthly source beasts. Such a scene, such a battlefield, had never been seen before in the entire Crimson East region. The Buddha's army had once shaken the entire eternal world, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Each and every one of them had rich battle experience. Any one of these beasts at their peak could easily sweep through the entire Crimson East region. In their eyes, the feather race before them were completely insignificant existences. They could not even withstand a single blow. Miserable screams rang out one after another. The feather race army of tens of thousands was instantly routed. The beasts unleashed their true forms, many of which were as large as mountains. Wherever they passed, no one was spared. The feather race soldiers died in droves, unable to resist at all. Jiang Chen stood in the air, expressionless as he watched everything unfold. The feather race had taken the initiative to destroy them. He did not have the slightest bit of mercy in his heart. Mercy sometimes depended on the target. This was a war between races. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Jiang Chen did not doubt that if he had not appeared today and the human race had been completely routed, it would have been the end of the human race. Zhao Lingshao would not have spared a single human. Since that was the case, there was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite. The scene was too spectacular. It was a completely one-sided massacre. It was a meaningless massacre. Tens of thousands of humans stood behind Jiang Chen. No one said a word. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, as if they were in an unparalleled dream. Terrifying, too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that if these beasts had targeted the human race's fate would not be any better than the feather race's. What was even more fortunate was that Jiang Chen was a member of the human race, not an enemy. Becoming an enemy of Jiang Chen was truly a nightmarish thing. Within a few dozen breaths, the battle was over. Corpses were strewn all over the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Tens of thousands of feather race members had been slaughtered by the demons. Not a single one was left alive. No, there was one person still alive. It was Zhao Lingshao. He was a third heavenly layer heavenly origin expert after all, so he did possess some strength. However, Zhao Lingshao was currently in a terrible state. He was covered in wounds, clearly at the end of his tether. Even though he was only at the third heavenly layer of the heavenly origin stage, he was still able to fend off the well-trained Buddha army. The Black King's strength was constantly recovering. Zhao Lingshao was currently surrounded by over 60 heavenly origin demons. Even if he had 6 wings, he would not be able to escape. No, this is impossible, this is not realistic. Zhao Lingshao was in a daze, as if he had gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could not look at what was happening in front of him. The feather race, which had occupied half of the Crimson East region for so long, had been destroyed so easily. As the leader of the feather race, How could Xiao Lingxiao bear such a heavy blow? Asterisk hiss, asterisk the humans all gasped. A long and fierce battle had ended just like that. Even though they knew it was reality, they still felt like they were dreaming, as if they would never wake up from this dream. Jiang Qin arrived before Xiao Lingxiao. The feather race is only so-so. Jiang Qin sneered. Xiao Lingxiao had tried to harm him time and time again, so Jiang Qin had no reason not to kill him. Jiang Qin, don't be arrogant. My feather race is indestructible. Even if you destroy the feather race of the Crimson East region, can you destroy the entire feather race of Eternal World? Xiao Lingxiao's face was ferocious. He wanted to bite Jiang Qin to death, but he also knew that he did not have the ability to do so. Not to mention that there were so many terrifying experts around, it would be difficult for him to kill Jiang Qin in his current state. You're right. If the feather race provokes me, I will make them disappear from the entire Eternal World sooner or later. The Crimson East region is just the beginning. Next, it will be the Crimson Middle region. It won't be long before there is no place for the feather race in the entire Crimson Cloud star boundary. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Only Jiang Qin would not think that such words came out of his mouth. They would even take it for granted. If it was someone else at the fifth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm who said such words, they would definitely become a laughing stock. Jiang Qin was not bragging. He had said such words many times, and they had become reality in the end. Now that the matter in the Crimson East region was over, he would definitely go to the Crimson Middle region next. He still had important things to do in the Crimson Middle region. He had obtained the treasure left behind by Empress Lin, so he naturally had to work for her. Empress Lin was framed by the feather race. She went from being the empress of a country to being hated by everyone. This was the regret of Empress Lin's life. Jiang Qin wanted to make up for this regret. He wanted to get rid of the real feather bandits of the Lin Kingdom and vindicate Lin Chaofeng. This was a promise he made as a man. I hate it. I only hate that I didn't get rid of you earlier, leaving behind such a disaster. But I have a question. Before I die, can you tell me? Xiao Lingxiao looked at Jiang Qin. You want to ask me how I came out of the land of exile, right? Jiang Qin said. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything and even read other people's thoughts. Xiao Lingxiao's body trembled. He finally felt the true terror of Jiang Qin. This person could not be an enemy at all. That's right. Xiao Lingxiao gritted his teeth. No one knew the power of the Netherworld platform better than him. The Netherworld platform was connected to the land of exile. He firmly believed that the Netherworld platform must have brought Jiang Qin to the land of exile. But Jiang Qin came out unscathed. This had always been the biggest doubt in Xiao Lingxiao's heart. I have my own means, but you don't need to know. It's like I can control these demons for my use. That's probably what you can't figure out. My ability is far beyond your imagination. If you offend me, there's only one end. After Jiang Qin finished speaking, he gave the Black King a look and then turned around coldly. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Xiao Lingxiao let out a final roar before he was killed by the Black King. Xiao Lingxiao was indeed unwilling. He had the ambition and strength, but he was defeated by Jiang Qin. 9 of his sons had died, but in the end, he couldn't take revenge. Xiao Lingxiao's life goal was to rule the entire Crimson East region. Unfortunately, this dream could only be realized in his next life. The Feather Army was completely destroyed, and the Buddha army returned to the Dragon Palace. After all, if they were outside, they would cause too much turmoil. This was one of Jiang Qin's trump cards. Chilling Mountain returned to peace, but the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Chapter 4201. Tens of thousands of humans were strangely quiet at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes were filled with worship and respect as they looked at the figure in front of them that did not seem imposing, but was as tall as a pyramid. Under the calm leadership of Xia Yunpeng and Wu Changtian, tens of thousands of humans bowed to Jiang Qin in unison and did not get up for a long time. At this moment, thousands of words of gratitude were useless. In this world, there were no beautiful words to describe their gratitude to Jiang Qin. This was the true hero of the human race. Jiang Qin's appearance had saved the entire human race of the Crimson East region. Today's Battle of Crimson Mountain would be recorded in the history of the entire Crimson East region. The name Jiang Qin would also be engraved like a monument. From today onwards, statues of Jiang Qin's image would be built in all the cities of the Crimson East region. Jiang Qin's figure was destined to become the symbol of the entire Crimson East region. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog sighed endlessly, especially De Huang Dog. His restless heart could not stop. This was his and Jiang Qin's first stop in the eternal world, and it had ended in the most perfect manner. Wherever Jiang Qin went, he would leave behind his own legend and be admired by future generations. City Lord, sect leader, you don't have to do this. I, Jiang Qin, am a member of the human race. I naturally have to do something for the human race. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Brother Jiang Qin, if it were not for you, how could the human race of the Crimson East region have achieved such a great victory today? The human race of the Crimson East region will always remember Brother Jiang Qin's great kindness. As the head of the martial pavilion and the leader of the human race, it had always been Wu Changtian's dream to annihilate the Feather Clan and allow the human race to truly become the masters of this land. Reality had proven that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin in today's battle, the human race would have been destroyed under his leadership. If that had happened, he would not have been able to truly rest in peace even if he died as the head of the martial pavilion. Alright, now that the war is over, the humans need to recuperate. We can go home now. The remaining Feather Race members are no longer a threat to the humans. We can take our time to clear them out. Jiang Qin said. Alright, let's head back. Wu Changtian waved his hand, and the human race army left the chilling mountain in a majestic manner. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles. This could be considered a great victory for the human race. The human race didn't suffer any major losses. They only suffered some casualties when Jiang Qin wasn't present. However, in such a huge war between races, the number of casualties was nothing. Moreover, from today onwards, the human race had completely become the masters of the Crimson East region, dominating the entire region. The next day, the divine martial city was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The whole world was celebrating. 99 cities in the Crimson East region were all celebrating. The Crimson East region had ushered in an unprecedented great turning point. Inside the martial pavilion, on the purple pill pavilion, Jiang Qin was leisurely lying on a rattan chair, looking very relaxed. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog were playing in the courtyard, making a lot of noise. Jiang Qin's eyes fell on Xiaolong. Ever since this freak's cultivation began to improve, it was as if his bloodline had been developed. His entire person became lively. What kind of physique does this little guy have? Even I can't figure it out at all. Jiang Qin sighed. He was extremely curious about Xiaolong's physique and bloodline, but with his eyesight, he couldn't figure it out at all. However, based on Jiang Qin's experience, Xiaolong's bloodline was definitely supreme. At least, it had never appeared in the previous world. Even in this eternal world, it was almost unique. Moreover, Xiaolong's body contained a certain degree of violence, which could be seen from the battle on Mount Chiling. What was certain was that Xiaolong had never experienced any fighting before, at least not before he met Jiang Qin. Xiaolong's change was after he entered the martial pavilion and began to cultivate. He was a completely different person. Tearing a winged man apart was not something an ordinary person could do. Nameless physique, but he will definitely become a great person in the future. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He didn't know what kind of physique Xiaolong belonged to, so he could only call it nameless physique. This physique was special. Apart from its self-recovery ability, it also brought great enhancement to Xiaolong's body. Xiaolong, come here. Jiang Chen waved at Xiaolong. Big brother. Xiaolong leaped up and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Xiaolong had no relatives other than his grandfather. Jiang Chen was the person he was most grateful and admired. Children's thoughts were very simple. Xiaolong knew that the man in front of him was the big brother he respected the most. Jiang Chen had changed his name, so he would listen to his big brother for the rest of his life. Xiaolong, how about going to the Qizhong region with big brother? Jiang Chen asked. He planned to go to the Qizhong region next. He and De Huang Dog were free and unfettered, so they didn't need to bring many people with them. After all, it would be troublesome to bring them along. Moreover, they were going to look for Long San. Long San had not appeared since he disappeared in the broken Feilu stream. Jiang Chen guessed that Long San must be in the Qizhong region. After all, the broken Feilu stream was also the territory of the Qizhong region. Now that such a big thing had happened in the Qizhong region, but Long San had not appeared. This meant that Long San was definitely not in the Qizhong region. Jiang Chen guessed that Long San would definitely appear in the Qizhong region. In addition to Long San, there was no news of his son, Jiang Feng. His two brothers, Pangu and Hongjun, were also missing. Jiang Chen still had many things to do in the eternal world. As for Xiaolong, Jiang Chen planned to bring him along. This treasure boy wouldn't have much development if he stayed in the Qizhong region. He was a peerless genius who could fight side by side with him and dominate the eternal world in the future. The bigger the stage, the more beneficial it was for Xiaolong's growth. Okay, wherever Big Brother goes, Xiaolong will go. Xiaolong was extremely excited. In his opinion, there was nothing happier than following Jiang Chen. In Xiaolong's heart, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent hero who was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Following Jiang Chen made him feel proud. Chapter 4202. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The change in how Xiaolong addressed Fu had piqued Jiang Chen's interest once again. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked. Sigh, young master might not know this, but after Xiaolong came to the martial pavilion and received guidance from the sect master, it was as if he had opened up a channel in his body. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and it was precisely because he thought he could cultivate that Xiaolong recovered his memories on the second day. Fu let out a sigh. Recovered his memories. What's going on? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed that Xiaolong's background was much more complicated than he had imagined. All right, young master, listen to me slowly. I didn't plan on telling you this at first. After Xiaolong lost his memories, this old man only hoped that he could live a peaceful life. Not remembering the past is a blessing for him. I never thought that Xiaolong's talent would be so great, and he even recovered his memories, so I won't hide it from him. Xiaolong was originally the crown prince of the Yunqiu country in the Scarlet South region. Fu let out a heavy sigh and continued, His Highness was a child with a hard life. The Empress passed away as soon as he was born, but the Emperor still treasured this child very much. He stood his ground and made Xiaolong the crown prince. Unfortunately, His Highness was born weak and sickly, unable to cultivate normally even when he was 7 or 8 years old. He was basically a cripple. You must know that there is no familial love in the royal family, and His Highness did not have any backing to begin with. This naturally aroused the jealousy and dissatisfaction of the other princes. Gradually, even the Emperor lost hope in His Highness, but in consideration of the relationship between father and son, he still preserved His Highness' status as crown prince. When the princes fought for power, His Highness was obviously the first to be sacrificed. The sixth prince had the greatest talent and the greatest influence out of all the princes. The sixth prince had the greatest ambition, and the greater his achievements, the more His Highness Xiaolong would become his stumbling block. In the end, the sixth prince could not help but take action against Xiaolong. He had the support of a heavenly origin expert, so he set up a trap for His Highness Xiaolong. However, directly killing a crown prince wasn't a good thing after all, so they forcefully wiped away his memories, teleporting me and His Highness to the land of exile to fend for themselves. I watched His Highness grow up. Although he was young, he suffered so much. I thought that since His Highness had lost his painful memories, it might not be a bad thing, so I asked Xiaolong to call me grandfather. Fortunately, we met young master in the city of 10,000 evil. Otherwise, the two of us would have been buried in the land of exile. Previously, when young master asked me about it on Mount Chilean, I didn't dare to answer. Firstly, I didn't want Xiaolong to bring up the past. Secondly, young master's cultivation wasn't high enough, so even if you knew, it would be useless. Now that His Highness has recovered his memories and is a peerless genius, young master is a hero of the human race, and has tens of thousands of beasts under your command. I beg young master to uphold justice for His Highness. Tears streamed down Fu's face as he spoke. He even knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Qin 3 times. Uncle Fu, please rise. Jiang Qin waved his hand to help Fu up. It was rare to see such a loyal servant. Uncle Fu, no, grandfather, from now on, you are still my grandfather. I have nothing to do with Yunqiu country anymore. I don't want to go back. Xiaolong said, holding Fu's hand tightly. Although he said that, Jiang Qin could still see a trace of unwillingness in Xiaolong's eyes. Or rather, it was a strong unwillingness. It was clear that Xiaolong's past experiences in Yunqiu country had caused great damage to his heart. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He couldn't help but praise Xiaolong. The fact that Xiaolong was able to call Fu grandpa once again showed that this little fellow was a man who valued friendship and friendship. He didn't have the arrogance and noble heart of a crown prince. Xiaolong, come here. Jiang Qin waved at Xiaolong. Xiaolong came in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin placed his hand on Xiaolong's head and said, "The cruelty of this world is far beyond your imagination. What we have to do is to have the determination not to give in. We have to take back what belongs to us. What you have to take back isn't your status, but your justice. If you can't get your justice back, then the memory of what happened in the past will be forever rooted in your heart, like a thorn. If you want to remove this thorn, you have to." Xiaolong came to Jiang Qin's front. "If you want to remove this thorn, you must go back and take back what originally belonged to you. Otherwise, this thorn will become the biggest obstacle in your path in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes, thank you for your guidance, big brother." Xiaolong understands. "I want to go back and take back what I lost. I don't want the crown prince's status, I want justice." Xiaolong nodded heavily, and his eyes instantly became sharp. "Very good, I'll let you fight for this justice yourself." Jiang Qin patted Xiaolong's head in satisfaction, then looked at Fu. "Uncle Fu, let me ask you, how is the sixth prince's cultivation?" "He's a first-rate genius in the Scarlet South region. His cultivation is probably similar to the first young master of the Yu clan. When he framed us, he was already at the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He's probably at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer now, not far from the 9th heavenly layer," Fu said. Looking at Xiaolong's cultivation, it seemed that it was still far from the 9th heavenly layer. "Yes, there's no hurry. Xiaolong can surpass him in 2 months." Jiang Qin said with incomparable confidence. He had changed his mind now. He was not in a hurry to go to the Scarlet Middle region. He would go to the Scarlet South region first to settle the matter with Xiaolong before going to the Scarlet Middle region. At that time, He would respect Xiaolong's choice if Xiaolong wanted to leave with him or stay in the Yunqiu country as the crown prince. In 2 months, Jiang Chen was confident that he could raise Xiaolong to the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With Xiaolong's miraculous constitution, it would be a piece of cake for the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm to fight against the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If it was someone else, Jiang Chen naturally would not dare to boast about advancing from the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm to the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in 2 months, but Xiaolong was different. This little monster had only used less than a month to advance to the Earth Source realm. And judging from Xiaolong's aura, the benefits of bloodline stimulation were far from over. Although his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced at the Earth Source realm, it would not be a problem for him to advance in 2 months with Jiang Chen's help. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog needed time to continue growing. Their cultivation was far from enough to go to the Scarlet Middle region. However, the progress of their cultivation could not be estimated with common sense. Jiang Chen's goal was for him, De Huang Dog, and Xiaolong to reach the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in 2 months. And in the past 2 months, almost 1,000 of the demons in the Dragon Palace would recover to the heavenly source realm. It would not be a problem for the Black King to recover to the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Only when one's individual strength and overall strength became stronger would they be able to walk further and further in the future. Chapter 4203. For a cultivation ancestor like Jiang Chen, it was not difficult to raise his cultivation in 2 months. Most importantly, Xiaolong and the others were just too powerful, ridiculously powerful. Alchemy, adventuring, heavenly resources, they had everything. With Jiang Chen's current status, he could use all the resources of the human race as he wished. In just 2 short months, the results were just as Jiang Chen had expected. He, De Huang Dog, and Xiaolong had all reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. There was no need to mention Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. A resolute look appeared on Xiaolong's young face, and his eyes became even colder. Xiaolong had experienced countless battles and life and death battles in the past 2 months. His battle experience was much richer than ordinary cultivators who had cultivated for decades. Jiang Chen had also taught Xiaolong several battle skills. Xiaolong could choose any battle skill from the martial pavilion, and Jiang Chen had personally used the God of Craftsmanship's chart to create a nameless sword for Xiaolong to use as his life-bound weapon. Tears streamed down Fu's face when he saw Xiaolong's transformation. When he had been transported to the land of exile, Fu had never dreamed that Xiaolong would have such a day. All of this seemed like a dream to him. Apart from Jiang Chen and the others, the Dragon Palace had also undergone earth-shattering changes. In the past 2 months, at least 1,000 heavenly source experts had appeared. If such a huge lineup were to be released, the impact would be unimaginable. The Black King had even reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. With his abilities, he would even dare to kill 4th heavenly layer heavenly source experts. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Chen led thousands of beasts over, let alone the Yunqiu country, even the entire Crimson South region would have to submit. Let's go to the Crimson South region, Jiang Chen said. All right. Xiaolong's aura shook. When he returned this time, he would definitely shock the entire Yunqiu country. Xiaolong wanted to return double the damage that the 6th prince had done to him. He wanted to take back what belonged to him with his own hands and give him justice. Jiang Chen brought De Huang Dog, Xiaolong, and Fu to prepare to leave the Crimson East region the next day. On this day, all the familiar people of the Shenwu city came to send Jiang Chen off. Because they all knew that Jiang Chen would never come back once he left. As the saying goes, dragons swim in the ocean and phoenixes soar in the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen didn't belong to a small place like Red East region. A man like him would definitely go to a bigger stage. What Jiang Chen had left behind was glory, a glory that would never be erased. The next morning, outside Shenwu City, Xia Yunping, Wu Changtian, Yun Xinan, Zhenyang, Dan Qingzi, Xia Ting, Chen Yiren, Nia Xiaoying, Ji Tian. Everyone who was familiar with Jiang Qin came out of the city to see him off. Go back. We'll meet again in the pugilistic world. Jiang Qin left after saying that. Looking at the figure in the void getting further and further away, everyone's mood was stuck. Chen Yiren and Nia Xiaoying's eyes shone with a strange light. Which girl didn't yearn for love? No girl could resist Jiang Chen's image, even the arrogant Chen Yiren. But both of them knew that Jiang Chen and they were not from the same world. Jiang Chen was only a passerby here. Yiren, forget him as soon as possible. Yun Xinan sighed. He had originally planned to let Chen Yiren fetch Jiang Chen's bride, but now it seemed that there was no chance. A person like Jiang Chen was destined to have his own matters. Godfather, what are you saying? In my heart, Master is worthy of respect. Chen Yiren blushed. Pass down the order. Statues of Jiang Chen are to be built in all 99 cities of the Crimson East region. Although Jiang Chen has left, he will still be revered by the people of the Crimson East region for generations to come. Wu Changtian said. He is worthy of such glory. Xia Yunping nodded. He was more grateful to Jiang Chen than anyone else here. Jiang Chen had truly saved his life in the city lord's mansion. I must work hard to cultivate and go to the Crimson Middle region as soon as possible to follow in Master's footsteps. Xia Ting clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Jiang Chen would be the idol he would follow for the rest of his life. He would be his greatest goal in the future. Good son, Dad has high hopes for you. Xia Yunping patted Xia Ting's shoulder. This son of his was also his pride, his supreme glory. The group lingered outside the city for a while longer. Jiang Chen's figure had completely disappeared. Since then, the Crimson East region's matter had been completely resolved. Jiang Chen left the Crimson East region and went to the Crimson South region to settle Xiaolong's matter. After that, he would go to the Crimson Middle region, the real stage of the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. The Crimson East region and the Crimson South region were hundreds of millions of miles apart. The distance between the two regions was like a heavenly tribulation. It was too far. This was also the reason why the two regions were almost like a separate world. With Jiang Chen's cultivation, it would take at least 3 months to fly from the Crimson East region to the Crimson South region. However, Jiang Chen had the sky ascending stairway. Naturally, it was a shortcut. Relying on the sky ascending stairway, it only took Jiang Chen 2 days to reach the boundary of the Crimson South region. The sky ascending stairway is really useful. It's a pity that it's only a broken piece. If I could get another piece, its effect would at least be several times stronger. Jiang Chen sighed. A treasure like the sky ascending stairway was really too perfect. Of course, he wasn't greedy. It was already quite good to get a piece of the sky ascending stairway. As for the rest of the sky ascending stairway, it would be up to fate. It was also proven that the sky ascending stairway had helped Jiang Chen a lot in the Crimson East region. Without the sky ascending stairway, it would have been impossible for him to achieve so much in such a short period of time and deal with the Yu clan in the Crimson East region so quickly. In fact, without the help of the sky ascending stairway, Jiang Chen's life would have been in danger several times. Not only could he come and go freely in the land of exile, but Xiao Lingxiao's sneak attack when he just came out of the Star Lord's ruins could have taken his life. In Jiang Chen's heart, the sky ascending stairway had become the most precious treasure. Not only was it useful in the past, but it would also be of great use in the future. He intended to collect all the remaining pieces of the sky ascending stairway, but it was up to fate. I never thought that I would be able to return to the Crimson South region again. Fu's eyes were filled with tears. He naturally had a fundamental attachment to the Crimson South region. After all, his entire life was here. When he was sent to the land of exile by the sixth prince, Fu had already lost all hope. He never dreamed that he would have the chance to return to the Crimson South region in this lifetime. Uncle Fu, lead the way. We will go directly to the Yunqiu country. Chapter 4204. All right. Fu nodded as excitement appeared on his face. He knew of Jiang Chen's abilities. He had destroyed the entire Yu clan in the Crimson East region all by himself and could practically sweep across the entire Crimson South region. Therefore, Fu was not afraid of anything this time. He did not need to be afraid at all. The ones who should be afraid should be the sixth prince and the others. Those who had heard him and Xiaolong previously would be trembling in fear this time. Under Fu's lead, Jiang Chen and the others quickly arrived at the Yunqiu country. Jiang Chen's goal was very clear. He did not care about anything in the Yunqiu country and directly brought Xiaolong to the imperial capital. At this moment, in the Crown Prince's palace in the imperial capital of the Yunqiu country. The magnificent Crown Prince's palace was originally where Xiaolong lived, but now that the owner had changed, the current Crown Prince's palace was even more luxurious than before. It had clearly been decorated. After the sixth prince got rid of Xiaolong, his wish was fulfilled. On the fifth day after Xiaolong's disappearance, he was reinstated as the Crown Prince and moved into the Crown Prince's palace, becoming the new owner. In the main hall of the Crown Prince's palace, a handsome young man held an alluring beauty in his arms. The hall was filled with singing and dancing, and the guests of the Crown Prince's palace sat on both sides. At this moment, the sixth prince, the Crown Prince, could be said to be riding on the crest of success. In the entire Yunqiu country, he was the future ruler of the country and had countless riches, beauties, and everything that one could wish for. Your Highness, you will definitely lead our Yunqiu country to the pinnacle in the future. That's right, the Crown Prince is truly a dragon among men and a natural ruler. The future of our Yunqiu country will depend on the Crown Prince. I suggest that we toast the Crown Prince together. All right, in the future, we will follow the Crown Prince and enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. A group of guests were sucking up to the Crown Prince, and there was no lack of heavenly source experts among them. Now that the Crown Prince was like the sun in the sky, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. If nothing unexpected happened, the future ruler of the Yunqiu country would definitely be the Crown Prince. If they did not take advantage of this time to curry favor with the Crown Prince, it would be too late when the Crown Prince became the emperor. Sure. The Crown Prince raised his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Master, I don't know why, but I feel uneasy today. The Crown Prince put down his cup and gestured for the beauty in his arms to leave. Afterwards, he looked at an old man beside him. The old man's hair and beard were all white, making him seem like a banished immortal. His cultivation was also extremely powerful, having reached the second heavenly layer of heavenly origin. Even the Crown Prince had to be respectful to him, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. It was no wonder that the Crown Prince was able to do so well in the Yunqiu kingdom. Even a second heavenly layer heavenly origin expert was willing to follow him. There was nothing the Crown Prince couldn't do in the tiny Scarlet South region. One had to know that even the current emperor had to treat a second heavenly layer heavenly origin expert with respect. I'm used to living like a prince, so it's inevitable that I'm a little unstable. Don't worry, Master is here. Even if the sky collapses, Master is here to support it. The old man said. Obviously, he attached great importance to Gao Dang's disciple. Rumble, at this moment, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from outside. It was so loud that the wine on the table began to sway and splatter. What happened? The Crown Prince suddenly stood up and shouted. He knew that something must have happened since he was feeling uneasy. However, He wanted to see who would be so daring as to come to his territory and behave so atrociously. At this moment, a guard with a swollen face rushed in frantically. He clutched his face as he yelled, "Your Highness, it's bad. The Crown Prince has returned." "It's the Crown Prince, it's the Crown Prince." "What Crown Prince? Where did this Crown Prince come from? There's only one Crown Prince in the Yunqiu Kingdom. Who else dares to call themselves Crown Prince other than me?" The Crown Prince's face turned cold as he angrily retorted, "It's me." As soon as the Crown Prince finished speaking, a young and tender voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man with a strong physique walking in with vigorous steps. Xiaolong could naturally be described as well-built. Having reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he first started. Not only had he grown much taller, he had also become extremely muscular. His body was like a dragon, filled with explosive power with every movement. At this moment, Xiaolong was holding 2 guards in each of his hands as he glared at the Crown Prince. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the Crown Prince. Xiaolong. The Crown Prince's expression immediately changed when he saw Xiaolong, as if he had seen a ghost. Although Xiaolong's appearance had changed, the Crown Prince could still recognize him with a single glance. This was too shocking. The Crown Prince could not believe it at all. The person he thought was already dead had appeared before him, alive and well. This must be a dream. "Sixth brother, you must be very surprised to see me return." Xiaolong sneered and casually threw the 2 guards to the ground. They were covered in blood as they lay there motionless, as if they were cripples. "Brat, how dare you kill the people of the Crown Prince's palace?" One of them stood up and pointed at Xiaolong. In reality, there was not a single person present who did not know Xiaolong. After all, they were currently in someone else's territory. At this moment, everyone in the Crown Prince's palace, including the Crown Prince's master, was extremely shocked. They could not believe what they had just seen, especially the Crown Prince's master. He had personally sent Xiaolong and Fu to the land of exile. This was something he was certain of. With Fu and Xiaolong's abilities, they would definitely die in the land of exile. Even if they did not die, it would be impossible for them to walk out alive. What was even more shocking was that the little piece of trash who could not cultivate had appeared in front of them, a 7th heavenly layer Earth Source expert in such a short amount of time. A 12-year-old 7th heavenly layer Earth Source expert was a peerless monster. There was not a single one like him in the entire Crimson South region. A fortuitous encounter. It had to be a fortuitous encounter. This kid's life was just too good. My own dogs, yet they tried to stop me from entering. I'm already being considerate of our past relationship by not killing them directly. The 8th heavenly layer Earth Source burly man did not even manage to put up any resistance. He was easily killed by Xiaolong. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Crown Prince's master, the white-haired old man, was stunned. Had this kid actually become so terrifying? Spectacular, spectacular, cheers could be heard from outside. A young man dressed in white walked in leisurely. Beside him was a big yellow dog that looked as majestic as a bull, and an old man. Who else could it be but Ah Fu? "Who are you?" the Crown Prince barked. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I'm here to help Xiaolong and get justice for him." Jiang Qin spoke. He had witnessed Xiaolong's ferocity earlier, so it could be said that he admired the little guy very much. "Humph. Just you." The white-haired old man snorted coldly. He did not take this uninvited guest seriously at all. Even though Xiaolong's actions had shocked him, the old man did not take him seriously at all. In his eyes, an ant was still an ant no matter how big it was. What could it do before absolute strength? That's right, just me. Jiang Chen glanced at the old man. He did not seem to care at all. Without a doubt, this indifference had hurt the old man's dignity. As the master of the Crown Prince and a second heavenly layer heavenly origin expert, there was no one in the Yunqiu kingdom who dared to be so rude to him. Is that so? How do you plan on helping him? The old man narrowed his eyes. His killing intent did not decrease. It's simple. Let Xiaolong and the Crown Prince fight to the death on the decisive arena. Jiang Chen nonchalantly said. His main goal in coming back this time was for Xiaolong to personally get justice for him, so he did not complain to the emperor and directly came to the Crown Prince's hall. The Crown Prince had framed Xiaolong in private, so Xiaolong obviously wanted to resolve their grievances in private. If the emperor stepped forward, it would not be so easy to resolve. The Crown Prince's face could not help but twitch when he heard this. If he had to fight someone at the seventh heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he would definitely look down on it. When Xiaolong had first appeared, the Crown Prince had been surprised, but he did not take him seriously at all. However, after personally witnessing Xiaolong's strength, the Crown Prince's attitude had completely changed. If he was asked to fight Xiaolong on the decisive arena, he probably would not even have the courage to do so. The Crown Prince was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, but due to his outstanding talent, even ordinary 9th heavenly layer Earth Source experts were not his opponent. Xiaolong was strong, but it would not be easy for him to defeat the Crown Prince. However, given the current situation, it didn't seem like there was any need for him to pay attention to Jiang Chen's suggestion. Chapter 4206. Whether I have the qualifications or not isn't up to you to decide. It's also not up to you to decide whether I can enter the arena. It's still up to me. Jiang Chen was calm and unruffled. The heavenly origin experts before him were not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Let alone the fact that he had killed over 1,000 heavenly origin realm beasts. He could easily kill a first heavenly layer heavenly origin expert with his own abilities if he went all out. How arrogant. I'd like to see just what gives you the right to be so arrogant. Capture them, dead or alive. The Crown Prince was so angry that he laughed. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as the Crown Prince. In other words, he had never seen someone as arrogant as the Crown Prince in Yunqiu country. Boom! Under the Crown Prince's command, a first heavenly layer heavenly source elder was the first to move. His body began to casually ripple, flipping over the surrounding tables. Waves of air surged out as the elder reached out with his hand, grabbing towards Jiang Chen with lightning speed. Countless people were smiling at the close-range attack of a heavenly source expert. There were basically no surprises. This grab would definitely crush that reckless fellow's head. There was basically no doubt about this. Jiang Chen stood there with one hand behind his back. He did not even bat an eyelid in the face of a heavenly source expert's attack, nor did he make any movements to dodge. He completely treated the elder as if he did not exist. You're courting death. The elder was extremely angry. He was a mighty heavenly source expert. There was no one in the entire Crimson South region that dared to look down on him. The elder ground his teeth, swearing that he would definitely take Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen naturally had his reasons for not moving. He did not need to move at all. If he wanted to intimidate the Crown Prince today, his own strength was far from enough. He needed the Black King to appear as well. With a flash of black light, a black figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, without any prior signs of life. The moment the black figure appeared, demon chi surged into the sky, filling the entire hall with layers of pressure. If it were not for the fact that the pressure was being controlled, the entire hall would have been flipped upside down. Bang! The black figure threw a punch after appearing, landing heavily on the elder's arm. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as everyone saw a bloody mist. The first heavenly layer, heavenly origin. Old man's entire arm had been shattered, turning into a bloody mist that filled the air with the pungent smell of blood. The old man who had lost his arm fell to the ground and screamed in pain. At this time, people finally saw the appearance of the black shadow. It was a man who was as strong as an iron tower. He wore a black armor and had a resolute and fierce face. The word king was faintly discernible between his eyebrows. It was a tiger demon. A third heavenly layer, heavenly source tiger demon was so powerful that even the current emperor would not be its opponent. To put it bluntly, this black tiger alone could sweep away all the experts in the Red South region. Qualification. This was the qualification. So strong. A third heavenly layer, heavenly source tiger demon. Even the strongest expert of the Yinqiu country wouldn't be its opponent. How does this guy have such powerful assistants? Just who is he? It's over. With such an expert here, we can't resist at all. It seems like the Crown Prince and the little Crown Prince will have to fight on the decisive battle platform today. Everyone's expressions changed. The other two first heavenly layer, heavenly source experts who had originally planned on fighting could not help but take 2 steps back under the pressure of the Black King. They felt their mouths go dry, no longer daring to fight. The Crown Prince's aura shook and he strode towards the training field of the Crown Prince's palace. Everyone followed closely behind and soon arrived at the huge training field of the Crown Prince's palace. This action naturally alarmed the entire palace. Soon, the entire training field was filled with people. In the center of the training field was a towering battle platform. Usually, it was the training ground for the guards of the Crown Prince's palace. The Crown Prince had never stepped onto it before. No one expected that he would personally step onto the platform today. Oh my God, isn't that the little Crown Prince? Didn't he go missing? Why is he back? Yes, I heard that he fell off a cliff during a hunt. The Emperor personally went down the cliff and couldn't find him. He thought he was dead. Look, the little Crown Prince is so strong. How is this possible? Isn't he unable to cultivate? Many of the servants in the Crown Prince's palace were still the same people. When they saw the little Crown Prince appear, they were all shocked and couldn't believe it was true. Chapter 4207. The news spread very quickly. The battle between the young Crown Prince and the current Crown Prince was a huge matter in the Yinqiu country. It was impossible to cover it up. Moreover, no one tried to hide it, because the commotion caused by the battle between 2 earthly source geniuses was enough to shake the entire capital. Powerful presences swept over from the imperial palace. The one leading them wore a dragon robe and was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Although he had just reached the 3rd heavenly layer, he was definitely a peak existence in the tiny Crimson South region. He was the current emperor of the Yinqiu country. Long hair, you're not dead. The emperor could not hide his excitement when he appeared and saw Xiaolong. Jiang Chen saw all of this. His father was not too bad after all. Greetings, father. The Crown Prince and Xiaolong bowed to the emperor. You can cultivate now. How can your cultivation be so strong? The emperor's countenance changed. Obviously, he was greatly shocked. Father, I had a fortuitous encounter, so I can cultivate now. I've come back this time to fight Six Brother and see who's more suitable to be the Crown Prince. Xiaolong said. He did not mention that the Crown Prince had framed him, which made the Crown Prince feel relieved. But at the same time, the Crown Prince could not help but feel shocked. Xiaolong's words showed his confidence in this battle. Xiaolong had said that if he lost, he would still let the Crown Prince be the Crown Prince, so he did not say the whole story. He could be considered a man. And the more he did so, the more the crown prince was forced into a dead end. Now that the emperor had appeared, the crown prince only had one chance to save his life, and that was to defeat Xiaolong. If he lost, he would lose everything. That's fine. I promise you that as long as you defeat the crown prince, I will restore your position as crown prince. The emperor said. He wasn't a fool. He could clearly see who was more talented and qualified to inherit the throne. It had only been a short time since Xiaolong started cultivating, but he had actually reached such a height. This was something unimaginable. It would shock the world if word of it got out. That's right. That's right. He would never believe such a monster if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Sixth brother, make your move. We'll do as we said before. Xiaolong Lang looked at the crown prince. He waved his arm, and a terrifying energy swept out. He used the floating cloud palm, which flickered between light and dark, attacking the crown prince. The floating cloud palm was a combat skill that Jiang Qin had selected from the martial pavilion for Xiaolong. Although it was called the floating cloud palm, its offensive and destructive power was truly formidable. An illusory palm print blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The crown prince didn't dare to be careless. He leaped into the air and punched out with an indescribably domineering aura. Your Majesty, the little crown prince is so strong. In my opinion, he must have been suppressed by his bloodline before, which is why he couldn't cultivate. The little crown prince must have a unique and powerful bloodline. The accident last time might have stimulated the little crown prince's bloodline, which is why his cultivation has improved so much. Yeah, but isn't his growth a little too fast? He's at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, and his battle prowess seems to be extremely proficient, as if he's an experienced expert. His presence is even stronger than the crown prince, who's a level higher than him. I would never believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. It's our Yunqiu country's fortune that the crown prince is so powerful. The experts beside the emperor were all shocked. They could not help but sigh in amazement when they saw Xiaolong's attack. Not only had his cultivation soared, but his battle experience had also become richer. This had completely exceeded their imaginations. The emperor did not say anything. His brows were tightly knitted together. He felt that this battle was not as simple as he had imagined it to be. With his insight as a heavenly source expert, he could naturally tell that Xiaolong's attacks were extremely sharp, filled with endless rage and killing intent. How was this a competition? This was basically a battle of life and death. Could it be that Long or falling off the cliff has something to do with the crown prince? The emperor was not a fool. He had his own guesses. Asterisk rumble, asterisk waves of air surged on the arena. Xiaolong's floating cloud palm had reached great heights. With just a single move, he had gained the upper hand, suppressing the crown prince. Following that, Xiaolong pressed forward relentlessly, beating up the crown prince until he could only defend, unable to retaliate at all. Countless people were stupefied by this scene. Who could have imagined that the crown prince, who was known as the #1 genius of the Yunqiu country, could not even withstand a single blow from Xiaolong? Or rather, it was not that the crown prince was weak, but that Xiaolong was too strong. The current Xiaolong was like a monster in human form, extremely ferocious. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh when he saw all of this. What kind of bloodline do you think this kid has? Isn't it too abnormal? The Huang dog could not help but ask. Even with his vast knowledge, he could not tell what kind of physique Xiaolong had. It should be a rare physique in the eternal world. We have never seen it before. This kid's future is limitless. Jiang Qin sighed. He felt that he had underestimated Xiaolong's bloodline. On the arena, Xiaolong's attacks became stronger and stronger, not giving the crown prince any chance. Blood flowed from the corner of the crown prince's mouth, and his aura was in a mess. The white-haired elder could not help but sigh, closing his eyes unwillingly. The outcome was already decided. The Crown Prince was going to lose. Compared to this little monster, the Crown Prince was on a completely different level. The white-haired elder had spent his entire life on the Crown Prince. As long as the Crown Prince could ascend to the throne, his status in the Yunqiu country would rise to an unimaginable height. Unfortunately, all of this would be for naught. The Crown Prince was defeated, utterly defeated. Even if Xiaolong did not kill the Crown Prince, even if Xiaolong did not become the Crown Prince, it would not be the sixth prince's turn. This battle had already shattered the Crown Prince's morale. Even if he did not die, it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation in the future. How could the Yunqiu country allow a person without morale to become the emperor? Moreover, looking at Xiaolong, even if the Crown Prince did not die today, he would at least lose a layer of skin. On the arena, Xiaolong's aura was unparalleled. The little monster was extremely fierce. With a shake of his arm, the nameless sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword high and slashed at the Crown Prince. "No!" the Crown Prince exclaimed. He felt a dangerous aura that he had never felt before. In his current state, he would definitely not be able to block Xiaolong's sword. "Long hair, stop it quickly." Seeing this, the emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted for Xiaolong to stop. He originally thought that it was just a simple duel, and it would be enough to determine the winner. But looking at Xiaolong now, it was not a battle of victory, but a battle of life and death. Chapter 4208. The emperor's voice made Xiaolong's sword stop for a moment, but only for a moment. The sword continued to fall, and the young man's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. "Quick, stop!" The emperor was shocked. He moved his body and was about to stop him. He could not imagine what his youngest son had experienced during his disappearance. How could he have such a cold and mature temperament at such a young age? Even the countless adult cultivators of the Yunqiu country could not compare to his decisive battle and killing. The emperor was very sad. He did not understand why Xiaolong would kill his brother. No matter what, they were brothers. Whoosh! Just when the emperor was about to stop him, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Black King. "Get out of my way!" The emperor was furious. He could not believe that there was someone who dared to stop him in the Yunqiu country. Boom, however, the Black King erupted with an aura like that of a king. Under this aura, even the Heavenly Emperor, who was also at the third layer of the Heavenly Source realm, could not help but keep quiet out of fear. He felt an unparalleled pressure. The Emperor's expression changed drastically. He knew that he had encountered a real expert. At this moment, a miserable scream rang out. On the battle platform, the Crown Prince's arm was cut off by Xiaolong. The pampered Crown Prince had never suffered such an injury before. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. To him, losing an arm was no different from taking his life. "Sixth brother, I've cut off your arm today. The grievances between us are written off. After today, I will leave the Crimson South region and never see you again." Xiaolong looked at the screaming Crown Prince and said Leng Leng. He did not kill the Crown Prince out of consideration for their brotherhood. Jiang Chen secretly nodded. This was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. This was the kind of person that Jiang Chen had his eyes on. In Jiang Chen's view, Xiaolong had achieved his goal this time. The Crown Prince's arm was the justice that Xiaolong wanted. The entire training ground fell silent. Aside from the Crown Prince's blood-curdling screams, everyone else's expressions were unsightly. After all, most of the people here had followed the Crown Prince. Now that they saw the Crown Prince crumble, how could they be happy? This was especially true for those who had followed the Crown Prince to frame the little dragon. No matter what, they would never have imagined that the little trash who could not cultivate, who had always been an ant and a plaything in their eyes, would have a day where he could make a comeback. Furthermore, he was ridiculously strong. Who are you? Why did you stop me? The emperor looked at the Black King. He was too curious. There was absolutely no such person in the Red South region. He knew very well how many experts there were in the Red South region. At least, there was no one who could directly suppress him in terms of momentum. The Black King didn't say anything. He turned around and returned to Jiang Chen's side, standing behind Jiang Chen. From this display, even a fool would understand that this powerful heavenly source expert listened to the young man in white. However, just who was this young man in white? Why did he have so much power to make a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert follow him wholeheartedly? This was just too absurd. It must be said that a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert was already an overlord in the Red South region. Emperor, it doesn't matter who I am because I'm just a passerby to the Yunqiu kingdom. Jiang Chen looked at the emperor and said indifferently. Now that he had finished what he needed to do, all he needed to do next was head to the Red Middle region. At this moment, Xiaolong sheathed his sword and arrived before the emperor. He bowed deeply and said, "Father, I've already died once. It was Big Brother who saved me, so I've only returned to do something that I haven't finished yet. Now that it's done, I'll be following Big Brother to the Red Middle region." The emperor's expression changed once again when he heard this. He was not an idiot. Xiaolong's words revealed too much information. The emperor could not help but glance at the crown prince, who had been saved by the crown prince's master, and let out a long sigh. How could the emperor not guess that Xiaolong's disappearance was definitely related to the crown prince, which was why Xiaolong had been so heavy-handed on the battle stage? However, Xiaolong did not reveal the reason or the details to the crown prince. He had left a sliver of face for the crown prince and the emperor of the Yunqiu kingdom. However, this also showed Xiaolong's determination to leave. Even the position of crown prince and the Yunqiu kingdom could not attract Xiaolong's attention. In reality, the emperor understood that Xiaolong's determination to leave was very firm from the moment he refused to reveal the whole story. This was a silent farewell. The Red South region is good. With your talent, the small Red South region should not be able to trap you. You should go to a bigger stage, and the Red South region is undoubtedly the best choice. However, the Red South region is hundreds of millions of miles away, and there are countless dangerous places in between. You must be careful. If your cultivation is successful in the future, remember to come back for a visit. The emperor sighed. Since Xiaolong had already made up his mind, the emperor did not say anything more. Moreover, he had seen Xiaolong's potential and talent today. It was indeed a bit unfair for such a genius to stay in the small Red South region. I understand. After I leave, I hope that father will treat Uncle Fu well. Xiaolong said. He had to make proper arrangements for Uncle Fu before he left. The White Tiger would definitely hold a grudge against him for what happened today. They could not do anything to him, so it was inevitable that they would vent their anger on Uncle Fu. In the entire Yunqiu kingdom, the only person he could trust was his father. Only a big figure like his father could truly protect Uncle Fu. Don't worry. The emperor promised. Even so, Xiaolong was still worried. His cold eyes swept over the experts in the crown prince's palace, and finally landed on the crown prince and the white-haired elder. Everyone in the crown prince's palace, listen carefully. If anything happens to Uncle Fu, I, Xiaolong, will definitely return to the Yunqiu kingdom and settle the score with each and every one of you. I believe that when I return, none of you will be a match for me. Xiaolong Lengleng said. He was just a 12-year-old boy, but at this moment, he had endless majesty. The white-haired elder and the others could not help but feel regret in their hearts. The last trace of resentment in their hearts also disappeared. In the future, not only would they not dare to hurt Uncle Fu, but they would also have to think of ways to protect him. Chapter 4209. The Crown Prince lost an arm and was treated by the white-haired elder. The Emperor repeatedly invited Jiang Qin and Xiaolong to the imperial palace. Jiang Qin nodded in agreement. After all, no one knew when Xiaolong would return from the Qizhong region. The Emperor was a good person. At least, he loved Xiaolong very much. Even when Xiaolong was a cripple, the Emperor did not give up on him. He did not even remove him from the Crown Prince position. In Jiang Qin's eyes, the Emperor was not only a ruler of a country, but also a good father. In the Emperor's imperial garden, the Emperor arranged a banquet table, which could be regarded as his son's farewell. Xiaolong told the Emperor about his experience, especially about the land of exile. The Emperor could not help but sigh after listening. Although Xiaolong did not mention the Crown Prince, the Emperor was smart enough to guess that the Crown Prince must have been the reason why Xiaolong was sent to the land of exile. Jiang Qin. The Jiang Qin who destroyed the entire Feather clan by himself in the Qidong region? The Emperor's eyes widened when he heard the name Jiang Qin and knew that they came from the Qidong region. Yes, Big Brother led thousands of demons to destroy the entire Feather clan in the Qidong region. Father, you didn't see that scene. It was really amazing. Xiaolong was beaming with joy. He had become a naive child again. He was completely different from the little monster with unparalleled combat strength on the battle platform. Oh my God! The Emperor was stunned. He no longer had the dignity of an emperor. He looked at Jiang Qin with admiration. He had become a little fan in an instant. I didn't expect my name to have spread to the Qinan region. Jiang Qin smiled helplessly, but this was normal. After all, the Red South domain was also part of the Crimson Afterglow star boundary. Although the Crimson East domain and the Red South domain were far apart, they still kept in touch with each other. It was just that no one would pay attention to ordinary things. However, news of Jiang Qin wiping out the entire Feather race single-handedly would naturally spread throughout the Crimson Afterglow astral. It's not just the Scarlet South region. I'm afraid Brother Jiang Qin's name has already spread to the Scarlet Middle region. After all, this is a matter of extermination. I have to give Brother Jiang a friendly reminder that you'll definitely have a lot of trouble in the Scarlet Middle region. You've exterminated the Feather clan of a large region. If you go to the Scarlet Middle region, the Feather clan will definitely not let you off. In the entire Qixia star boundary, the Human clan and the Feather clan are enemies. The Feather clan can be found all over the Qixia star boundary and is very powerful. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid your name has already entered the kill list of the Feather clan in the Qixia star boundary. The Emperor sighed. It was obvious that he had lowered his attitude very much. Even the title of Jin had directly changed to I. This was the reality. The path of cultivation was all about the level of one's cultivation. In front of a true expert, a ruler of a country was nothing. For someone like Jiang Qin, if he wanted to, he could destroy the entire Yunqiu country at will. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, the Feather clan of the Qixia star boundary will also be destroyed in my hands. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He was not surprised that his name was on the kill list of the Feather clan of the Qixia star boundary. The Feather clan always had a way of knowing everything. Back then, when he killed some Feather clan members in the Broken Filiu, the Feather clan of the Qixia star boundary knew about it. Moreover, now that he had exterminated the entire Feather clan of a large region, it would be abnormal if the Feather clan of the Qixia star boundary did not target him. But did Jiang Qin care? He did not care at all. The pressure from the Feather clan was a challenge for him on his journey. Jiang Qin had always been fearless, and he did not care about the strength of his enemies. The stronger the enemy, the happier he was. Jiang Chen was now a person with an absolute trump card. Not to mention the stairway to heaven, just the Dragon Palace alone gave Jiang Chen an unparalleled force. The cultivation of the 10,000 beasts was constantly recovering, and with the strength of the Black King, as long as he was given time, it would not be a problem for him to recover to the level of a Star Lord. Moreover, Jiang Chen had an intuition that as long as his cultivation advanced to the heavenly source realm, it would be possible to open the second floor of the Dragon Palace. The treasures in the second floor would definitely be more powerful. It could be something or the experts who followed Long Futu in the past. To put it bluntly, with the Dragon Palace in hand, Jiang Chen's foundation was almost greater than that of any major force in the entire Qixia star boundary. After all, the Dragon Palace was a treasure left behind by Long Futu. Who was Long Futu? He was a great figure who stood at the peak of the eternal world, a peerless existence that could almost threaten the Eternal Lord. To put it bluntly, Long Futu could destroy the entire Qixia star boundary with a snap of his fingers. They were not on the same level at all. The Yunqiu Emperor sighed. If it was anyone else who said that they would one day destroy the entire feather clan of the Qixia star boundary, he would definitely scoff and treat it as a fart. However, these words came from the mouth of this young man in white, and the Yunqiu Emperor could not tell that he was bragging at all. The Yunqiu Emperor suddenly felt that Xiaolong was really lucky to be able to follow such a person. Brother Jiang, on this journey to the Qixia star boundary, there will be a black wind heavenly territory in between. I'm afraid that it is tens of thousands of miles in circumference. It is filled with natural hurricanes, and it is extremely dangerous to pass through. Brother Jiang Qin, you must be careful. As far as I know, this black wind heavenly territory is a place that even a Star Lord can't directly pass through. The Yunqiu Emperor solemnly reminded. Hurricane heavenly territory. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. I will be extra careful. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. Although this hurricane heavenly territory would be a little troublesome, after all, even a Star Lord couldn't directly pass through it. This meant that his heaven ascending ladder was probably useless. After all, there was only one piece of the heaven ascending ladder, and its ability was limited. However, Jiang Qin did not panic. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. There was nothing to panic about. He had been to countless dangerous places in his life, and a mere hurricane heavenly territory was really nothing to him. After the banquet, Jiang Chen did not stay for long and left with Xiaolong and De Huang Dog. On this trip to the Qidong domain, Xiaolong was most worried about Uncle Fu. However, Uncle Fu was personally protected by the Emperor, so his safety would not be a problem. As for those people from the Crown Prince Palace, Xiaolong had absolute reason to believe that they would not dare to do anything secretly unless they were not afraid of death. Outside the Yunqiu country, Xiaolong looked back into the distance. He did not know when he would return to this place where he grew up. Boy, if you don't want to leave, it is not too late to go back now. De Huang Dog said. Who doesn't want to leave? I want to go to a big place with Big Brother. Xiaolong tapped his nose and left without looking back. This little guy. De Huang Dog chuckled. Let's go to the Qidong domain. Jiang Chen's body swayed and he flew away. The Qidong domain was hundreds of millions of miles away. At least, it was much further than the distance between the Qidong domain and the Qinan domain. Along the way, the heaven ascending ladder was indispensable. Chapter 42:10. Even with the stairway to heaven, it would be a long journey to reach the Qizhong region. Moreover, he could not use the stairway to heaven all the time. There was a price to pay for using the stairway to heaven. Every time he used it, it would consume a lot of Jiang Chen's origin energy. Jiang Chen estimated that there wouldn't be any obstacles along the way, and it would take at least a month to reach the Red Mid region. However, Jiang Chen didn't believe that there wouldn't be any trouble along the way. As a result, Jiang Chen extended the time limit to 2 months if there were no accidents. It would be pretty good if he could reach the Qizhong region in 2 months. With a companion on the way, the journey would not be boring. In particular, the Huang dog was a clown who could get along well with Xiaolong. The two of them chattered along the way, making it hard for Jiang Chen to be quiet even if he wanted to. Of course, it was rare for Jiang Chen to have such a leisurely time. He could enjoy the scenery along the way without being chased by enemies. Such an experience was rare in his lifetime of cultivation. Along the way, Jiang Chen constantly explained to Xiaolong the problems he encountered in cultivation. With Xiaolong's monstrous talent and the fact that Jiang Chen was his teacher, it was impossible for Xiaolong's cultivation to not advance by leaps and bounds. In just 10 days, Xiaolong's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds once again, successfully reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If news of such a shameless advancement were to spread, who knew how many people would be angered to death? The Huang dog did not lose out either. He encountered many demonic beasts that blocked his way, but the Huang beat them all to death. He ate their demonic spirits like candy. Coupled with the dog's deep foundation, his cultivation also advanced alongside Xiaolong, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Seeing Xiaolong and De Huang dog's progress, Jiang Chen was extremely happy. After all, the earthly source realm was nothing in the Scarlet Mid-region. As the largest stage of the Scarlet Cloud star boundary, there were countless starlords. Ordinary starlords were probably not even worth mentioning. Heavenly source experts were everywhere, while earthly source experts were considered inferior. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Red Middle region, he had to constantly improve his own cultivation. Whether it was the sky-climbing ladder or the Dragon Palace, they were all external aids. No matter when, only by constantly improving his own cultivation could he gain a foothold. Jiang Chen was well aware of this. Asterisk roar, asterisk in front of them, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out in the boundless water. A giant dragon that was over 1,000 feet long broke out of the water, twisting its body in the air above the water. Look, what a big dragon! Xiaolong pointed in front of him and said excitedly. He had only seen dragons in paintings in his life, so it was inevitable for him to be excited. It's not a dragon, it's a serpent. Little Chenzi, looks like our luck is pretty good. This serpent has just evolved and reached the serpent dragon level. It should have just advanced to the heavenly source realm. If we kill it and absorb its demonic spirit, your cultivation will directly advance to the 8th heavenly layer of the earthly source realm. The Huang dog said, his eyes filled with excitement. Unlike Xiaolong, who was only excited to see a dragon for the first time, the Huang dog treated it as prey. You're right. Jiang Chen chuckled. A newly evolved serpent was full of treasures. It was not as simple as a demonic spirit. After emerging from the water, the serpent just happened to see Jiang Chen's group of 3 in the distance. A strange light immediately blossomed in its vicious eyes. The serpent extended its long tongue and licked its lips. With a twist of its body, it arrived near Jiang Chen's group. Hee, I didn't expect to meet people with such vigorous blood energy here. This dragon has just transformed into a flood dragon and is in need of blood energy. The blood energy from the 3 of you is something I've never seen before in my life. Within a radius of several thousand li in the sea region, there isn't a single great demon that can match up to your blood energy. The serpent chuckled, its eyes filled with endless greed as it looked at Jiang Chen's group. The serpent was too shocked. It had never seen humans with such vigorous vitality before. In its opinion, this must be a blessing from the heavens. It had just evolved into a serpent dragon and the heavens had already sent it 3 fellows with vigorous vitality. They were simply great nourishment. There was no way the serpent dragon could not be tempted. Hee, this guy's treating us as prey. Jiang Chen chuckled. This was normal. A newly evolved serpent needed vitality the most. With enough vitality, the serpent dragon's bloodline could advance to another level. As for the three of them, their blood chi was naturally more vigorous than the last. Putting aside Jiangqin and Big Yellow, Xiaolong was also a little monster. He was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm at such a young age, and he possessed the powerful nameless bloodline. It would be strange if his blood chi wasn't vigorous. Aren't you the same? The Huang dog chuckled. Yeah. You two stay here and watch. I'll deal with him. After saying that, Jiang Qin took a step forward. He had never properly fought a heavenly source expert before, let alone a first heavenly layer serpent dragon. Ordinary first heavenly source cultivators could not compare to him. Jiang Qin could use the serpent dragon to test his strength. Can Big Brother do it? Xiaolong was a little worried. Little guy, you shouldn't rely on your big brother's abilities. The Huang dog said leisurely. His face was filled with indifference. No one knew Jiang Chen's strength better than him. It seemed that the serpent dragon's luck was really bad. If it had stayed in the water and not come out, it would have had a chance to evolve sooner or later. Unfortunately, the serpent dragon just had to jump out at this time and cause trouble for Jiang Qin. This was basically no different from courting death. Three little guys, this dragon is going to eat you now. You should feel extremely honored. This is the greatest honor of your life. Stand here and don't move. I'll eat you one by one. Don't worry, the whole process will be very fast. There won't be any pain. The serpent dragon spoke with a buzzing voice, as if it was talking about something very normal. What the fuck? The Huang dog could not help but curse. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen one as shameless as this. It ate people in such a righteous manner, as if they should be standing there for the serpent dragon to eat. You're even more shameless than this master dog. The Huang dog was a little impressed. This dragon. You're just a loach, yet you still have the face to call yourself a dragon. I'll show you what a real dragon is. Jiang Qin could not be bothered to talk to the serpent dragon. His aura fluctuated, and he let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, with a sway of his body, he completely transformed into a blood-red dragon with a size similar to a serpent dragon. Wow, Big Brother is so domineering. Is Big Brother a real dragon? My God, compared to Big Brother, he's really a loach. Chapter 42:11. What? The serpent dragon's expression changed as his eyes narrowed. His gaze towards Jiang Qin was filled with shock. He had never thought that a human would possess the bloodline of a true dragon. Dragon, this is a true dragon, the powerful cosmic dragon of the eternal world. Haha, I'm rich. My luck is just too good. Looks like I'm the chosen one, favored by the heavens. They've given me such a great gift right after I transformed. If I can kill this dragon and absorb his bloodline, I'll be able to directly transform into a true dragon. My future will be limitless. The serpent dragon could not help but laugh aloud after a brief moment of shock. He was so excited that he could not control himself. That's right, there was no reason for him not to be excited. He originally thought that this was just a human with vigorous blood and chi, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually a true dragon. For a flood dragon, the value of a true dragon's bloodline was much higher than that of a human with vigorous blood and chi, especially for a flood dragon like him who had just transformed. More importantly, Jiang Qin was only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth origin realm. Even with the powerful bloodline of a true dragon, the serpent dragon did not care about such a huge difference in cultivation. It was basically certain that he would be able to defeat his opponent. Serpent dragon, your dream is far too grand. It seems like you won't have a chance to realize it. Jiang Qin shook his head and mocked. Humph. I do fear the bloodline of a true dragon. If you were a heavenly origin realm dragon, I would only be able to flee at the sight of you. It's a pity that you're only at the 7th heavenly layer of the earth origin realm. There's a difference of 3 levels between us, and there's an entire level between us. So what if you have a supreme bloodline? You're not my opponent at all. You're just delivering yourself to me by coming here. The serpent dragon snorted coldly. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Whether Jiang Chen was a human or a true dragon, the serpent dragon had only treated Jiang Chen as prey. That was all. Then you can try. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more words with him, so he took the initiative to attack. He struck out with the incomparably powerful true dragon's palm. Executing the true dragon's great palm with the body of a true dragon was undoubtedly pushing this terrifying true dragon battle technique to its limits. A soaring dragon claw swiped down on the little dragon's head. The powerful aura even caused a layer of huge waves to appear in the water below. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could easily kill a first heavenly layer earthly source realm cultivator in his dragon form. However, it was not that easy to deal with a serpent dragon. Of course, if it was simple, it wouldn't be able to arouse Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. The more difficult the challenge was, the more excited Jiang Chen would be. Killing this flood dragon would give him a greater sense of achievement. So strong. The flood dragon's expression changed again. It curled its body and extended its huge claws, which collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Rumble, the violent energy wreaked havoc, and the water within a radius of several hundred miles was shaken. The monsters in the water fled everywhere. Some were so scared that they didn't dare to move, crawling on the bottom of the water. The waves surged up to the sky. Jiang Chen and the flood dragon both retreated dozens of meters. Kid, is the true dragon bloodline really that powerful? There's a difference of 3 whole levels. You're actually on par with me. The flood dragon was shocked. It had no choice but to withdraw its previous arrogance. As soon as Jiang Chen attacked, it knew that this guy with the true dragon bloodline was not as easy to deal with as it thought. But it was also because of Jiang Chen's strength that made the flood dragon even more excited and greedy. Jiang Chen's bloodline was just too powerful. If it could get its hands on Jiang Chen's bloodline and absorb it, it would be unimaginable how strong it would become. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The flood dragon was already looking forward to its future. It was looking forward to its future. Looks like I'll have to use all my strength to kill you today. The flood dragon said. It was still confident in its strength. After all, it was a heavenly source expert. Moreover, its bloodline had just undergone a transformation. It was the time for it to be proud and arrogant. If you have any powerful moves, hurry up and use them. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use them later. Jiang Chen's voice shook the sky. His sharp dragon claws once again grabbed at the flood dragon. Rumble, the 2 dragons engaged in a desperate battle in the air above the water. The scene was very intense. Their bodies constantly collided, creating large amounts of sparks. It was as if they were forging iron. Big brother, you can do it. Xiaolong cheered. The worship in his eyes for Jiang Chen had reached a peak. He was completely a little fan. In Little Dragon's eyes, Jiang Chen was simply too awesome, an existence that could shake the heavens. Isn't the flood dragon courting death by clashing head-on with Little Chenzi? He thinks his newly transformed body is invincible, but he doesn't know that Jiang Chen's body is as tough as steel. Who knows how many times stronger than the flood dragon? He's just asking to be humiliated. The Huang dog shook his head. The moment the flood dragon clashed with Jiang Chen, its fate had already been decided. In a battle of life and death like this, once one side was injured, the other side would gain an absolute advantage. Victory was basically set in stone. Boom! After another fierce collision, the flood dragon was knocked dizzy, and it cursed out loud. Bastard, this guy's body is even tougher than mine. Is the cosmos dragon really that tough? I don't believe it. He's only at the 7th heavenly layer of the earth source realm. How can he be so powerful? The flood dragon felt the urge to vomit blood. His body had just undergone a transformation, so he was just too confident in his body. He never thought that he would be beaten black and blue by Jiang Qin today. Die, Sword 26. Jiang Qin had gained the upper hand in one move, so how could he give the flood dragon a chance to turn around? The heavenly dragon's sword instantly leapt out. The sword was over 300 meters long, hovering above Jiang Qin's body. It directly completed the fusion of sword and dragon. Swish! Sword chi rampaged as dragon chi soared into the sky. This was the most perfect fusion of sword and dragon. Sword 26. Ancient soaring dragon technique. At the same time, Jiang Qin used the ancient soaring dragon technique, increasing his battle prowess once again. Dragon transformation, ancient soaring dragon technique, and Sword 26 were Jiang Qin's most powerful attacks. Even the flood dragon could not withstand such a ferocious attack. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the sword buzzed, causing the entire region to shake. In the sky above the region of water, a huge dragon fused with the huge sword, almost becoming the only thing in the world. It seemed invincible. Impossible. How can he be so powerful? The flood dragon's face completely changed. Jiang Qin's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Facing Jiang Qin's attack, the flood dragon actually sensed the threat of death. Chapter 42:12. Jiang Qin, who was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the earth source realm, was basically a disaster to those at the 1st heavenly layer. It was the end of the world. Moreover, he had used the ancient soaring dragon technique to strengthen his draconic transformation. Even the powerful serpent dragon would not be able to escape. Swish! The heavenly dragon's sword descended with a torrential aura that was enough to split the world in half. The huge sword was like the laws of the world, slicing through the serpent dragon's body and cleaving it in half. Awoo! The flood dragon, which had been split in half, was not dead yet. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering shriek. The flood dragon's head dragged the remaining half of its body towards the water region below, trying to preserve its remaining half of its life. It's too late to run now. How could Jiang Qin give the serpent dragon any chance at all? He had worked so hard for so long, even using the ancient soaring dragon technique. If he did not reap some benefits, it would all be for naught. Jiang Qin returned to his original form and used the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw grabbed the serpent dragon's head. The serpent dragon cried out in pain. It wanted to break free from Jiang Qin's grasp, but how could it fight against Jiang Qin in its current state? Even if it had 10,000 times more power, it would not be able to escape from Jiang Qin's grasp. Spare me, spare me. The serpent dragon begged. Spare me. When you wanted to eat me earlier, you never thought about sparing me. Die. Jiang Qin laughed aloud. He grabbed the serpent dragon's body and exploded it. A blood-red demon spirit flew out from the serpent dragon's head and landed in Jiang Qin's hand. Big brother is mighty. Xiao Long cheered, jumping up and down. The battle just now had been just too exciting. It was enough to make one's blood boil. A 7th heavenly layer earth source cultivator killing a 1st heavenly layer serpent dragon. Perhaps only Jiang Qin could do something as heaven-defying as that. This flood dragon's luck is really not that good. It just had to meet a freak like you. The Huang dog chuckled. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the flood dragon. From a flood dragon to a flood dragon, this was an extremely difficult transformation process. This was a huge transformation of the bloodline. The flood dragon's luck was really bad. Otherwise, he would definitely have a bright future. Unfortunately, the flood dragon encountered Jiang Qin, a fierce person that it was destined to be unable to eat. Let's go. Let's continue on our way. This area of water is not peaceful. There might be even more powerful demonic beasts around. It's more important for us to hurry on with our journey. There's no need to waste time here. Jiang Qin said. He did not know when he would be able to reach the Qidong region. The Dark Wind region that the Yunqiu Kingdom's emperor mentioned had not appeared yet. Jiang Qin did not want to waste time in other places. As for those demonic beasts, as long as they didn't take the initiative to jump out and cause trouble for him, Jiang Qin didn't need to take the initiative to provoke them. They quickly flew over several thousand kilometers of water. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin directly devoured the flood dragon's demonic spirit. Violent energy instantly filled Jiang Qin's limbs and bones. An incomparably comfortable feeling instantly spread throughout his body. It had to be said that the energy contained in the flood dragon's demonic spirit and bloodline was indeed incomparable to ordinary demonic beasts, especially to Jiang Qin. Almost at the same time, Jiang Qin's cultivation advanced to the Earth Source 8th heavenly layer. Furthermore, the energy of the flood dragon's demonic spirit had not been completely used up, causing Jiang Qin's cultivation to continue breaking through. He advanced all the way to the peak of the Earth Source 8th heavenly layer before slowly stabilizing. Big Brother is becoming more and more powerful. Xiaolong's face was filled with excitement. His gaze towards Jiang Qin was filled with endless admiration. Xiaolong, do you know what bloodline and physique you have? Jiang Qin looked at Xiaolong and asked curiously. He knew that Xiaolong probably knew nothing about his situation, but he could not help but ask. I don't know. Xiaolong shook his head. Jiang Qin smiled and rubbed Xiaolong's head. The answer was within his expectations. It was very difficult for Jiang Qin to imagine what kind of existence a physique that even he did not know about was. Perhaps it was not time yet. When Xiaolong's cultivation reached a certain level, the secret would naturally be revealed. But one thing was certain, and that was that Xiaolong's physique was definitely extraordinary. It was definitely one of the strongest physiques in the eternal world. There was no doubt about this. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days passed. It had been an entire month since they left the Crimson South region. The journey was bumpy. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong had long since lost their initial interest and became gloomy. In the boundless space, floating clouds blocked the way. The journey was destined to be boring. A violent gale blew in front of them. Countless clouds were torn apart by the gale, and cracks appeared in the space. Big Brother, the wind is so strong in front. Xiaolong pointed ahead and said. It's a hurricane. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. If there was no accident, they should have reached the Dark Wind Heavenly region. After a month, they finally saw the Dark Wind Heavenly region. Only after seeing the Dark Wind Heavenly region could they really look forward to the Crimson South region. That's right. It should be the Dark Wind Heavenly region. We are now in the firmament. There shouldn't be such a storm here. I'm afraid we are about to reach the border of the Dark Wind Heavenly region. You too be careful. The Dark Wind Heavenly region has a circumference of 10,000 miles. There are violent hurricanes inside and the space is completely chaotic. The stairway to heaven will be useless there. We have to rely on our own strength to pass through the Dark Wind Heavenly region. Jiang Qin reminded. His tone could not help but become serious. The Dark Wind Heavenly region was a place that even the Yunqiu country's emperor would change his expression at the mention of it. Big Brother, can we take a detour? Xiaolong asked. The hurricanes in front of them were like wild dragons. Just looking at them made their scalp numb, not to mention walking into the dark wind heavenly region. We can't go around it. We have to pass through this place. Even if there is a way to go around it, I don't want to. I would like to see how terrifying this dark wind heavenly region is. Jiang Chen's lips curved up. His fighting spirit was aroused. He had been on the road for a month. It was not interesting at all. This dark wind heavenly region was a bit interesting. It was a place that they couldn't even find. How could they take a detour? That's right. That's right. The tornadoes in the dark wind heavenly realm contain powerful wind force. The wind force can refine the body and strengthen the body. If I'm not wrong, there must be some beasts living in the dark wind heavenly realm. I know a kind of hurricane beast. It's very powerful and fast. If we can kill some hurricane beasts and absorb their wind origin power, it will greatly improve our speed. De Huang Dog said. Apparently, he was also very interested in the dark wind heavenly region. Little Chinzi, I remember you have a skill called Eternal Celestial Wind. However, your Eternal Celestial Wind is too weak. This place can help you improve it. If your Eternal Celestial Wind can evolve, it will be another powerful skill. Chapter 42:13. I almost forgot about the Eternal Immortal Wind if you didn't mention it. Jiang Chen's eyes glittered. He had too many tricks up his sleeves, but he couldn't remember many of them. The Eternal Immortal Wind was the trick he used to strip the northern and southern dynasties of their power. He had done a lot of good things with it back in the immortal world. It was an extremely powerful skill. Once executed, the immortal wind would sweep everything in its path. It was the most powerful skill when used to attack a large area. However, the wind in the immortal world was much weaker than the wind in the eternal world, but the skill was still there. Different kinds of wind could be used to unleash different kinds of power. The black wind heavenly region obviously contained a powerful wind origin. Without the wind origin, it wouldn't be able to form such a huge black wind heavenly region, and there wouldn't be any wind creatures in the black wind heavenly region. De Huang Dog was right. If there were really hurricane beasts here, it would be a feast for Jiang Qin. Killing the hurricane beasts, obtaining the wind origin, and evolving the eternal immortal wind would be another powerful skill. Alright, I'm going to enter the hurricane heavenly region to refine my body and speed. Xiaolong clenched his fists and said excitedly. Let's go. Jiang Chen's body shook, and he was the first to rush into the hurricane heavenly region. He and De Huang Dog had always been bold, and there was no place they didn't dare to go. Since Xiaolong's bloodline had been awakened, he had become even more aggressive, especially when he was with his big brother. He didn't know what fear was. Nobody knew what kind of changes the three peerless geniuses would bring to the hurricane sky realm. It was certain that there would be a storm of blood and chaos. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Three figures rushed into the hurricane heavenly region at lightning speed. As soon as they entered the heavenly hurricane domain, the scenery around them changed. The wind here was simply too strong. There were colorful lights everywhere, and strong gales were everywhere. The gales were like sharp blades that brushed against people's bodies, making them feel as if their skin was going to be torn apart. Big brother, the wind here is so strong. If a unity origin cultivator came here, he would be torn to pieces. Xiaolong was shocked. Little fellow, this is just an ordinary wind. Look over there, there's a huge array of hurricanes. Each hurricane is like a wild dragon. That's the truly terrifying part. Not to mention unity origin experts, even we won't be able to avoid it if we don't understand arrays. We'll be torn apart no matter where the weakest part of the hurricane is. De Huang Dog said. His words sounded a little exaggerated, but Xiaolong knew that De Huang Dog wasn't exaggerating at all. In fact, he was being a little tactful. If one didn't personally enter the hurricane heavenly domain, they wouldn't understand how terrifying the wind and waves here were. The so-called tornadoes were child's play compared to the hurricane waves here. Xiaolong, follow closely behind me. Do not fall into the heavenly hurricane formation. We've just entered the heavenly hurricane domain, we still need to move forward. Jiang Qin reminded. Okay, big brother. Xiaolong nodded his head solemnly and followed closely behind Jiang Qin. He knew what Jiang Qin was worried about, because he didn't know anything about formations. If he fell into the hurricane formation, he would be trapped and killed. They had just stepped into the black wind heavenly realm. The further they went, the more dangerous it would be. The three of them had no choice, because they had to go through the black wind heavenly realm. Only by going through the black wind heavenly realm could they enter the red middle region. Xiaolong, just call me big brother from now on. You don't have to call me big brother. Jiang Qin patted Xiaolong's head with a smile. Calling him big brother was too delicate, and he didn't like it. Okay, big brother. Xiaolong nodded. He always listened to Jiang Qin. For Xiaolong, it didn't matter what he called Jiang Qin, because it couldn't change his admiration for Jiang Qin. Xiaolong was born in a royal family, and his brotherly love was as clear as water. The sixth prince had personally sent him into the abyss, and it was Jiang Qin who brought him out from the abyss. Therefore, in the depths of Xiaolong's heart, Jiang Qin was even closer to him than his own brother. He had long decided that he would follow Jiang Qin for the rest of his life. He would do whatever Jiang Qin asked him to do. If Jiang Qin encountered any danger, Xiaolong would definitely rush forward and protect Jiang Qin. Simple people were the most direct in their feelings. Two people and a dog kept moving forward, shuttling through the wind and waves, dodging the attacks of the hurricane formation. Although Jiang Qin and Big Yellow's movement skills were unparalleled, it was still difficult for them to walk in the dark wind heavenly region. They didn't dare to be too relaxed. There's a hurricane formation in front of us. Master Dog wants to go in and have a look. The Huang Dog looked at the hurricane formation in front of him and dashed in with a swoosh. Big brother, will De Huang be in danger if he goes in? Xiaolong asked worriedly. Don't worry. This dog is very powerful. Jiang Qin looked relaxed, not worried at all. He trusted De Huang Dog's ability too much. Damn it. However, De Huang Dog went in fast and ran out fast. He was in a mess, cursing and swearing. Roar, an earth-shattering roar resounded, and a snow-white wild beast drilled out of the hurricane formation. The wild beast was over 100 feet in size, and its body was illusory. It didn't look very real, but it really did exist. It's a hurricane beast. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. De Huang Dog was right. There was indeed a hurricane beast in the heavenly region of hurricane. It had to be said that De Huang Dog's luck was really bad. He had encountered a heavenly source hurricane beast right off the bat. The hurricane beast was at the first heavenly layer. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation, killing a 9th heavenly layer earth source expert was a piece of cake. He could even deal with a first heavenly layer earth source expert. However, this depended on the environment. This was the heavenly region of hurricane, and De Huang Dog had entered the hurricane formation. The hurricane beast had a unique advantage. In other words, the hurricane beast could use the environment of the heavenly region to come and go as it pleased. Humans could control the hurricane to attack, increasing their strength by more than a little. Roar, the hurricane beast spat out a wind blade, charging towards De Huang Dog. Die! De Huang Dog flew into a rage. He was no match for the hurricane beast in the hurricane formation, but he had nothing to fear now that he had come out. De Huang Dog transformed, growing to the same size as the hurricane beast. Golden light blossomed from his head as he charged towards the wind blades. Clang clang, the invincible wind blades landed on De Huang Dog's head, producing a metallic clang. Although De Huang Dog was forced back, it did not harm De Huang Dog at all. The hurricane beast was clearly taken aback. It had not expected the head of the fellow before it to be so tough that even its wind blades could not break it. Chapter 42:14. Xiaolong, you and De Huang will attack together. Let's see how capable the hurricane beast is. Remember, don't enter the hurricane formation. Jiang Qin reminded. All right. Xiaolong was filled with excitement. He leapt forward and surrounded the hurricane beast with De Huang Dog. The wind and waves were relatively weaker in their current location, which was advantageous to the battle between De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. Just as Jiang Qin had said, they absolutely could not enter the hurricane formation when fighting the hurricane beast in the heavenly hurricane region. Once they did, the hurricane beast would be able to control the formation perfectly. The powerful wind would become the hurricane beast's weapon, multiplying its battle prowess. In such an environment, even if Xiaolong and De Huang Dog worked together, they would not be the hurricane beast's opponent. Roar, the hurricane beast roared again and again. Wind blades shot out from all over its body. Each wind blade was like a sharp sword, filling the surroundings with astonishing destructive power. Floating cloud palm. Xiaolong roared and used the floating cloud palm. The little monster's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the kind that could advance to the 9th heavenly layer at any time. He might even be able to make a breakthrough in the midst of this battle. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog were both monstrous geniuses that could take on a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source expert alone. Now that they worked together, dealing with a 1st heavenly layer hurricane beast was nothing difficult at all. De Huang Dog became even more ferocious. He did not need any battle skills at all. His entire body was a weapon, and he could fight the hurricane beast to the death with just his tough head and body alone. Rumble, the two monstrous geniuses fought against the hurricane beast. Terrifying waves of air surged everywhere, causing the entire region of wind to churn violently. The hurricane beast took advantage of the favorable environment and the wind and waves here. His speed was also unparalleled. As he clashed back and forth, he was evenly matched with Xiaolong and De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin could not help but reveal a sliver of graveness as he watched from the side. The hurricane beasts clearly had a natural advantage here. They were only at the edge of the dark wind heavenly region, yet a heavenly source hurricane beast had already appeared. If they continued deeper in, they would encounter even greater obstacles. If it was outside, either Xiaolong or De Huang would be able to finish off an existence like the hurricane beast. However, a single 1st heavenly layer hurricane beast was able to fight the two of them to a draw with De Huang Dog and the others. Roar, star. Seeing that Big Yellow and the little dragon couldn't defeat them, the hurricane beast let out another roar, causing the surrounding wind to distort. Before the hurricane beast's roar faded away, another hurricane beast rushed out from the hurricane formation. Obviously, it was calling for its partner. The hurricane beast that had charged out seemed to be identical to the previous one. Not only did they look exactly the same, even their cultivation was the same. Of course, Jiang Qin felt that all the hurricane beasts in the entire hurricane heavenly region looked exactly the same. Big brother, looks like you have no choice but to take action. Xiaolong called out. Jiang Qin shook his head. With a single movement, he appeared before the hurricane beast that had just charged out. He was not interested in the hurricane beast's appearance, only its strength. With Jiang Chen's cultivation at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, there was no need for him to use his dragon transformation to kill a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source demonic beast, even though the environment was extremely advantageous to the hurricane beast. The environment could affect others, but it could not affect Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's battle prowess was suitable for any environment. In terms of wind force, he had grasped the eternal immortal wind, so the environment did not affect him at all. In terms of speed, Jiang Chen's speed was unparalleled. Whether it was the Azure Dragon's 5 steps or the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen's speed was unparalleled. Whether it was the Azure Dragon's 5 steps or the Great Void technique, they were both methods that contained boundless principles, so they could be used even in the eternal world. These methods would grow stronger as Jiang Chen's cultivation grew. As a result, Jiang Chen's unparalleled methods would still be unparalleled in the eternal world after the transformation of his bloodline, and they would only be stronger than before. Roar! The hurricane beast that had just emerged roared again and again. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Unmoving as a mountain, he grabbed the hurricane beast's head with his bare hands and crushed it. The hurricane beast let out a miserable shriek as its enormous body suddenly vanished into nothing, transforming into waves of wind that shot off in all directions. So this is a trick. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, but then he realized that the hurricane beast could rely on the unique environment of the hurricane heaven domain to transform its body at will. It could turn into a wave of wind and appear in different places. That kind of ability was undoubtedly terrifying, especially when it was used for sneak attacks. It could be completely silent, making it impossible for the opponent to defend against it. Even if it couldn't defeat the hurricane beast, escaping wouldn't be a problem. For example, even if Jiang Chen grabbed its head, the hurricane beast could still rely on the environment to escape. It was a pity that the hurricane beast had met a monster like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's perception was too sharp. His hand directly grabbed the hurricane beast's origin. The hurricane beast let out a blood-curdling shriek as its dissipating body reformed. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's grasp. Jiang Chen's hand had already sunk deep into the hurricane beast's head. Die! Jiang Chen let out a roar as his aura fluctuated. The powerful energy directly tore the hurricane beast to pieces. A milky white pearl the size of a thumb appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The pearl was smooth to the touch, and its surface was covered in mist. It didn't look real, as if it could disappear at any moment. The hurricane beast's demon spirit. No, it's the origin of wind. For the hurricane beast, it's similar to the demon spirit of other demonic beasts. It's very beneficial to me. It can evolve my eternal immortal wind. The more origin of wind, the more powerful the evolution of the eternal immortal wind. This hurricane heaven domain is my blessed land, haha. Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing. The reason he came to the hurricane heaven domain was to find the origin of wind. He was worried about where to find the origin of wind. He didn't expect that all the origin of wind here would be scattered in the hurricane beasts' bodies. In other words, as long as he kept killing the hurricane beasts, he would be able to obtain an endless amount of wind essence. Jiang Chen could even imagine how terrifyingly powerful his eternal immortal wind would be if he could obtain all the wind essence in the entire dark wind heavenly domain. Chapter 42:15. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen devoured the origin of wind in his hand in a single gulp, just like how he devoured other demonic spirits. The origin of wind entered his body and turned into violent wind force that surged towards Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen used the dragonization skill and quickly suppressed the wind force. The eternal immortal wind that had remained dormant for a very long time rippled once again. Under Jiang Chen's control, the origin of wind quickly fused with the eternal immortal wind. A gust of wind rippled around Jiang Chen's body, forming a miniature tornado. With the fusion of the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the eternal immortal wind was undergoing a fundamental change. Not bad, but there's too little origin of wind. I need more origin of wind. The more origin of wind there is, the more powerful the eternal immortal wind will be. The hurricane heavenly region is going to be interesting. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. He was in no hurry to leave the hurricane heavenly region. Black King, come out. Jiang Chen called out coldly, summoning the Black King. He did not care about the battle between Xiaolong, the Huang Dog, and the hurricane beasts. He had killed one hurricane beast, and the other one was already in a mess. With the strength of the Huang Dog and Xiaolong, if they could not kill the other, they would not be able to survive in the future. With a flash, the Black King appeared before Jiang Chen. The Black King had already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer, only a step away from the fourth heavenly layer. Judging from the Black King's presence, it would probably take him a day or two to reach the fourth heavenly layer. Master. Black King appeared and clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. His body was like an iron tower standing in the middle of the hurricane, unmoving. Facing the powerful dark wind heavenly domain, Black King's facial expression remained calm. There was no change in his expression, let alone nervousness. This kind of reaction was too normal. Who was the Black King? He was a general under the Buddha Patriarch. Back then, he had fought all over the place. What kind of situation had he not seen? Moreover, after being sealed in the Buddha prison palace for 3,000 years, a person who had not lost his mind due to the curse was extremely resilient. The Black King was completely reborn. Black King, do you know anything about formations? Jiang Chen asked. I know a little. The Black King said. Very good. Release all the heavenly source stage demons in the Dragon Palace and those that know about formations. Kill the hurricane beasts in the hurricane heavenly realm and obtain the wind origin for me. Jiang Chen ordered. The Black King saying that he knew a little was enough in Jiang Chen's eyes. After all, when the Black King was at his peak, he was a powerful Star Lord, or even the incomparably powerful Star Monarch. Even if he knew a little about formations, it was not something a heavenly source formation expert could compare to. To put it bluntly, the Black King knew a little was enough to deal with the hurricane formation. It was the same for the other demons. Demons that had not lost their mind after 3,000 years were all Star Lords at their peak. As long as they knew a little about formations, they would be more than enough for Jiang Chen. Alright, I'll get it done. The Black King entered the Dragon Palace with a single movement. He did not dare to question Jiang Chen's orders at all. The Black King came out quickly as well. He brought out more than 100 people, all of whom were heavenly source experts. Some were at the first and second heavenly layers, while 2 of them had just broken through to the third heavenly layer. Master, they all know formations. They'll have no problem dealing with the hurricane formation here. The Black King said. Alright, go. Be careful. The hurricane beasts are all in the hurricane formation. They can use the environment to their advantage and possess extraordinary battle prowess. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He didn't need to say too much to these great demons because they had enough experience. Even if they hadn't fought against the hurricane beast before, they would be able to understand the beast in a short period of time. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Over 100 heavenly source experts with the experience of Star Lords roamed around the hurricane heavenly region. This was an unimaginable force. They would fight for Jiang Chen and obtain the wind origin energy for Jiang Chen. The wind origin energy they could obtain would definitely be extremely valuable. The hurricane heavenly region was vast, but Jiang Chen was not afraid that they would get lost. As long as they did not leave the hurricane heavenly region, they would be able to sense the location of the hurricane heavenly region. They would be able to find Jiang Chen's location immediately no matter where they were. Whoosh, the Black King and the experts scattered, starting a hunt in the hurricane heavenly region. These people were too strong, and they had abundant combat experience. Jiang Qin didn't need to worry about them at all. There were still over 10,000 demons in the Hurricane Dragon Palace. After such a long time, most of them had recovered to the heavenly source stage. They were an unparalleled force. However, they were all demons, and only a few of them were proficient in formations. Most of them were unfamiliar with formations, so Jiang Qin did not let them all out. In the Hurricane Heavenly Realm, if one wanted to find the Hurricane Beast, they had to enter the Hurricane Formation. If one didn't understand the formation, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Hurricane Formation. Not to mention whether one could defeat the Hurricane Beast. If one didn't understand the formation, once one was trapped in the Hurricane Formation, it was very likely that one would be trapped to death and never be able to get out. Jiang Qin didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. If those people who didn't know anything about formations were trapped in the Hurricane Formation and couldn't get out, Jiang Qin would have to save them, and that would be a huge loss. With a deafening roar, the Hurricane Beast that was fighting against Xiaolong and De Huang Dog finally could not hold on any longer. It was torn to pieces by De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. Moreover, the Hurricane Beast did not even have the chance to escape. The wind origin was in Xiaolong's hand. Big brother. Xiaolong approached Jiang Qin with the wind origin and handed it to Jiang Qin. Xiaolong, the wind origin is also very beneficial to you. Not only will you have a chance to increase your cultivation after refining it, it will also help you comprehend the wind profound and increase your speed. You should refine it yourself. There are hurricane formations everywhere in the Hurricane Heavenly region, so there must be countless hurricane beasts inside. Let's have a feast in the Hurricane Formation. Jiang Qin said. Okay, big brother. Xiaolong's eyes glowed. He did not stand on ceremony with Jiang Qin. He opened his mouth and imitated Jiang Qin, swallowing the wind origin and refining it on the spot. I'll go in and see if there are any more hurricane beasts. Chapter 42:16. However, De Huang Dog had entered and exited quickly this time. Damn it, there's nothing left. There's not even a single strand of hair. But the formations in there aren't bad. It'll be difficult for someone who doesn't understand formations to come out after entering. De Huang Dog said. There are far too many hurricane formations in the heavenly hurricane region. There are thousands of them, and they're everywhere. The hurricane beasts should be hidden in the formations. After all, we haven't seen any hurricane beasts outside. Looks like the number and strength of the hurricane beasts hidden in different formations are different. There are 2 first heavenly layer hurricane beasts in this formation, so it should be a medium-grade formation. Jiang Qin said. He had far too much experience in his life, so he could see through the formations with a single glance. If that's the case, let's get busy and search through the formations one by one. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. As someone who loved to see the world in chaos, the thing he feared the most was having nothing to do. The heavenly hurricane region was a great place for De Huang Dog to let loose. The 3 brothers were in high spirits. They were about to have a grand feast in the Dark Wind region, and the hurricane beasts in the Dark Wind region would soon meet their end. Moreover, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had already deduced that although the heavenly hurricane region was blocking the way to the Scarlet Mid-region, they had yet to reach the Scarlet Mid-region. It was not strange for hurricane beasts to appear here, but they definitely would not be too powerful. According to Jiang Qin's estimations, the strongest hurricane beasts that could appear were at the 4th heavenly layer. They obviously could not deal with a 4th heavenly layer hurricane beast with their current strength, but the Black King could. The Black King's current cultivation aside, the Black King would be able to break through to the 4th heavenly layer in 2 days at most. With the Black King's abilities, he was basically invincible in any environment. Afterward, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog flew 100 kilometers with the small dragon. They passed by several hurricane formations and killed over a dozen hurricane beasts, but they were all Earth Source hurricane beasts. There was only one first heavenly layer hurricane beast, so it was not very attractive to Jiang Chen and the others. An Earth Source hurricane beast's wind origin was just too weak. The origin of wind contained within the hurricane beast's body was the same as the demon spirit of ordinary demon beasts. The higher the rank, the stronger the energy contained within the demon spirit. However, Jiang Chen didn't reject any of them. Since the origin of wind could help him transform into the eternal immortal wind, it didn't matter what grade it was. Naturally, the more the better. The Black King and the others constantly returned, providing Jiang Chen with an endless stream of wind origin energy. In a short amount of time, Jiang Chen had collected over 100 wind origin energy. The most powerful one was at the second heavenly layer of heavenly layer, which was extremely beneficial to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't refuse any of them. He continued to refine and absorb the origin of the wind. The eternal immortal wind was transforming step by step. Now, it could be used in combat. Even now, the lethality and power of the eternal immortal wind was much higher than ordinary combat techniques. Jiang Chen and the others came to the front of an enormous hurricane. This hurricane had a circumference of 100 miles. It was much bigger than any hurricane formation they had seen before. It was very eye-catching in the heavenly hurricane domain. There must be something big in there. The Huang dog licked his lips and said excitedly, "I'll go lure them out." Xiaolong was eager to give it a try. "Come on, little guy. You'd better stay outside and watch this grandpa dog." Big Yellow felt proud of himself. With a sway of his body, he dashed into the tornado. Xiaolong pouted his lips, but he had no choice but to hold his fist and wait outside. He didn't know anything about formations. If he went into such a powerful tornado formation, he might be trapped inside forever. Oh, as soon as Big Yellow entered the formation, he immediately heard the roars of the hurricane beasts. Judging from the roars, there were at least 100 hurricane beasts in the formation. "Big brother, the Huang is going to stir up the nest of the hurricane beasts this time." Xiaolong chuckled and got into a fighting stance, ready for battle. I'm afraid it's going to be a beast tide. It's a good time to test your combat strength and increase your combat experience. Jiang Chen nodded without a trace of panic on his face. If it was an ordinary person, he would be scared to death. This was the Black Wind Heavenly region. If he encountered a beast tide in the Black Wind Heavenly region, he would definitely die. There was no one who wasn't afraid. Jiang Chen was probably the only one who could remain calm in the face of such a horde of beasts. Swoosh! A figure dashed out from the hurricane formation like a sharp sword. It was Big Yellow, who was in a terrible situation. Behind Big Yellow, countless hurricane beasts were dashing out while roaring loudly. "Little Chenzi, there's a big guy this time." The big yellow dog wagged its long tongue, its saliva was flying everywhere, and its eyes were filled with excitement. "Xiaolong, get ready." Jiang Chen waved his arm and the heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. He then rushed towards the hurricane beasts that were rushing out of the hurricane formation. Xiaolong did the same. The nameless sword rippled as sword chi rampaged, sweeping everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, over 100 hurricane beasts had rushed out of the hurricane formation, surrounding Jiang Chen and the others as they roared. The leading hurricane beast had reached the second heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Wind and waves surged around it, making it the king of the beasts. Aside from them, there were 7 or 8 first heavenly source hurricane beasts, while the rest were at the earth source realm. These hurricane beasts had originally been cultivating in the hurricane formation, but they had never imagined that an uninvited guest like the Huang dog would barge in. This immediately enraged the hurricane beasts, causing them to charge out in full force. "I'll deal with the biggest one. I'll leave the rest to you." Jiang said nonchalantly, his gaze locked onto the second heavenly layer hurricane beasts. Big brother, there's too many. We can't deal with them all. Xiaolong rubbed his head, his face filled with melancholy. The hurricane beasts relied on the unique environment to increase their battle prowess. Previously, Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had only managed to kill a first heavenly source hurricane beast when they worked together. How were they supposed to deal with 7 or 8 first heavenly layer heavenly source hurricane beasts? If we can't deal with them, we'll deal with them slowly. Jiang Chen said casually, before transforming into a dragon and charging towards the leader of the hurricane beasts. As for De Huang Dog and Xiaolong, Jiang Chen was not worried at all. After all, the two of them already had experience fighting against the hurricane beasts. Even if they were no match for the hurricane beasts, staying alive was not a problem for them. Chapter 42:17. Roar. The leader of the hurricane beast roared again and again. Seeing that a guy who was not even at the heavenly source realm had taken the initiative to attack it, it was immediately enraged. This was simply looking down on it. The hurricane beast stretched out a sharp claw and clawed at Jiang Chen. Wind billowed. If he was caught, he would be crushed instantly. However, the hurricane beast's opponent was Jiang Chen, so it was destined to fail. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was extremely powerful, the hurricane beast might not be able to penetrate his dragon body even if he stood still. Sword 26. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately used his strongest killing move. With the sword 26, the surrounding wind was directly cut apart. How could the hurricane beast withstand the attack of the sword 26? When Jiang Chen was still at the 7th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, he had easily killed the first heavenly Source Realm Serpent Dragon with this move. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation was infinitely close to the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, he was much stronger than when he fought the Serpent Dragon. Killing a hurricane beast was a piece of cake. Roar. The hurricane beast let out a miserable howl. Its majestic body was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. However, the hurricane beast did not die so easily. Its body that was cut in half instantly turned into wind, spreading in all directions. Jiang Chen's sword chi shook again, but the hurricane beast still escaped. In the next moment, the hurricane beast condensed a new body not far away and roared at Jiang Chen. Not bad. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Chen smiled and continued to attack with his sword. Jiang Chen's divine sense locked onto the hurricane beast. With a sway of his feet, he chased after it. The hurricane beast knew how powerful Jiang Chen was, so it didn't dare to clash with Jiang Chen anymore. It simply pointed its middle finger at Jiang Chen and revealed a provocative smile. After that, it turned into an illusion and went into the hurricane formation. It had to be said that the intelligence of the hurricane beast was quite high. It knew how to make full use of the environment that was advantageous to it. The attack just now had already proved that it was no match for the young man in front of it. Therefore, the hurricane beast wanted to lead the battle into the hurricane formation. However, the hurricane beast was worried that Jiang Chen would not dare to enter, so it raised its middle finger to provoke him. In order to deal with Jiang Chen, it really put in a lot of effort. As you wish. Jiang Chen sneered. His silhouette flickered as he entered the hurricane formation. The hurricane beast wanted to take advantage of the hurricane formation to kill Jiang Chen. However, it did not know that the hurricane formation had no effect on Jiang Chen. The entire hurricane formation in the hurricane heavenly realm was formed by nature. Natural formations were indeed powerful, but Jiang Chen had already reached the pinnacle of formations. No formation was worth mentioning in his eyes. Every hurricane beast born in the hurricane formation was very familiar with the hurricane formation. If someone who didn't understand the formation fell into it, Even if he didn't die, he would be strangled by the hurricane beast inside. Within the hurricane formation, there were natural restrictions everywhere. They were variegated and formed ceiling formations. Those who did not understand formations would find it difficult to move an inch in here. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin did not allow Xiaolong to enter, and why he asked Black King to pick out a great demon who knew about formations. A powerful natural formation could be formed by countless restrictions, and it was ever-changing. If someone who did not know anything about formations entered, he or she would definitely be trapped. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox *roar, the hurricane beast's roar filled the entire hurricane formation. It came from different directions, but it was impossible to see the hurricane beast's figure. A battle like this was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Your opponent was right beside you, but you had no idea where he was. You had no idea where he would suddenly attack from, not to mention that his opponent was a powerful existence at the second heavenly layer of heavenly origin stage. To put it bluntly, a person who did not understand formations, even a fourth heavenly layer heavenly source expert, would die. They would be exhausted to death by the hurricane beasts. Jiang Qin stood there, allowing the hurricane beast to roar. A smile appeared on his lips as his eyes lit up. The hurricane beast would never have imagined that all of its methods and actions, which it thought to be extremely secretive and unbreakable, would be seen through by Jiang Qin like the back of his hand. The formation and the hurricane formation constantly changed. The hurricane beast used these changes to appear in different places at any time, leaving behind sound waves to confuse Jiang Qin. Little did they know that in Jiang Qin's eyes, the hurricane beast was like a dancing clown, hopping around in front of him. Roar, the hurricane beast let out another roar. It was roaring in front of Jiang Qin, using the sound to attract Jiang Qin's attention. After that, its gigantic body used the ingenuity of the formation and appeared behind Jiang Qin. The hurricane beast extended his claws, silently swiping at Jiang Qin's head from behind. The hurricane beast was pleased with himself. This diversionary tactic had never failed before. A smile filled his face, as if he could already see the scene of Jiang Qin's head being crushed. The hurricane beast was very fast. His claws pierced through Jiang Qin's head, but the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Jiang Qin's figure had disappeared under his claws. An afterimage! Cried the hurricane beast. He could not believe his eyes. His opponent's speed had reached a level where he could not even see him clearly. This was ridiculous. To the hurricane beast, this was his territory. No one was more familiar with everything here than he was. If an outsider appeared in any part of the formation, he would be able to clearly sense it. But now, this outsider had disappeared without a trace in front of him, leaving only an afterimage. If this wasn't a ghost, then the opponent was too powerful. And the reality was obviously the second one. The hurricane beast naturally knew the environment inside the hurricane formation like the back of his hand, and so did Jiang Qin. Even though the formation here was ever-changing, Jiang Qin had already grasped everything from the moment he entered. This time, there's no way to escape. A cold voice sounded from behind the hurricane beast. The hurricane beast immediately broke out in a cold sweat. An extremely dangerous aura rose. For the first time, the hurricane beast experienced the taste of death. Jiang Qin immediately unleashed the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw came crashing down and grabbed the hurricane beast's head. This time, Jiang Qin would not give the hurricane beast the slightest chance. With the true dragon palm, he directly controlled the hurricane beast's wind origin. Normally, the hurricane beast would not be so weak, but because of Jiang Qin's afterimage, his mind was in a mess. He completely lost his order. Chapter 42:18. Roar, the hurricane beast struggled violently. It wanted to rely on the environment to turn into a gust of wind and escape, but it no longer stood a chance. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from Jiang Chen's grasp. It could not break free from Jiang Chen's grasp. Moreover, the fact that the wind origin had been controlled was equivalent to its lifeline. As a result, not only was the hurricane beast unable to escape, its strength had also been restrained. It had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Jiang Chen's hands. No, this is impossible. How can you be so familiar with the environment here? You're just a human, the hurricane beast howled. The hurricane beast howled. Even now, it still couldn't believe that this was real. It simply couldn't understand how a human could enter its territory and be more familiar with the environment here than it was. If you don't understand, then don't think about it. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well save some energy. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. His powerful force shook the giant body of the hurricane beast and took away its origin of wind. My eternal immortal wind is about to evolve after refining this wind origin energy. Let's see how powerful it is when I use it later. Jiang Chen smiled. He devoured the wind origin energy and refined it on the spot. Boom! Violent wind energy wreaked havoc in Jiang Chen's body. The wind origin energy of the second heavenly layer hurricane beast had brought Jiang Chen more benefits than all the wind origin energy he had absorbed before. Moreover, the powerful wind origin energy did not just increase the evolution of his eternal immortal wind. It also had an impact on Jiang Chen's cultivation. Although the impact was not great, it was very real. Jiang Chen's cultivation was extremely close to the ninth heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, and he could break through at any time. However, Jiang Chen understood his own situation very well. With his current foundation, he would need to refine a third heavenly layer heavenly source wind origin energy to reach the ninth heavenly layer in the hurricane heavenly region. Moreover, the eternal immortal wind would undergo a complete metamorphosis after refining the third heavenly layer heavenly origin wind origin, fusing with the eternal world. One must know that this eternity was incomparable to other eternity. In other words, the eternal celestial wind that had merged with the wind origin of the eternal world was the true eternal celestial wind. Only then was it truly worthy of the word eternity. After killing the leader of the hurricane beasts, Jiang Chen's figure flashed as he exited the hurricane array. The ever-changing hurricane array posed no threat or hindrance to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could enter and exit as he pleased. It was too easy. Outside the hurricane formation, over 100 hurricane beasts had surrounded Xiaolong and De Huang Dog. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog were no match for such a formation. However, the two of them were not easy to deal with either. They had great teamwork, and although they could not defeat them, they could rely on their movement techniques to move about the battlefield. Even 7 or 8 first heavenly layer hurricane beasts were unable to capture Xiaolong and De Huang Dog in a short period of time. Wakaka, kid, you're getting more and more experienced in battle. De Huang Dog cackled. He did not forget to praise Xiaolong as he tangled with the hurricane beasts. It had to be said that Xiaolong's talent could be said to be one of a kind in the world. No matter what he learned, he gave others a feeling of success when the conditions were right, like a hot knife cutting through butter. You two, get out of the way. Jiang Chen walked out and yelled at Xiaolong and De Huang Dog. The man and the dog didn't hesitate. They flashed out of the battlefield and became bystanders. Is Big Brother going to fight alone? Xiaolong's face was filled with anticipation. If I'm not wrong, this kid is going to test out the power of the eternal celestial wind. De Huang Dog shook his head. Jiang Chen moved as soon as De Huang Dog finished speaking. Eternal celestial wind. Jiang Chen let out a roar and unleashed the eternal celestial wind. In an instant, endless waves of wind swept out. The entire hurricane sky region was filled with violent tornadoes. All of Jiang Chen's hurricane beasts were sucked into the tornadoes. My heavens, so powerful. The eternal celestial wind looks even more powerful than the hurricane formation. It has turned into countless tornadoes, but those hurricane beasts are still alive. Xiao Long was extremely excited. The eternal celestial wind from Jiang Chen was extremely powerful. The scene it created was even more spectacular than the hurricane formation. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Awoo! Miserable cries were heard one after another. The eternal celestial wind was a killing move with a large area of effect. Once it was unleashed, the sky and earth would change color, and even ghosts and gods would not be able to survive. Jiang Chen waved his hand, causing the origin of wind to automatically rush out from the eternal celestial wind and fall into Jiang Chen's hand. Holy shit, that's a wind origin harvester. Those hurricane beasts are too weak to withstand a single blow from the eternal celestial wind. Xiao Long could not help cursing. It was too terrifying. The scene was too spectacular. After a while, the waves of wind disappeared, replaced by a terrifying scene. Wherever the eternal celestial wind passed, hundreds of hurricane beasts had all disappeared. They had died a miserable death. All the origin of wind was harvested by Jiang Chen. Oh my god, did you take some medicine? The Huang dog jumped to Jiang Chen's side and said gloomily. He had seen amazing people, but he had never seen someone this amazing. Even the hurricane beasts of the first heavenly source realm were killed by Jiang Chen in a single move. Looks like your eternal celestial wind has truly evolved. Its power has reached such a level. The Huang dog said with a sigh. That's right. Once the eternal immortal wind's transformation is complete, it will be able to continuously increase its power along with my cultivation base. Naturally, this technique is extremely frightening. You should know that once the eternal immortal wind is utilized, it will be able to form a domain, a powerful gale domain. It is even more tyrannical than the hurricane array here. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew the eternal celestial wind too well. Back when he was fighting against the northern and southern dynasties in the Saint Origin world, he had almost suffered a great loss because of this skill. Now that the eternal celestial wind had evolved, Jiang Chen had obtained a powerful skill and trump card. It was naturally something worth celebrating. It could be said that he was extremely lucky to pass through the hurricane heavenly domain on his way to the Qizhong domain. If Jiang Chen's thoughts were to be spread out, many people would die of anger. One should know that countless cultivators were terrified of the hurricane heavenly domain. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, being able to come here was an incomparably lucky thing. Wasn't this infuriating? Refine some of these origin of wind. I can see that your cultivation base is about to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the earth source realm. These origin of wind can help you. The black wind heavenly domain is a good place. We'll stay here for a while and reach the heavenly source realm when we reach the Qizhong domain. Chapter 42:19. Jiang Chen had his own considerations. The Crimson Middle region was different from the Crimson East region and the Crimson South region. There were so many experts here that even heavenly source experts were nothing. It would be extremely difficult for earthly source experts to thrive here. If the three of them could all reach the heavenly source realm, they wouldn't be too passive in the Crimson Middle region. Going to the Crimson Middle region and the Heavenly Hurricane region was probably the best opportunity for them to reach the Heavenly Source realm. If they didn't seize this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy for them to reach the Heavenly Source realm. Xiao Long and De Huang Dog nodded. They knew what they would face in the Crimson Middle region. The journey to the biggest stage of the Crimson Afterglow Star domain would definitely not be easy. Jiang Chen had powerful enemies. Just as the emperor of the Yunqiu nation had said, the news of him killing the Yu clan in the Crimson East region had probably already spread to the Crimson Middle region. The experts of the Yu clan in the Crimson Middle region were all waiting for him. To put it bluntly, once Jiang Chen arrived in the Crimson Middle region, he would face the pressure of the entire Yu clan. This pressure was much greater than when he was in the Crimson East region. After all, Jiang Chen had annihilated the winged men at Broken Feilu. The winged race didn't really care about the remaining winged men. But now, it was different. Jiang Chen had killed the entire winged race of a major domain. This had crossed the line. Apart from the pressure of the entire Yu clan, Jiang Chen had more important things to do, which was to help Empress Lin prove her identity. Proving Lin Chaofeng's identity was an extremely difficult task. He didn't know the situation in the Lin kingdom, but the Lin Chaofeng that the Yu clan had transformed into must be deeply rooted in the Lin kingdom. It wouldn't be easy to topple her. She was a powerful Star Lord, or even a Star Emperor expert. De Huang Dog and Xiao Long devoured a large amount of wind origin. De Huang Dog, in particular, crunched the wind origin like a jelly bean. Big Yellow and Xiaolong advanced one after another, breaking through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. As their cultivation level continued to improve, they would be able to walk in the Hurricane Heavenly region like fish in water. Big brother, I've advanced. I feel like my battle prowess has increased by several times. Xiaolong said excitedly. Yeah, not bad, but it's still not enough. I plan on staying in the Hurricane Heavenly region for a month. I'll leave after I reach the Heavenly Source stage. Jiang Chen said. Okay, it's fun here. I like it. Xiaolong was beaming with joy. Lord Dog likes it too. De Huang Dog was naturally excited. He didn't want to leave such an exciting place. Jiang Chen refined all of the remaining wind essence to improve the grade of his eternal immortal wind. At the same time, his own cultivation base was also enhanced. It was a pity that 7 or 8 first heavenly origin realm wind essences weren't enough to push Jiang Chen's cultivation any further. Looks like I'll need the 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source wind origin. Jiang Chen said. At that moment, a black shadow appeared. The Black King appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Master. The Black King took out a piece of wind origin and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. The 3rd heavenly source wind origin really could get anything he wanted. Jiang Chen had to praise the Black King. The Black King's ability was probably much greater than he had imagined. To be able to kill a hurricane beast of the same level in the Hurricane Heavenly region was enough to show his strength. Very good. Go on. Jiang Chen took the wind origin and waved at the Black King. The Black King disappeared with a flash. The Black King had only brought back a single piece of wind origin after leaving for so long. Jiang Chen had personally fought with the hurricane beasts in the hurricane formation, so he knew how advantageous the environment was to the hurricane beasts and how difficult they were to deal with. As a result, it was already difficult for the Black King to kill a 3rd heavenly layer hurricane beast. This was enough to show the Black King's ability. No wonder he was Long-Footed subordinate. A 3rd heavenly source wind origin wind origin. Little Chenzi, your eternal immortal wind is about to evolve to perfection. Once it's perfect, it'll be completely acknowledged by the laws of the eternal world. Your eternal immortal wind will be able to continuously increase in quality along with your cultivation. Not bad, not bad. De Huang Dog said. Yes. That's not all. My cultivation is already infinitely close to the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. If I refine this wind origin wind, not only will my eternal immortal wind evolve to the 9th heavenly layer, my cultivation will also reach the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. At that time, the Hurricane Heavenly region will be nothing to me. Jiang Chen smiled. As his cultivation and strength increased, the hurricane heavenly region would not pose much of a threat to him. Once the Black King reached the fourth heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm and they all reached the heavenly source realm, the hurricane heavenly region would be nothing to them. Jiang Qin currently felt an impulse and pride. He wanted to dominate this place and conquer the entire hurricane heavenly region. This was Jiang Qin. No matter where he went, he wanted to leave behind his own legend, to carve his, Jiang Qin's, mark. The Crimson East region was like that, and the Hurricane Heavenly region was the same. In the future, the Crimson Mid region was destined to become a turbulent place with his arrival. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin devoured the wind origin wind in his hand and quickly began to refine it. Crack crack, it had to be said that the third heavenly source wind origin wind was indeed powerful. Jiang Qin's cultivation immediately broke through to the ninth heavenly layer of the earth source realm. A large number of origin stones were absorbed by Jiang Qin as if they were free. The current Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about dawn stones at all. His wealth was too abundant. The wealth that Empress Lin had left for him was enough for him to break through to the Star Lord realm. The current Jiang Qin could break through whenever he wanted. The last thing he was afraid of was exhaustion. He could endure it no matter how great the exhaustion was. Aside from reaching the ninth heavenly layer of the earth source realm, the eternal immortal wind had reached perfection as he wished. Jiang Qin could clearly feel that the eternal immortal wind in his body had completely reached the level of an eternal world. It had become the eternal immortal wind in the truest sense of the word. Jiang Qin's aura fluctuated as the eternal immortal wind rushed out from his body. It drifted back and forth, turning into tornadoes. Every single one of the tornadoes was as sharp as a blade. They were terrifying and possessed astonishing destructive power. The eternal immortal wind has evolved perfectly. My cultivation has reached the ninth heavenly layer of the earth source realm. With my current strength, killing a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert is a piece of cake. Jiang Qin smiled. He had always yearned for the path of cultivation where he could constantly advance. He liked the process and the carefree feeling. As a result, when he learned of the existence of an eternal world from Pangu and Hongjun, his silent heart became restless. This trip to an eternal world was a must. Chapter 42:20. The three brothers had all reached the ninth heavenly layer of the earth source realm, and each of their foundations were stronger than the last. There was no need to mention Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, but Xiaolong was an anomaly, an existence that could not be explained. The three brothers' strength increased once again as they continued to travel through the hurricane heavenly region. Wherever they passed by a hurricane formation, they would charge in and slaughter the hurricane beasts. De Huang Dog would bring Xiaolong along when they came across an ordinary hurricane formation, treating it as a game. At the same time, under De Huang Dog's guidance, Xiaolong gradually began to understand the way of formations and developed a great interest in it. What made everyone speechless was that the little fellow learned everything extremely quickly. He could even comprehend the complicated way of formations very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a dozen days passed. Jiang Qin and the others had arrived at the center of the hurricane heavenly region. After a dozen days of learning, a few simple formations were no longer able to trap Xiaolong. However, Jiang Qin and the others had no choice but to be extremely careful now that they had arrived at the center of the hurricane heavenly region. The hurricanes here were clearly much more violent than before. Who knew how many powerful hurricane beasts were hidden in the many powerful hurricane formations? Over the past dozen days, Jiang Qin and the others' cultivations had increased again due to their constant absorption of the wind origin energy. Jiang Qin's cultivation had all reached the peak of the ninth heavenly layer of the earth source realm. What was even more exciting was that the Black King had successfully broken through to the fourth heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Coupled with the great demons in Dragon Palace, the battle prowess they possessed was enough for Jiang Qin to become the king of the Hurricane Heavenly region. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong's cultivations were already extremely close to the Heavenly Source realm. After absorbing so much wind origin energy, not only had their cultivation increased by quite a lot, their speed had also increased. There was no need to mention De Huang Dog. His speed was already unparalleled in the world, so there was little room for him to improve. However, Xiaolong was different. This little guy was in the stage of rapid growth. His comprehension in all aspects far surpassed that of ordinary people. This was the time when he improved the fastest. The group flew for another 100 miles. Suddenly, an extremely strong battle shockwave appeared in front of them. A wild roar came from afar, and a large part of the hurricane area was stirred up. There's a battle ahead. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. There are other people in the Hurricane Heavenly region. Let's go take a look. Jiang Chen's aura shook as he flew forward. The Black King followed closely behind him. This was the most dangerous place in the Hurricane Sky region. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation had been improving, the Black King was still worried. They traveled another several dozen miles in an instant. A chaotic battlefield appeared before them, filled with hurricane beasts. There were at least 200 to 300 of them, and there were several dozen heavenly source hurricane beasts. The leading hurricane beast was several hundred meters long, and its cultivation had reached the 3rd heavenly layer. This was a hurricane beast tide. Within the beast tide, 5 or 6 heavenly source youngsters were charging left and right. They were in an extremely miserable state, and all of them had suffered rather heavy injuries. They were currently surrounded by the beast tide, and their lives were hanging by a thread. There were 6 of them, 1 woman and 5 men. The woman was dressed in purple and seemed to be in her 20s. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Whether it was her appearance or presence, she did not lose to Qin Yiren of the Crimson East region. Even in the Crimson Middle region, such a beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city. More importantly, not only was the woman beautiful, her cultivation was impressive as well. She had already reached the 3rd heavenly layer of heavenly source at such a young age. Beside her were 2 second heavenly layer heavenly source experts and 3 first heavenly layer heavenly source experts. With such cultivation and lineup, they would be considered as overlords in the Crimson Middle region. There was not a single heavenly source genius in the entire Crimson Middle region. From their cultivation alone, it was possible to determine that they were from the Crimson Middle region. They had come from the center of the Crimson Cloud Star boundary. The 6 of them were currently in a predicament. Surrounded by so many hurricane beasts, coupled with the advantage of the environment, there was only one fate awaiting them if the battle continued: death. It's over. We're going to die here. I don't want to die. Stop talking. Let's think of a way to help the second young miss escape. Their faces were filled with despair. It could be seen that although the 5 of them had low cultivations, they had been protecting the purple-robed woman with their lives. From this, it could be seen that the purple-robed woman was quite important in this group of people. Arg! A miserable shriek rang out. A young man at the 1st heavenly layer of heavenly source was torn to shreds by several hurricane beasts. The hurricane beasts were extremely brutal, devouring his corpse on the spot. The scene was extremely eerie and terrifying, enough to make one's hair stand on end. The scene was just too brutal. The faces of the others, including the purple-clothed woman, all paled. They were in complete despair. They had never imagined that they would encounter such a scene before entering the heavenly wind region. The hurricane beast tide was just too terrifying. They could not help but despair. The difference in strength was just too great. If they continued to fight, everyone would die, including the second young miss whom they had wholeheartedly protected. Even a 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source expert would not be able to escape. In the end, they would follow in the footsteps of the young man. "Help them!" shouted Jiang Qin. With that, Xiaolong and De Huang Dog charged out like sharp swords. With their current strength, they could easily crush a first heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Even a normal second heavenly layer heavenly source expert would not be their opponent. There was only one third heavenly layer heavenly origin expert present, and He Wang had directly crushed him. He Wang, a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert, had slain a third heavenly layer hurricane beast. Let alone here, even if they were in the hurricane formation, it would be an instant kill. Ao, Xiaolong and De Huang Dog charged into the hurricane beast tide like two cannonballs exploding into a body of water. The waves they kicked up were just too great. They were unstoppable wherever they passed. The miserable shrieks of the hurricane beasts filled the air as they died in large numbers. The Black King whistled. With a flash, he arrived before a third heavenly layer hurricane beast and killed it with a single slap. The wind origin energy was in the Black King's hand. This was a truly loyal subordinate. He did not forget to fight for his master's interests even in battle. Next, the Black King slapped the heavenly source hurricane beasts one by one. Before the Black King, the heavenly source hurricane beasts were like ants, dying in a line. In just 10 breaths, several dozen heavenly source hurricane beasts had died at the hands of the Black King. Chapter 42-21. The woman in purple and the others were stunned. They had just breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still rooted to the spot, unable to react to the sudden turn of events. They had originally been in a situation of certain death and endless despair. The despair of struggling on the brink of hell and dangling from the gates of hell had suddenly been pulled back by someone. Their only thought was that it was great to be alive. Their hearts were filled with excitement, but even more than that, they were shocked. The three figures that had suddenly appeared were ridiculously powerful, especially the middle-aged man in battle armor. He had killed all the heavenly source hurricane beasts with a single slap. The scene was too shocking, too impactful. It was one thing for the man in black to be powerful, but the 10-year-old boy and De Huang Dog were also ferocious. They were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep, slaughtering the hurricane beasts until they could not retaliate at all. My God, that boy and dog are only at the peak of the Earth source stage, but they're so powerful. I definitely wouldn't be their match if I were to fight any one of them. Why haven't I heard of such monstrous geniuses before? Some people were shocked, their gazes towards Xiaolong changing. It was impossible for them not to know about such a heaven-defying child in the Scarlet Mid-region, because anyone with such cultivation and battle prowess at such a young age would have long become famous. A few minutes later, a large number of hurricane beasts were killed. The remaining ones fled in all directions, disappearing without a trace. The threat of the hurricane beast horde had been easily dealt with just like that. The chaotic battlefield instantly quietened down, as if nothing had happened at all. The Black King turned around and arrived before Jiang Qin, who was watching the show nearby. He respectfully handed the wind origin to Jiang Qin, master. At the same time, Xiaolong and De Huang Dog arrived beside Jiang Qin, one on the left and one on the right. Upon seeing this, the purple-clothed lady's gaze involuntarily fell onto Jiang Qin. Based on the Black King and the other two's actions, even a fool could tell that the white-clothed youth was the leader of the trio. They looked at each other as shock flooded their eyes. They began to guess the origins of this white-clothed young man. He actually had a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert following him. However, none of this was important. What was important was that they had to go up and thank him for saving their lives. The lady in purple brought a few severely injured youths to Jiang Qin. She cupped her fists and said, Thanks young master for saving our lives. Don't worry, we're just passing by. Jiang Chen said indifferently and didn't take it seriously. Rumble. Before the woman in purple could answer, another deafening roar came from the hurricane formation in front of them. The expressions of Ah Zi and the other young men changed drastically. Senior Brother Zhao, it's Senior Brother Zhao. We forgot about Senior Brother Zhao. Someone exclaimed. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked. Young Master, Senior Brother Zhao is trapped in the hurricane formation. Please save him. Kirin Province will definitely repay your kindness today, Ah Zi hurriedly said. Ah Zi quickly said. Her tone was filled with pleading. The others also looked nervous. It was obvious that Senior Brother Zhao had a very important place in their hearts. What's the cultivation of your young Master Zhao? Jiang Chen said. He wouldn't do anything that he wasn't confident about. There were dangers everywhere in Dark Wind Heavenly region, especially now that they were at the center of the region. He had to be extra careful. Before he saved them, he had to know young Master Zhao's cultivation base. Fourth heavenly layer, heavenly origin. Someone said. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. It was extremely normal for a fourth heavenly layer, heavenly origin expert to be trapped in the very center of the Dark Wind Heavenly region. After all, there were fourth heavenly layer hurricane beasts in there. Moreover, the largest hurricane formation there was. If an ordinary person was not proficient in formations, they would not be able to escape once they entered. Even without the threat of the hurricane beasts, the hurricane formation alone was enough. De Huang, Black King, go in and save them. Jiang Chen said. All right. Yes, Master. De Huang Dog and the Black King charged into the hurricane formation one after the other. One was filled with excitement, while the other listened to Jiang Chen. Young Master, I forgot to remind you that there's a fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast king in the hurricane formation. It's extremely powerful, Ah Zi hurriedly said. She could not hide the worry on her face. Although the Black King was very powerful, his cultivation was only at the same level as Senior Zhao, let alone the dog. It was not even at the heavenly source stage. The environment of the hurricane formation gave the hurricane beasts a unique advantage. If they entered recklessly, they would probably be in danger. Hey Wang, you're right. These people in front of them had saved them once. If Black King and Big Yellow were trapped in the hurricane formation because they didn't tell them the situation clearly, Z would feel very guilty. That's right, Big Yellow, Black King, and Big Yellow. It's fine. Jiang Chen smiled. His face was filled with confidence. He was naturally confident. With the Black King's strength and De Huang's profound mastery of formations, they would be able to move through the hurricane formation like it was flat ground. They would not be obstructed at all. Let alone a single fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast, even two of them would be dead for sure. Moreover, there was Senior Zhao as well. The girl mentioned Kirin Province. From the name, they could tell that he was no ordinary person. He was probably from a large organization in the Scarlet Mid-region. A genius from a large organization who had reached the fourth heavenly layer of heavenly origin at such a young age should not be too weak. Just the Black King was enough. With Senior Zhao's assistance, the fate of the hurricane beast did not need to be said. Roar, as expected, an earth-shaking roar rang out as soon as the Black King and a Huang dog entered the hurricane formation. The roar was filled with rage and misery, enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. The expressions of Ah Zi and the disciples of Kirin Province changed a few times. The disturbance in the hurricane formation was proof of the intensity of the battle inside. Soon, the roar disappeared. De Huang dog had ripped a hole in the hurricane formation and three figures walked out. De Huang dog and the Black King were in high spirits. Their presences were the same as before they had entered, without any changes. Beside them was an extremely miserable young man. He wore black clothes and seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. His face was pale and his clothes were tattered. Many parts of his clothes had been dyed red with blood. Senior Zhao. Zi and the others hurriedly went up to him when they saw him. Blood spurted from Senior Zhao's mouth as his presence became extremely weak. He had clearly suffered quite a few injuries in the hurricane formation and was at the end of his tether. If the Black King and De Huang had entered a little later, Senior Zhao would have probably died. Chapter 42-22. Senior brother, how are you? Zi went up to show her concern. Second miss, I'm fine. It's all thanks to the two of you. Senior brother Zhao's tone was extremely respectful to Zi, which was enough to show that Zi's status in Kirin province was extraordinary. Afterwards, Senior brother Zhao walked up to the Black King and De Huang dog and bowed deeply. I, Zhao Xian, am unable to repay the two of you for saving my life. Zhao Xian's eyes were filled with shock as well as gratitude. He had clearly seen what had happened in the hurricane formation earlier. The Black King had been domineering, slaying a fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast with his bare hands. His battle prowess was terrifying. He was a genius, but he could not help but admit that even if he was not injured, he would not have been the Black King's opponent in his peak condition. As for the De Huang dog that did not even seem to have reached the heavenly source stage, Zhao Xian could not help but prostrate himself in admiration. If it were not for the dog's understanding of the formation, it would not have been easy for the Black King to slay the fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast king in the hurricane formation no matter how powerful he was. No need to thank me. Thank my master. Black King crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face cold. Apart from Jiang Qin, he wouldn't put anyone else in his eyes. He would only listen to Jiang Chen's orders. The Black King naturally had the right to be arrogant. He was once a powerful Star Emperor expert. Even though his current strength was less than 1,000th of his original strength, his vision was still there, and his noble aura was still there. Back then, the Pagoda army was extremely powerful. In front of the Black King, people like Zhao Xian in front of him were like small shrimps, not worth mentioning. Zhao Xian was stunned, before looking towards Jiang Qin. Senior brother Zhao, we were also saved by our benefactor. We were trapped in the hurricane beast tide. If not for the young master and the others, we would have been dead by now. He and Zhao Xian were both prideful people. Normally, they would not even spare a second glance at a ninth heavenly layer earth source expert like Jiang Qin. Even now, they had no idea how strong Jiang Qin was. Even if he had some talent, he was still lacking compared to them. However, they did not dare to slight Jiang Qin, because this young man in white was the true leader of the group. Even the terrifying Black King had to address him as master. Moreover, Zi knew very well that it was Jiang Qin who had ordered the Black King and a Huang dog to enter the hurricane formation to save the others. In other words, their real savior was Jiang Qin. May I know benefactor's name? Zhao Xian made a fist salute to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said indifferently. A real man would never change his name. Jiang Qin. Why does this name sound so familiar? Zi frowned. She felt that the name sounded extremely familiar, but she could not remember where she had heard it before. Second lady, the Qizhong region is too big. It's normal to have similar names. Someone said. No, that's not right. I must have heard this name somewhere. Zi shook her head. Qidong region, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin continued. He had basically guessed why Zi was familiar with his name. It must have been because the incident in the Qidong region had spread to the Qizhong region. As the second lady of Kirin province, Z had a high status, so she could hear some news from the higher-ups. As for the others, they probably did not know his name. Qidong region. Brother Jiang came from the Qidong region? Zhao Xian was surprised. It was hundreds of millions of miles from the Qidong region to here. The fact that Jiang Qin could come all the way to the Hurricane Sky region was enough to prove his ability. Qidong region, I know. You are Jiang Qin, the Jiang Qin who wiped out the entire Feather clan in the Qidong region all by himself. Z suddenly recalled the origin of this name and jumped up on the spot. When she looked at Jiang Qin again, she couldn't help but be infatuated with Jiang Qin, and her eyes were slowly filled with worship. What? Zhao Xian and the others exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Z in shock, wondering if they had heard it wrong. They did not know about the news in the Qidong region. However, if what Z said was true, then this Jiang Qin was too powerful. They knew how powerful the Feather clan was. Even in the Qizhong region, the Feather clan was the biggest enemy of the human clan. Wiping out an entire region of harpies single-handedly was an incredible feat. If the second young miss hadn't said this herself, they would have never believed it even if they were beaten to death. It's an exaggeration, but the Feather clan in the Qidong region was indeed wiped out. Jiang Qin said lightly. He did not hide his identity. His identity could not be hidden anyway. Since Z knew about him, the Feather clan must have known about him. Just as the emperor of Yunqiu country said, he would be targeted by the Feather clan as soon as he arrived in the Qizhong region. Oh my God! Z covered her mouth and stared at Jiang Qin with her big bright eyes. She was so lucky to see him in person here. Zhao Xian and the others sighed. Jiang Qin's words had undoubtedly admitted his identity. Oh my God, the Feather clan in the Qidong region was wiped out. That's amazing. Wiping out the entire Feather clan by himself. That's unbelievable. From now on, I'm going to admire him. That's right. Jiang Qin saved our lives. There's no reason not to admire him. All of a sudden, they began to admire Jiang Qin infinitely. They were grateful to him for saving their lives, but after hearing Jiang Qin's story, they felt completely different. Before I left for Hurricane Heavenly Domain, I heard my father talking about this matter. He said that the situation in Scarlet East Domain had changed. A man named Jiang Qin had emerged from the U race and eliminated the entire U race single-handedly. I didn't expect to meet him here, and young Master Jiang has saved our lives. What a coincidence! Z said excitedly. Brother Jiang, it's your first time in the Qizhong region. Why don't you come with us to Kirin province? With the world-shaking things you did in the Scarlet East region, the higher-ups of the Qilin mansion will definitely welcome you. Zhao Xian said. Yes, Master Jiang. My father said that the Feather clan has already put you on their kill list. I'm afraid that once you go to the Qizhong region, you will be hunted down by them. The Feather clan has a special ability. They can definitely find you. Z nodded hurriedly. Obviously, she hoped that Jiang Qin could join Kirin province. Jiang Qin didn't doubt Z's words. He had already experienced the special ability of the Feather clan. What happened in the Qidong region must have been spread to the Qizhong region by the Feather clan. They even knew his name. As for how the Feather clan knew, Jiang Qin didn't want to know. There was no need for him to know. Anyway, he and the Feather clan were destined to be enemies. Chapter 42-23. It's my first time in the Red Middle Territory, so I know nothing about it. Brother Zhao and Lady Azzy will tell me a thing or two. Jiang Qin said. This time, he came to Qizhong region with a clear purpose. The reason why Jiangchen revealed his identity was that he wanted to inquire about the general situation of Qizhong region from the people of Kirin province. Kirin province was definitely not an ordinary force in the Qizhong region. It could be seen from Z's and the others' cultivation level that they must be filled with geniuses. As the second daughter of Kirin province, Z even knew her own name. Naturally, she knew the general situation of Qizhong region like the back of her hand. Jiang Chen had to inquire about the situation of the Lin kingdom. This time, he had a hidden enemy, the fake Empress Lin in the Lin kingdom. Speaking of the Red Middle region, Mr. Jiang has asked the right people. As people of Kirin province, there is nothing in the Red Middle region that we don't know. Ah, Z swung her ponytail, looking rather playful. Brother Jiang, there are 3 hostile races in the Red Middle region, the Human Clan, the Feather Clan, and the Elven Clan. The 3 are vying for hegemony, and all of them want to dominate this large region. You should know that dominating the Red Middle region is equivalent to dominating the entire Red Cloud astral boundary. I won't talk about the Feather Clan, as you've dealt with them in the Red East region, so you know them better. The Elven Clan is a special race. They have a small population, but each of them has a unique talent. They are good at disguising themselves, casting curses, and using all kinds of strange means that are impossible to guard against. To put it bluntly, if the number of the Elven Clan was the same as the Human Clan, the Elven Clan would have dominated the Red Middle region long ago. Zhao Xian said. Another elf. This eternal world is getting more and more interesting. The Huang dog laughed out loud. Hearing about the elf clan, not only did he not feel the slightest bit of fear, but he was also very excited. This dog was not a quiet dog. The more lively and extraordinary the Red Middle territory was, the more complicated the forces were, the more excited he was. His days in the Red Middle territory were destined to not be lonely anymore. Let's talk about the human race. I heard that there's a country called Lin in the Crimson East region. Jiang Chen asked. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to know about the Lin kingdom, but this is normal. After all, the Lin kingdom is very famous. To put it bluntly, the entire human race of the Red Mid region is under the jurisdiction of the Lin kingdom. Zhao Xian said. Jiang Chen nodded. From what Zhao Xian had said, he basically understood a little. The Lin kingdom in the Red Middle region was like the Marshall Pavilion in the Red East region. It was the largest force of the human race. In this case, it seemed that it would take Jiang Chen a long time to deal with the fake Empress Lin. There are hundreds and thousands of human forces in the Red Middle region, but basically, they are all under the jurisdiction of the Lin kingdom. The most famous ones are the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, which are directly affiliated to the Lin kingdom's royal family. The so-called 4 mansions are the Azure Dragon House, the White Tiger House, the Black Warrior House, and the Kirin province. The Vermilion Bird Camp is the army of the Lin kingdom. Those who can enter the Vermilion Bird Camp are all true experts. Even the geniuses of the 4 mansions dream of being chosen by the Vermilion Bird Camp one day. After all, the Vermilion Bird Camp is the royal army of the Lin kingdom. Z said. Jiang Chen sighed. For mansions and 1 battalion, it seemed that the Lin kingdom was the real overlord of the Red Middle region. For mansions and 1 battalion, most of the top talents of the entire Red Middle region were gathered here. Our Kirin province is one of the 4 mansions. Today, we met in the Hurricane Sky region. It can be said that we are fated to meet each other. Young Master Jiang saved our lives, and Z can't repay your kindness. Now, on behalf of the Kirin province, I would like to invite young Master Jiang to join us. What do you think? Z cupped her fists at Jiang Chen and directly extended an olive branch. The faces of the others were filled with envy. In the Red Mid domain, it was a great honor to be able to join the Qilin mansion. Countless people tried their best to join the Qilin mansion, but Jiang Qin was personally invited by the second miss of the Qilin mansion. Of course, no matter how envious they were, they all hoped that Jiang Qin could join the Kirin province. Not to mention anything else, they had a good impression of Jiang Qin. After all, he had saved their lives. In addition, they knew that Jiang Qin was qualified to join the Kirin province. Jiang Qin's fame alone was enough. A powerful figure who could kill the Feather Clan in the Red East region. Once he came to the Red Middle region, all the forces would fight for him crazily. If the Kirin province didn't act in advance, he might be won over by the other three mansions. Okay. Jiang Qin didn't think too much and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Under the circumstances where he didn't have a clear understanding of Lin Guo's situation, Jiang Qin might still have some doubts about the Qilin Manor's recruitment. But now that he knew of Lin Guo's situation, this Qilin Manor was undoubtedly the best place to go. The Qilin Mansion was the power closest to the Lin country's royal family. If he wanted to get in touch with the foundation of the Lin country, there was no other place more suitable than the Qilin Mansion. It seemed that saving them today wasn't completely without benefits. If he didn't know Zi and Zhao Xian, he would have to start from scratch after entering the Scarlet Mid-region. If he wanted to join the Qilin Mansion, it wouldn't be that easy. That's great, Mr. Jiang, we are going back now. Mr. Jiang, come with us. Zi said excitedly. That's right. There will be a training in the Kirin province in a month. If we rush back now, we can make it in time. Zhao Xian said. Being able to invite Jiang Qin to go with them to Kirin province was exactly what Zhao Xian wanted to see. I still want to stay in the Hurricane Heavenly region for a while. You guys go back first. I will personally go to the Kirin province when the time comes. Jiang Qin said. He didn't want to leave the Black Wind Heavenly region right now. He had just arrived at the center of the Black Wind Heavenly region, and there were still many benefits waiting for him. Let alone the other things, just the wind origin was a fortune. Kirin province was a place where geniuses gathered and experts were everywhere. Earthly source experts would only be able to do odd jobs there. After all, it was one of the four mansions of the Lin country, the strongest force in the Red Middle region. It was not something ordinary forces could compare to. There was no point in going to Kirin province without reaching the heavenly source realm. Moreover, Jiang Qin had already decided to stay in the Hurricane Heavenly region until the three brothers reached the heavenly source realm. After all, it would be difficult to find another good training ground in the Red Middle region once they left. Chapter 42-24. Hearing that Jiang Qin couldn't go to Kirin province with them, Zhao Xian and Zi were both disappointed. However, Jiang Qin had his own things to do, so they couldn't force him. For them, it was already a blessing that they could survive today. Well, young Master Jiang has his own things to do. We can't force him. I happen to have a jade plate of Kirin province here. This jade plate is the symbol of Kirin province. With this jade plate, young Master Jiang will be a disciple of Kirin province from now on. With this jade plate, young Master Jiang will be a disciple of Kirin province. When you leave Hurricane Sky region, you can directly enter Kirin province with this jade plate. Zi waved her hand and took out a golden jade plate. The jade plate was heavy and seemed to be very heavy. One side was carved with a Qilin picture, and the other side was carved with the word Lin. This jade plate belonged to Kirin province of the Great Lin Empire. Every disciple of Kirin province had one. It was the symbol of Kirin province. With this jade plate, one could do whatever he wanted in Red Middle region. No disciple of Kirin province dared to offend him. Okay, I will take this jade plate. When I arrive in Red Middle region, I will definitely go to Kirin province. Jiang Qin put away the jade plate. Even if Zi didn't say anything, the first thing Jiang Qin would do when he arrived in Red Middle Region was to go to Kirin Province. Only when he arrived in Kirin Province could he have a chance to get in touch with the core of the Great Lin Empire. In that case, Brother Jiang, we will leave now. Zhao Xian cupped his hands to Jiang Qin. Yes, Brother Zhao, be careful on the way. Jiang Qin said. It's okay. We have already figured out the way here. It is not a problem to leave Hurricane Sky region. Zhao Xian said. We will wait for Brother Jiang in Kirin Province. That's right. When we arrive in Kirin Province, if Brother Jiang is worried about us, we will do our best. The other disciples of Kirin Province all cupped their fists towards Jiang Qin. After Jiang Qin received the jade token, they even addressed Jiang Qin as senior brother, showing that they were extremely respectful. In reality, they had no idea how strong Jiang Qin was, because Jiang Qin had not fought a single time. Which disciple of Kirin Province wasn't prideful? They would only call those stronger than them senior brother. For those like Jiang Qin who had yet to reach heavenly source, they would only call him senior brother because Jiang Qin had saved their lives. In their hearts, even Zhao Xian and Zi did not think highly of Jiang Qin's strength. After all, Jiang Qin was only at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth source realm. There was a huge gap between them. Even if he managed to wipe out the entire Feather clan in the Crimson East region, it would not have been Jiang Qin's own strength, but his powerful subordinates. Of course, the fact that he could gather such powerful subordinates was enough to prove Jiang Qin's strength. After all, not just anyone could make a 4th heavenly layer heavenly source demon bow down to him. Zhao Xian and Zi left with the disciples of Kirin Province, heading towards the Crimson Middle region. They soon disappeared into the Hurricane Sky region. Jiang Qin played with the jade token in his hand as the corner of his lips curled up. He mumbled, Kirin Province, country of Lin. Very good. Let's start our journey to the Crimson Middle region from Kirin Province. Little Qinzi, I never thought that the country of Lin would be so powerful in the Crimson Middle region. Looks like it won't be easy for us to defeat the fake empress. De Huang Dog said. That's right. The fake empress was able to kill the real empress, which shows how resourceful she is. With the Feather clan's personality, they'll definitely have a long reach if they want to destroy the country of Lin. It's not as simple as just impersonating the empress. If I'm not wrong, the Feather clan's hands have already reached the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. There's no lack of people impersonating the empress in Kirin Province. Jiang Qin's eyes overflowed with coldness. With his wisdom, he could guess many things. The current Lin country seemed to be strong, but the internal structure of the country had already started to crumble. The Yu clan's strength had probably infiltrated the country. Once they infiltrated too deeply, it would definitely be devastating to the country of Lin and the entire human race. Even the emperor of the country of Lin would be in danger at any time. After all, he had the empress by his side. Just like Xia Yunping, when the white fox hid beside him, it almost took his life. Although Jiang Qin hadn't arrived at the Red Middle region yet, he couldn't help but worry. The human race in the Red Middle region was definitely not as powerful as it seemed. It was like a tall building, its foundation was being destroyed secretly. No matter how luxurious it looked on the outside, it would collapse once it reached a certain point. The crisis of the human race had already begun when Jiang Qin found out that the country of Lin was the ruler of the human race. Currently, in the entire country of Lin, Jiang Qin was the only one who knew about the crisis of the country of Lin. The others couldn't see it at all because only Jiang Qin knew about Empress Lin's dirty tricks. A world of deception. Hee, I like it. The more I think about it, the more exciting it is. It seems like this trip to the Red Middle region won't disappoint me. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. This guy was also very smart. If Jiang Qin could think of something, he could naturally think of it too. Basically, he could confirm that the trip to the Red Middle region was destined to be extraordinary, whether it was in Kirin province, the country of Lin, the Feather Clan, or the Elves. Master. The Black King passed the fourth heavenly layer heavenly source wind origin he had obtained from saving Zhao Xian in the hurricane formation to Jiang Qin. The Black King was undoubtedly the truest and most loyal person. Whether it was the deception of the country of Lin or the life and death of the entire Crimson Cloud astral boundary, he didn't care about it at all. In his heart, there was only Jiang Qin. Everything else was fleeting. Whether the Buddha army could regain its former glory all depended on Jiang Qin. Only when Jiang Qin continued to grow stronger would the Buddha army have a chance. Very good. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He currently had a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence, a third heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence, and a few second and first heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence. Jiang Qin only kept the fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence and gave the rest to De Huang Dog, Xiaolong, and the Black King. Big brother, with so much wind origin energy, I should be able to reach the heavenly source stage, right? Xiaolong said excitedly. We're still a little short, but it doesn't matter. There's still enough time in the heavenly hurricane region. We'll just leave after we reach the heavenly source stage. Let's refine the wind origin first. Jiang Qin smiled. Reaching the heavenly source stage was not an easy task, not to mention that they were monstrous geniuses with deep foundations, making it harder for them to advance. Chapter 42-25. In the following period of time, Jiang Qin brought De Huang Dog and Xiaolong to roam the dark wind region. With an expert like the Black King by his side, there was basically no danger in the dark wind region. The strongest among them were at the fourth heavenly layer of heavenly source, which was basically the limit. With the Black King and De Huang Dog working together, it was a piece of cake for them to kill a fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast even within the hurricane formation. Another half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin and the others had collected a large amount of wind origin source. Aside from refining some for themselves, they stored the rest so that they could sell them for quite a fortune in the future. On this day, Xiaolong and De Huang Dog advanced at the same time, successfully raising their cultivation to the first heavenly layer of heavenly source. The Black King's cultivation had also recovered to the fifth heavenly layer of heavenly source, and it was at the peak. There were a large number of fourth and third heavenly layer heavenly source experts in the Dragon Palace. What was even more terrifying was that the thousands of beasts in the Dragon Palace had all recovered to the heavenly source realm after such a long time. Although most of them were only at the first heavenly layer, this battle prowess was still very shocking. Jiang Qin owning the Dragon Palace was like owning a great treasure. He was leading thousands of demonic beasts. It was an enormous force. More importantly, the members of this force were recovering their cultivation base. That's right, they were recovering, not cultivating. Recovering was always easier and more relaxing than cultivating. To put it bluntly, the strength of Jiang Qin's 10,000 beasts was enough to establish a sect in any place in the Scarlet Mid-region. If a small faction offended Jiang Qin could crush them at any time. Big brother, Brother De Huang and I have both advanced. When are you going to advance? This heavenly hurricane region is so boring, said Xiaolong said. Not only him, even Big Yellow was not as excited as he was when they just entered the hurricane heavenly domain. Jiang Qin smiled helplessly. It was normal. Life in the dark wind heavenly region had become extremely boring. Their camp was invincible here. There was no challenge at all. They fought with the hurricane beasts every day, and they killed them instantly. I'll reach the heavenly source realm in 3 days at most. The two of you should continue to work hard. By the time I break through, your cultivation should be at the peak of the first heavenly layer. Jiang Chen said. All right. Xiaolong nodded and continued to cultivate diligently while fighting the hurricane beasts. Compared to Xiaolong and De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen's foundation was far too strong. The amount of energy required for each breakthrough was several times or even dozens of times that of an ordinary person. 3 days later, Jiang Chen's momentum skyrocketed. He had successfully reached the heavenly source realm, while Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had reached the peak of the first heavenly layer. They were only a step away from the second heavenly layer. What was even more surprising was that the Black King had reached the sixth heavenly layer, which surprised Jiang Chen greatly. He could not help but sigh. Black King, if I may be so bold as to ask, what was your cultivation at your peak? Asked Jiang Chen. I can flatten the crimson afterglow star domain alone. The Black King said calmly. It sounded like he was boasting, but when the Black King said it, it was as calm as water, as if he was talking about something extremely easy and insignificant. What did this mean? It meant that the Black King was not boasting at all. He did not take the crimson afterglow star domain seriously. Jiang Chen could not help nodding. The Black King's bloodline was powerful. He was indeed a superior helper. If the Black King could recover at such a speed, the crimson afterglow star domain would really be nothing. Boz. At this moment, the Buddha prison palace suddenly became restless. With a flash, Jiang Chen led the Black King and De Huang Dog into the Dragon Palace. The door to the second floor of the Dragon Palace opened. Congratulations, Master. Master has reached the heavenly source realm. The second floor of the Dragon Palace is open. The Black King was pleasantly surprised and cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Let's go and see what's in the second floor. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement as he led the way to the second floor. Black King followed closely behind him. It was obvious that Black King was extremely nervous at this moment. It had been 3,000 years. He really wanted to know if there was anything else that he was familiar with in Buddha Prison Palace. Was it someone from the past or something from the past? The second floor of the Dragon Palace was shrouded in mist. It was different from what Jiang Chen had imagined. There was nothing here. There were no people or things from the past. A golden light floated in the sky, circling around Jiang Chen. Dao Law. This is a strand of Dao Law left behind by the patriarch of the Buddha Prison Palace. Master is now the new master of the Dragon Palace. This Dao Law can automatically recognize Master. Congratulations, Master. This is a Dao Law left behind by an Infinity King expert. The Black King said excitedly. An Infinity King was also known as the King of the Universe. This realm already stood at the top of the pyramid of the universe. It was the lifelong dream of countless cultivators in the eternal world. When an Infinity King appeared, countless almighties had to worship him. The Dao Law left behind by an Infinity King expert contained almost all the essence of the Infinity King's cultivation. Even if it was just a strand, if an ordinary person obtained it, it would be enough for them to comprehend for a lifetime. Even if they could comprehend just a tiny bit, their future achievements would be unimaginable. To put it bluntly, this Dao Law was too precious. If it were to spread, who knew how many people would covet it? It's actually a strand of Dao Law. Jiang Chen murmured. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This Dao Law was naturally a priceless treasure, but it was useless to Jiang Chen. Long Futu had his own great path. Jiang Chen also had his own great path. Jiang Chen's heaven-conquering Dao surpassed everything. When it came to cultivation experience, even Long Futu himself wouldn't dare say that he had more than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the master of a plane and a world. This height was even higher than Long Futu's. At least in this eternal world, Long Futu wasn't number one. There were still people who could destroy him. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was truly the only one in other planes. No one was his opponent. Jiang Chen's great path was above heaven and earth. Moreover, Jiang Chen cultivated his own great path. It was impossible for him to integrate the Tao law of others. This would seriously affect his future path of cultivation. Therefore, this Tao law was truly useless to Jiang Chen. Black King, I will give this Tao law to you, Jiang Chen said. He flicked his finger, and the golden Tao law flew towards the Black King. He and De Huang Dog didn't need it. Even if they found Long San in the future, Long San wouldn't need it. They both had their own great path. They didn't need the Tao law of others. By comprehending the Tao law of others, they were destined to walk their own path. It was better to give Jiang Chen some weapons and source stones because Jiang Chen did not need anyone's cultivation inheritance. Big brother, can we get out of here? Xiaolong asked eagerly. Yes, let's leave Hurricane Heaven Domain and go to Qizhong Domain. Jiang Chen nodded. Hurricane Heaven Domain was no longer interesting to him. The three of them had reached the first heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had reached the peak of the first heavenly layer and could reach the second heavenly layer at any time. The greatest benefit of the Hurricane Heaven Domain was that Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind had undergone a huge transformation. Jiang Chen had absorbed countless wind essences. Now, the eternal immortal wind was unimaginably powerful, especially in a chaotic battle. The eternal immortal wind was invincible. The rest of the journey in Hurricane Heaven Domain did not affect Jiang Chen and the others at all. The fourth heavenly layer great beasts did not even need the Black King to do anything. Jiang Chen could deal with them with a wave of his hand. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could dominate Hurricane Heaven Domain at any time and become the king of this place. However, Jiang Chen clearly had no interest in dominating this place. After passing Hurricane Heaven Domain, they were not far from Qizhong Domain. There was an endless mountain range in front of them. After crossing this mountain range, they would arrive at Qizhong Domain. In truth, this place could already be considered the border of the Qizhong region. The Genesis Qi here was clearly much denser than the Qizhong regions and Qizhong South regions, a difference of at least 10 times. Moreover, this was only the border of the Qizhong region. It was easy to imagine how much denser the Genesis Qi would be at the center of the Qizhong region, such as Qilan Manor, would be at least 10 times denser. Before Jiang Chen could heave a sigh of relief after leaving the Hurricane Domain, an overwhelming pressure came from all directions. More than a dozen incomparably powerful figures appeared at the same time. All of their powerful qi converged into a gigantic energy net, shrouding the three of them within it. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, damn it, these damned bastards just won't go away. De Huang Dog almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Couldn't they take a breather? They had just left Hurricane Heaven Domain, and before they could catch their breaths, the encirclement had already arrived. That's right. There were more than a dozen figures. Although they didn't have wings on their backs, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow had dealt with the feather race before. They could tell that these people were from the feather race at first glance as the qi of feather race was too strong. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Although he had expected to be targeted by the feather race in Qizhong Domain, he had still underestimated them. They had actually set up an ambush here in advance, waiting for him to arrive. It seemed that the feather race had really put in a lot of effort to kill him. 10 third-layer heavenly source experts, 3 fourth-layer heavenly source experts, and 1 fifth-layer heavenly source expert. The feather race really thought highly of him. Unfortunately, the feather race's understanding of him was still lacking. Jiang Chen had already grown to a level where they could not match up to him. You're Jiang Chen. In the sky, a fifth-layer heavenly source old man stood with his hands behind his back. Lang Lang stared at Jiang Chen and the others. That's right, a man and a dog. That's what the Qizhong domain sent us. Chapter 42-27. Big brother, this group of birdmen looks very strong. Xiaolong rubbed his nose and said. As the saying goes, one takes on the color of one's company. Xiaolong had been with De Huang Dog for a long time, so even his tone had almost been assimilated. At this moment, Xiaolong and De Huang Dog's qi had burst out, and they were ready to attack at any time. They both knew very well that the grievances between them and the winged men could never be resolved. They were destined to be mortal enemies. As long as they met, one of them would definitely die. That's right, I'm Jiang Chen. I'm very curious, how did you know about me? How did you make preparations here in advance? Jiang Chen was very interested. He was indeed a little curious about the ability of the winged men. We naturally have our own methods. You don't need to know this. You only need to know that today is the day you die. If you had stayed in the Red East region and not come here, we wouldn't have been able to kill you. Now that you've come to die, you should be ready to be killed. The winged man elder said shamelessly, as if he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Chen. So confident. Aren't you afraid that I will release thousands of demons to drown you? Jiang Chen sneered. The winged men wanted to kill him, but they were too confident. Not to mention that his strength had improved to the point where he was not afraid of anything. It would not be easy for these winged men to kill him once all the demons in the Dragon Palace were released. Thousands of demons. Jiang Chen, I don't know what method you used to summon so many demonic beasts, but those are all demonic beasts from the Scarlet East region. Do you really think you can bring all of them to the Scarlet Mid region? The elder burst into laughter because he thought that Jiang Chen was completely joking. He already knew that the winged men in the Red East region were killed by the thousands of demons controlled by Jiang Chen. However, he didn't go to the scene, so he didn't know where the thousands of demons came from. According to the logic of a normal person, the fact that Jiang Chen could control the demon beasts in Red Middle region only meant that he had the ability to do so, but it didn't mean that he could bring the demon beasts to Red Middle region. Therefore, the winged men had sent these people to kill Jiang Chen. Was this not enough to deal with Jiang Chen? As for the thousands of demons controlled by Jiang Chen, the winged men did not even consider them. You've said a lot, but don't you think that you can kill me with just these demons? Jiang Chen said. Since the opponent didn't know much about the situation of the myriad of demons, there was no need for him to say anything more. The army of the myriad of demons in the Dragon Palace was Jiang Chen's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't expose it. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't plan to use the demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace to deal with these wingmen. The winged man army Jiang Jiang Man Tian. Man Jiang. Winged men man man. Man 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 man. Just you. The old man could not help laughing. Yes, just me. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. With a sway of his body, he turned into a dragon. With his current strength, he had to turn into a dragon if he wanted to deal with a fifth heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Transformation technique. The old man was stunned. Feeling the powerful aura from Jiang Chen, he could not help but become serious. Of course, he was only a little more serious. He still did not take Jiang Chen seriously. After all, Jiang Chen was only at the second heavenly layer in his eyes. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? The Feather Race had only received news from the Crimson East region that Jiang Chen had led countless demonic beasts to kill the Feather Race. They did not know what cultivation Jiang Qin had when he killed the feather race. He looks powerful, but it's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. Any transformation technique is useless in front of an absolute gap in cultivation. The old man sneered, "Kill him." Asterisk boom, asterisk a torrential wave rolled out. Spears appeared in the hands of a dozen heavenly source winged men. All of them locked onto Jiang Chen's presence. Their presences linked together, forming a huge net, not giving him a chance to escape. Big Yellow, Xiaolong, you two stand aside and watch the show, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen did not even blink when facing such a powerful group of winged men. He was too confident. It was a confidence that came from his bones. These winged men were not even enough to fill the gaps between Jiang Chen's teeth. All right. Man and dog nodded, retreating with the Huang dog. The man and the dog looked at the winged men in front of them with pity in their eyes. They were afraid that these fellows wouldn't be able to withstand a single wave of Jiang Chen's attack. The eternal immortal wind that had just evolved was the perfect target for him to practice on. Kill, someone roared. A dozen heavenly source winged men charged at Jiang Chen at the same time. Even the 2 fourth heavenly layer winged men did the same. They did not want to waste time and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, the mountain range was the territory of the human race. If the battle dragged on for too long, it would be very disadvantageous to them. Eternal celestial wind. Jiang Chen did not want to waste time either. He immediately used the eternal celestial wind. Asterisk whoosh whoosh, asterisk for a time, the wind whistled and a hurricane danced. A tornado formed into a hurricane formation, enveloping the dozen heavenly source winged men. Countless waves of wind were like sharp blades, unstoppable. Their destructive power could only be described as astonishing. Ah, miserable cries began to ring out. The eternal celestial wind had become a huge formation, a domain of wind. Within this domain, Jiang Chen was the absolute ruler. More importantly, the eternal celestial wind was just too terrifying. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even ordinary 4th heavenly layer heavenly source experts would die without a doubt if he used the eternal celestial wind while in dragon form. That was exactly what happened. The 10th heavenly layer winged men were torn to pieces on the spot. Even the 2 fourth heavenly layer heavenly source experts were no exception. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Although they did not die, they had completely lost the ability to fight. They were slain by a single slash from Jiang Chen. The wind and waves passed, and the sky became calm once again. Jiang Chen stood there leisurely. His draconic form was unparalleled, but the arrogant winged men were no longer there. Only the old man remained. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The old man was stunned on the spot. He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. The arrogance and despotic look he had before had completely disappeared. You, that's impossible. The old man reacted and roared. Over a dozen heavenly origin winged clan experts had been killed so easily. This was just too ridiculous. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 42-28. Jiang Chen withdrew his eternal celestial wind and remained in his dragon form. He raised his head and looked at the old man. His aura had reached its peak. The winged race of the Qizhong region is also weak. Now that I, Jiang Chen, am here, the fate of the Qizhong region winged race will come to an end. Jiang Chen boasted shamelessly. He was extremely arrogant. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too arrogant. He could destroy the winged race with a single sentence. Even the emperor of the Lin country didn't dare to say such a thing. Yes, it's the end. Xiaolong clenched his fist and cheered from behind. *CK, the old man rolled his eyes. This was the first time he felt that the winged race was so weak. Even a child dared to be so arrogant, not putting the winged race in his eyes at all. Little bastard, how dare you boast so shamelessly? I'd like to see how strong you are. The winged elder was infuriated. With a swoosh, 6 wings sprouted from his back and a beautiful spear in his hand, he lunged towards Jiang Qin. The old man was furious, so he didn't show any mercy. He wanted to see how strong a kid at the first heavenly source realm could be. Jiang Chen had killed all his followers with a single wind wave. It was shocking to kill someone at a higher level, but the old man didn't believe that Jiang Chen could fight someone 4 levels higher. It was absolutely impossible. Good. Jiang Chen stood up and the 9 extreme sword appeared in his hand. He immediately used the 26th sword. He became one with the sword and collided heavily with the old man's spear. *clang, sparks were created in the air, and airwaves were rolling. The old man's spear's shadows had actually blocked Jiang Chen's 26th sword without falling into a disadvantageous position. Jiang Chen's 26th sword was invincible. It was no problem for him to fight against ordinary cultivators 4 levels higher. However, Jiang Chen had just stepped into the heavenly source realm, while the old man was already at the peak of the 5th heavenly source realm. He was only a step away from the 6th heavenly source realm. For Jiang Chen to be able to fight on par with him was already quite good. So strong. The winged elder was shocked. He couldn't believe that this was real. He knew his own strength very well. Plus, he had exerted all of his combat strength in that strike just now. Under such circumstances, he didn't gain any advantage over Jiang Chen. It was a great blow to the elder's mentality. Jiang Chen, you're right. You're right. You're right. This guy's swordsmanship has actually reached such a high level. The old man was overwhelmed with shock. Jiang Chen's attack just now was too exquisite. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unparalleled. He had a slight understanding of swordsmanship, and it was precisely because of this understanding that he was even more shocked. To put it bluntly, if he was slightly weaker, he would have already lost his life to Jiang Chen's sword. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and unleashed his powerful soul force to lock onto the old man's aura, not giving him a chance to escape. Jiang Chen. I admit that you're strong. It may be difficult for me to kill you today, but from the looks of it, you won't even give me a chance to escape. Are you really that confident? If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. The winged old man saw through Jiang Chen's intention and couldn't help but sneer. He already had the intention to retreat after his fight with Jiang Chen ended in a draw. The winged old man was a very knowledgeable person. He knew that he didn't have the ability to kill Jiang Chen, so he didn't force him and prepared to leave. He would think about killing Jiang Chen in the future. Is that so? Then try and see if you can escape from me. I bet you won't be able to escape. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. With a shake of his arm, the heavenly dragon sword disappeared and was replaced by a battle spear flickering with the shadow of a dragon. That's right, the dragon bone battle spear, a grade 5 Genesis weapon that only Star Masters could wield. Jiang Chen hadn't had a chance to test the dragon bone battle spear ever since he obtained it. Moreover, it was almost impossible for him to display the dragon bone battle spear's power with his previous cultivation. It's a grade 5 Genesis weapon. The winged old man's eyes lit up, revealing greed and shock. He clearly didn't expect the kid who had just stepped into the heavenly source stage to possess a grade 5 Genesis weapon. How precious was a grade 5 Genesis weapon? It wasn't easy for an ordinary star master to obtain one. In truth, the dragon bone battle spear was only the first battle weapon Longfoot had obtained after becoming a star master, which was why it had become the stepping stone for Jiang Qin to obtain the Dragon Palace. Jiang Qin, so what if you have a grade 5 Genesis weapon? You're too weak and can't display the power of a grade 5 Genesis weapon. Who do you think you're trying to scare? The winged old man sneered before turning around to leave. He didn't want to stay any longer because he could already feel a dangerous aura from the battle spear in Jiang Qin's hand. Moreover, this aura was gradually growing stronger. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Qin's eyes glowed with coldness. How could he give the winged old man a chance to escape? He currently had 2 grade 5 Genesis weapons in his possession. One was the battle sword left behind by Empress Lin, and the other was the dragon bone battle spear. The winged old man was right. Given Jiang Qin's current strength, it was extremely difficult for him to display the power of a grade 5 Genesis weapon. If it was Empress Lin's battle sword, Jiang Qin would have to expend a lot of effort to use it, but the dragon bone battle spear was different. The spear had already recognized Jiang Qin as its master. Moreover, it was made from the bones of a true dragon, which suited Jiang Qin's true dragon bloodline. Jiang Qin didn't just rely on his own strength to use the dragon bone battle spear, but more importantly, his bloodline. Buzz buzz, the dragon bone battle spear emitted a buzzing sound, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The moment Jiang Qin used the dragon bone battle spear, more than half of the Genesis power in his body was instantly consumed. In the next second, it was completely emptied. However, this was also within Jiang Qin's expectations. A large number of Genesis stones were consumed. Killing a winged race elder was worth it. More importantly, Jiang Qin wanted to test the power of the dragon bone battle spear. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon bone battle spear seemed to have come to life, turning into a blood-red battle dragon. Jiang Qin held the battle spear in his hand and executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. His speed was extremely fast, catching up to the escaping elder in the blink of an eye. No, the winged old man yelled. He could feel the aura of death. He never imagined that Jiang Qin would really be able to display the power of a Genesis weapon. The dragon bone battle spear carried an endless dragon might that practically sealed off the entire area. Ishich, the winged old man had no way to dodge. The dragon bone battle spear pierced through his chest, and terrifying energy erupted. The old man let out a miserable shriek as his entire body exploded into pieces. Chapter 42-29. Let's go, let's leave this place. After killing the old man, Jiang Qin immediately put away the dragon bone battle spear and quickly left with the Huang dog and Xiaolong. Using a grade 5 Genesis weapon had caused a huge commotion and might attract some attention. Jiang Qin didn't want to cause too much trouble since he had just arrived in the Qizhong region. Moreover, Jiang Qin's current state was no longer suitable for high-intensity battles. Using the dragon bone battle spear once consumed a lot of his strength. Although he had a large number of Genesis stones to refine and absorb, it would take some time for him to recover to his peak state. 2 people and 1 dog were extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In front of them was an endless mountain range covered in mist that stretched as far as the eye could see. Big brother, where are we going now? Xiaolong asked. Directly to Kirin province, Jiang Qin said. Since they had come to the Qizhong region, their main goal was naturally to complete the mission. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste time. He had many things to do in the eternal world. There was still no news of his son, and Long San had disappeared from the broken Filiu land. As a top force in the Qizhong region, Kirin province was more beneficial to Jiang Qin's cultivation. Jiang Qin wasn't interested in the remote border areas. After traveling for another 10,000 li and crossing a mountain range, Jiang Qin and the others finally entered the Qizhong region. A city could be vaguely seen in the distance. This was the first city in the Qizhong region. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong's eyes couldn't help but light up. Jiang Qin couldn't help smiling, expressing his understanding. It was too boring to travel for such a long time. Now that they finally saw a place with people, not to mention De Huang Dog and Xiaolong, even he wanted to take a look. Let's take a look inside the city. Jiang Qin looked at the two. Let's take a look. Xiaolong nodded heavily. Master Dog, I can smell the fragrance of wine. I want a drink. De Huang Dog shook his head. From the looks of it, if Jiang Qin wasn't going in to take a look, De Huang Dog would have to go in and take a look himself. Let's go then. We're going to Kirin province, but we're not in a hurry. Let's experience the customs of Middle Earth first. Shrugging his shoulders, Jiang Qin brought De Huang Dog and Xiaolong and flew towards the city ahead. The city was very magnificent. Although it was located at the border, the scale of the city was not small. This surprised Jiang Qin a little. He thought to himself that it was indeed the Red Middle region, the most central region of the Red Cloud astral boundary. Small places like the Red East region and the Red South region could not compare to it. Luohong City, these three big characters, as black as ink, hung high above the city gate, appearing very conspicuous. Jiang Qin and the others descended from the sky and walked towards the city gate. However, they discovered that there was a continuous stream of people rushing out of the city in a hurry, as if they were fleeing in a panic. There were no guards outside the city gate, which was not common. Jiang Qin had been to many cities, and almost every city had some big or small forces. As the saying went, where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there was Jianghu, there would be disputes, and where there were disputes, there would be interests. The charge for entering and exiting the city gate was a considerable amount of income. Little Chinzi, it seems that this city is not peaceful. De Huang Dog, who was originally in high spirits, was a little listless. From the current situation, his plan to drink wine was probably going to be ruined. Let's ask someone. As Jiang Qin spoke, he grabbed a person. Brother, what happened in this city? Why are so many people going out? Jiang Qin asked. Little brother, you are new here, right? Hurry up and leave, or come back in a few days. There is going to be a fight inside. The middle-aged man said, kindly reminding Jiang Qin. A fight? Why? Jiang Qin asked curiously. It seems that little brother is new here. There are two big forces in Luohong City, one is the Luo family, the other is the Hong family. The two families have been fighting for many years, but Luohong City has been peaceful. However, I don't know why, in the past month, the dispute between the two families has become more and more serious. The whole Luohong City is in chaos, and it is uninhabitable. Now, I'm afraid the two families are going to have a final large-scale battle. We don't want to be implicated, so we can only hide for the time being. When they have a real winner, we will come back, or go to other places and never come back. The middle-aged man said, then turned around and left. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed. Obviously, he was very disappointed and dissatisfied with the fight in the city. Disappointing, really disappointing. I was going to find a restaurant to have a drink, but I encountered such a fight again. De Huang Dog said, feeling very disappointed. Big brother, what should we do now? Should we go in? Xiaolong asked. Let's go, leave this place. There are so many disputes in the world. I don't want to get involved in this kind of fight. Let's take a detour and go directly to Kirin province. Jiang Qin said that he was not interested in the dispute in Luohong City at all. He had seen too many fights like this. It was like this when he first entered Yen City in Qidong region. Rumble, just when Jiang Chen lost interest and was about to turn around and leave, a loud roar suddenly broke out in Luohong City, followed by earth-shattering battle cries. Waves of tyrannical aura soared into the sky. It could be seen that countless figures flew to the sky above the city and started an extremely fierce fight. The buildings in the city below were destroyed one after another. It was really intense. Damn, they are fighting so soon. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. Let's go. Jiang Chen patted the Huang dog's head. What are you panicking for? Let's watch the show before leaving. The Huang dog glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt helpless. This dog just couldn't move when there was a show. Just stand here and watch. Don't get involved. Jiang Chen said that he did not care about the survival of the Luo family and Hong family. Even if Luohong City was crippled, he would not care. At this moment, an intense battle had already begun in Luohong City. Killing intent filled the air. A group of heavenly origin experts were waiting outside the entrance of the Hong family. The one at the front was not the patriarch, but a yellow-robed young man holding a metal club. The young man's appearance was extremely eye-catching. His hair was half black and half white, and his face was extremely handsome. His fiery eyes of gold constantly shone. 13. Leave. This is a grudge between the Luo family and the Hong family. The Luo family has made ample preparations this time. There are heavenly origin experts of the 5th heavenly layer of the Luofu sect participating, and not just one. Our Hong family only has 1/5 heavenly layer heavenly origin expert. The head of the Hong family, Hong Zhan, said. Hi, Long Shi-san, am a man of indomitable spirit. Patriarch Hong has saved my life before, so how can I just leave like this? Also, this battle started because of me. If I had not killed the 3rd young master of the Luo family, this battle would not have happened. There's no need to say anything more, Patriarch. Long Shi-san is willing to live and die with the Hong family. Long Shi-san's presence shook as his 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin cultivation rippled outwards in a domineering manner. Chapter 42:30. Good. Long Shi-san, the patriarch didn't save you in vain. You're a loyal man. However, our battle with the Luo family was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if you hadn't killed the 3rd young master of the Luo family, the battle would still have happened. You don't need to blame yourself. Even if the Luo family had 2 more 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, it wouldn't have been easy for them to wipe out our Hong family, said the Grand Elder. The fact that Long Shi-san had chosen to stay and fight with the Hong family instead of fleeing at a time like this was more than enough to show that Long Shi-san was a loyal man. The Grand Elder admired him greatly. More importantly, Long Shi-san was an extremely powerful force. Although he was only at the 2nd heavenly layer, the members of the Hong family had all witnessed how terrifying Long Shi-san was. Long Shi-san could easily kill a 4th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert in a berserk state. With Long Shi-san present, the Hong family would be able to reduce their losses by quite a lot. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow were still watching the battle outside of Luohong City. They had no idea that the brother they were looking for was preparing for a life-or-death battle inside the city. Outside of the Hong family, there was a formation set up by someone. It was an inescapable net that prevented any chi from leaking out. Coupled with the fact that many heavenly and earthly source experts were flying around in the sky above Luohong City, the entire city seemed to be in a state of chaos. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were not interested in the battle either. They just watched casually, paying no attention to what was going on inside the Hong family. The metal staff in Long Shi-san's hand flickered with light. On the other side, a group of experts from the Luo family was attacking. Aside from the patriarch, there were 2 peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, 5 or 6 4th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, and 20 to 33rd heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. As for the 1st and 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, they had already begun fighting with the other members of the Hong family. This place, the headquarters of the Hong family, would become the most crucial point in today's battle. Hong Zhan, today is the doomsday of your Hong clan. From today onwards, Luo Hong City will belong to the Luo clan. The name of the city will be changed to Luo City. The patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Lai, said arrogantly. Humph. It's not that easy to destroy my Hong clan. Do you think that you can defeat us just because you invited the experts of the Luofu sect? Hong Zhan coldly snorted. As the leader of a clan, even if he knew that he was no match for the other party, he could not shrink back at this moment, nor could he lose his imposing manner. What? Hong Lei, in this triangular region, do you dare to look down on our Luofu gate? A 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert beside Luo Lai spoke up. He had round eyes and was extremely arrogant. The Luofu Gate was the absolute ruler of the triangular region. With such a status, no one dared to say no to them no matter where they went. Our Hong clan naturally respects the Luofu Gate, but I never thought that the great Luofu Gate would come to bully a tiny clan like ours. However, I, Hong Zhan, am not someone who can be bullied. Even if you're from the Luofu Gate, my Hong clan can only resist to the end if you come to destroy my Hong clan. Hong Zhan angrily blew his beard and glared at the 2 old men from the Luofu sect. If it weren't for these 2 old men, the Hong clan wouldn't have been afraid of the Luo clan, and the Luo clan wouldn't have had the courage to fight with them. However, Hong Zhan was a staunch person. Even if he died in battle, he would protect the dignity of the Hong clan. You're pretty stubborn, but I wonder how strong you are. The other old man sneered. You'll have to experience how strong we are in a bit. The sword in Hong Zhan's hand flickered with light. He was already prepared to fight 1 against 3. Long Shi-san, I want to fight you and take revenge for my brother. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A bulky man who seemed like a metal tower walked out. His body was brimming with vital energy, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, only a step away from the 4th heavenly layer. He was Luo Ming, a genius disciple of the Luofu Gate, the first young master of the Luo family, and the eldest son of Luo Lai. It was because he had entered the Luofu Gate that the Luo family had managed to form a relationship with the Luofu Gate. Ming, come back. Long Shi-san must die today. There's no need to take such a risk. Luo Lai hurriedly reprimanded Luo Ming when he saw him step out. Luo Ming had just returned from the Luofu Gate, so he did not know much about Long Shi-san. However, he knew just how terrifying Long Shi-san was. Long Shi-san's reputation had recently risen in Luo Hong City, and the Luo family had suffered quite a few losses at Long Shi-san's hands in the war between the 2 clans. Father, I want to kill Long Shi-san with my own hands. I'd like to see just how powerful a mere 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin monkey is. Luo Ming's aura shook, completely ignoring his father's advice. As a famous genius of the Luofu sect, he had his own pride. The moment he heard Shi-san's name, he wanted to have a battle with him to determine the victor. Not to mention, Shi-san killed his own brother. If he didn't take revenge for this, how would he, Luo Ming, be able to show his face in the Luofu sect in the future? As a result, he had to personally kill Long Shi-san in front of everyone today to avenge his brother. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Then be careful. Long Shi-san isn't easy to deal with. Luo Lai said. Father, why are you raising the morale of others and lowering the morale of your own son? Just watch, I'll take the life of a mere Longsha San in less than 3 moves. Luo Ming's arrogance soared. He took a step forward and pointed at Longsha San. Damn monkey, come out and fight me. I'll kill you with my own hands. Luo Ming hooted. Are you sure? A smile appeared on Longsha San's lips as he arrived before Luo Ming in 2 steps. I'll give you time to prepare. I'll personally defeat you and then kill you. Luo Ming was extremely arrogant. Why do you want to die? Longsha San sneered. The Luo family had the upper hand in today's situation. Just as Luo Lai had said, there was no need for Luo Ming to stand out and risk his life. However, Longsha San had seen many geniuses like this. Since the other party wanted to die, Longsha San would not be polite. After killing the 3rd young master of the Luo family, the enmity between him and the Luo family had already reached an irreconcilable point. Killing one was killing. Killing 2 was also killing. I wonder who's going to die. Have a taste of my explosive killing fist. Luo Ming took the initiative to attack. His entire body practically exploded with power. He was a true strength type expert. His punch caused the surrounding space to tremble. His speed was extremely fast, and his fist arrived before Longsha San in the blink of an eye. Even an ordinary 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator would be crippled if not killed, let alone a 2nd heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator. 13. Be careful. Luo Ming is a genius of the Luofu Gate. He can't be underestimated, Hong Zhan warned. However, Longsha San had a smile on his face. He did not care about the punch at all. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.